Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a specific...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker...
Come on out, you rapist!
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
In the early post-medieval English. In the earliest days of the colonies, English settlers in New England built homes with steeply pitched roofs, small windows, and central chimneys to withstand brutal winters. Timber frames, wattle, and daub were the materials on hand, resulting in rustic dwellings focused on basic survival rather than decorative flourishes. Very few remain today, but historic pockets in Massachusetts and Connecticut preserve these relics of America's first domestic architecture. Dutch colonial. Dutch settlers in New York and New Jersey introduced gambrel roofs, which added useful attic space and effectively shed rain and snow. Thick brick or stone walls and exposed beams defined these sturdy houses. Though first constructed in the 1600s, Dutch colonial saw a revival in the early 1900s. Its signature barn-like rooflines spread throughout the Northeast and Midwest, where they are still a familiar sight. Spanish colonial. In places like Florida, Texas, California, and the Southwest, Spanish settlers adapted Old World traditions to hot, arid climates. Thick adobe or stucco walls helped insulate against heat, while small windows reduced direct sun. Red tile roofs and central courtyards reflected Mediterranean and Moorish influences, offering shade and airflow. The legacy of these mission-inspired buildings is particularly visible in California's architecture today. French colonial. French settlers in Louisiana and along the Mississippi River contended with swampy terrain and frequent flooding, so they built on raised foundations or piers. Wraparound porches, hipped roofs, and tall French doors allowed for cool breezes in humid weather. Surviving examples in New Orleans showcase the style's European charm, combined with practical solutions for a subtropical climate. Georgian. Named for the reigns of King George I through III, Georgian design prioritized symmetry, proportion, and a sense of formality. Brick facades, paneled doors capped by transom windows, and decorative crown moldings lent these homes an air of refinement. Popular among wealthy colonists, Georgian later influenced the colonial revival movement, cementing its place as a touchstone in American architectural history. Federal. An evolution of Georgian, the federal style took on a lighter, more delicate aspect. Elliptical fanlights above doors, slender columns, and decorative swags or urns reflected ancient Roman and Greek ideals. Seen in port cities like Boston and Philadelphia, and in the new capital, Washington, D.C., Federal signaled America's cultural ambitions and its confidence in a budding national identity. Greek Revival. Motivated by admiration for classical democracy, Americans widely embraced Greek Revival. Front facades resembled ancient temples, complete with large columns, triangular pediments, and bold entablatures. Symmetry and simplicity projected civic virtue and strength. The style spread across the nation, shaping southern plantation homes, Midwestern government buildings, and everything in between. Gothic Revival. In a shift from classical models, Gothic Revival reached back to medieval Europe for inspiration. steep gables, pointed arches, and ornate wooden trim created a dramatic fairy tale look. Decorative elements like finials and stained glass windows enhanced the romantic atmosphere. Particularly popular in the Northeast and Midwest, Gothic Revival offered a spirited contrast to the neoclassical architecture that preceded it. Italianate. Inspired by country villas of Italy, Italianate dwellings featured tall, narrow windows, often arched, topped by decorative crowns. Overhanging eaves supported by large brackets and the occasional rooftop cupola underscored the style's rustic elegance. Growing American cities like Cincinnati and Chicago embraced Italianate for its combination of sophistication and adaptability, helping it become one of the most common 19th century styles. Stick style. A transitional Victorian-era mode, stick style emphasized the home's wooden framework by applying vertical, horizontal, or diagonal boards onto exterior walls for decoration. Gabled roofs, overhanging eaves, and exposed trusses further accented the structure beneath the surface. Though less ornate than later Victorian designs, stick style helped pave the way for the more exuberant shingle and Queen Anne movements. Second Empire. Recognized by its mansard roof, an idea borrowed from France's Second Empire, this style freed up additional living space in the attic. Facades were elaborately decorated with iron cresting, dormer windows, and ornate brackets. Popular in urban centers like New Orleans and New York, Second Empire lent a distinctly Parisian sophistication to the American streetscape. Shingle style. Mostly found along the coastal Northeast, shingle style offered a more subdued Victorian look, wrapping homes in continuous wood shingles that smoothed out corners and seams. These sprawling, often asymmetrical residences favored open floor plans, porches, and an informal relationship with the landscape. The emphasis on flowing exterior surfaces created an organic, beachy vibe that contrasted with the fussier ornamentation of the period. Queen Anne. Epitomizing Victorian opulence, Queen Anne went all in on asymmetry, with turrets, towers, and wide porches dominating the facade. Decorative spindles, fish-scale shingles, and stained glass windows enhanced the visual complexity. Bold paint schemes highlighted each architectural flourish. San Francisco's Painted Ladies stand as iconic reminders of the Queen Anne passion for maximal detail and flair. Mission Revival. Rooted in nostalgia for California's Spanish missions, Mission Revival adopted stucco walls, red tile roofs, and arches reminiscent of mission archways. Curved parapets, bell towers, and courtyard-centered layouts carried the theme further. Popular in warm, dry climates, Mission Revival was well suited to the southwestern states, where thick walls and shaded porches kept indoor spaces cool. Tudor Revival. A romantic glance back to medieval England, Tudor Revival played with half-timbering, steeply pitched roofs and large chimneys. Brick or stone lower floors contrasted with stucco and timber upper sections. Leaded glass windows, wooden beams, and ornate fireplaces completed the storybook feel. Particularly favored in the Northeast and Midwest, Tudor Revival offered a fairy tale twist on suburban living. Craftsman. Evolving from the British arts and crafts movement, the American craftsman style stressed simplicity, handcrafted details, and natural materials. Low-pitched roofs with wide eaves, tapered porch columns, and visible rafters embodied its honest aesthetic. Interiors often included built-in cabinetry, inglenook fireplaces, and thoughtful woodwork. Bungalows gained enormous popularity nationwide, celebrating artistry in an increasingly industrial age. Prairie. Though short-lived as a formal movement, Prairie style forever influenced American design. Frank Lloyd Wright's emphasis on horizontal lines, low-pitched roofs, and open floor plans fostered harmony between house and landscape. Rows of casement windows and sheltered porches reinforced the sense of expansiveness. Abandoning excessive ornament, Prairie architects forged a distinctly American approach that anticipated modernist ideals. Mediterranean Revival. Combining Spanish, Italian, and Moorish motifs, Mediterranean Revival introduced red tile roofs, arched openings, and ornamental ironwork as hallmarks of coastal luxury. Courtyards and verandas blurred indoor-outdoor boundaries. Pastel and stucco exteriors brought sun-soaked charm, especially in glamorous locales like Miami or Beverly Hills, where the look of Mediterranean villas matched the lifestyle of leisure and resort living. Art Deco. Capturing the roaring 20s embrace of progress, Art Deco highlighted geometric shapes, stylized ornamentation, and materials like chrome or glass block. While most famously associated with skyscrapers, the style filtered into residential design, especially in places like Miami Beach. Rounded corners, bold color schemes, and zigzag or sunburst patterns created a streamlined, futuristic appearance that echoed machine-age optimism. International. Developed by European modernists like Le Corbusier and Mies van der Rohe, the international style prized functional purity, flat roofs, open floor plans, white surfaces, and the absence of ornament defined its minimalistic approach. Large expanses of glass and an emphasis on rectilinear forms gave these buildings a light, geometric clarity. Spreading globally, the style found a foothold in American cities, introducing a stark alternative to traditional decoration. Streamline Moderne. An offshoot of Art Deco's fascination with modernity, Streamline Moderne softened the sharp angles into sleek curves inspired by ocean liners. Ribbon windows, rounded corners, and horizontal banding suggested speed and efficiency. The style emerged during the Great Depression, balancing affordability with a hopeful nod toward a streamlined technological future, making it appealing for both private homes and public buildings. Hollywood Regency. Glamour ruled in Hollywood Regency, which merged simple modern silhouettes with over-the-top decorative elements. Mirrored panels, glossy finishes, and theatrical flourishes drew on Art Deco, neoclassical, and global styles. The result was unapologetically luxurious, often seen in the hills of Los Angeles, where film stars desired homes as dramatic as the silver screen sets that made them famous. Ranch. With post-World War II suburbia booming, ranch houses answered the demand for casual, family-friendly living. Single-story layouts, open interiors, and attached garages fit perfectly into the car-centric lifestyle. Large picture windows and sliding glass doors to patios encouraged indoor-outdoor flow. The long, low-slung profile spoke to the wide-open spaces of the American West, making the ranch style synonymous with mid-century suburban growth. Mid-century modern. Embracing minimal ornamentation and innovative materials, architects such as Richard Neutra helped define mid-century modern. Steel frames, massive glass panels, and open-concept interiors blurred the line between nature and shelter. Flat or gently pitched roofs completed the understated geometry. Popular in California and beyond, these homes captured the post-war optimism that saw technology as a path to better living. Brutalist. Contrasting with the airy openness of mid-century modern, brutalist architecture prioritized raw concrete and monumental forms. Though more common in institutional buildings, occasional residential projects embodied an austere, fortress-like solidity. The style deliberately minimized ornament, arguing that a building's materials and structure should speak for themselves. Critics found it heavy and uninviting, but admirers praised its honesty and boldness. Postmodern. Pushing back against modernism's austere functionalism, postmodern architecture reintroduced historical references with playful irony. Classical columns, arches, and decorative details reappeared, but in unexpected ways or exaggerated proportions. Vivid colors and whimsical shapes invited complexity back into design. In residential settings, postmodern houses might sport a collage of styles or satirical riffs on tradition, balancing nostalgia with futuristic flair. McMansions. As suburbs continued to grow, large-scale homes that blended elements of colonial, Tudor, and Mediterranean gained traction. Dubbed McMansions, these often featured multi-gabled roofs, towering foyers, and expansive floor plans. Critics lamented their eclectic jumble of references and supersized footprints, but they appealed to buyers seeking space, status, and recognizable historic details. They became the go-to symbol of late 20th century suburban affluence. Modern farmhouse, merging barn-inspired features, whiteboard and batten siding, metal roofs, black-framed windows, with minimalist finishes. Modern farmhouse rose to prominence in the era of Instagram and TV renovation shows. Reclaimed wood accents and farmhouse sinks evoke rustic charm, while open concept layouts and sleek lighting keep it current. This style's widespread popularity shows that Americans still love reinventing their architectural heritage, blending comfort, nostalgia, and modern tastes. Thanks for watching this video. Is there any styles I missed? Let me know.
Well, good morning, everybody. That video was brought to you by a new movie by Chaotic Truth called I'd Like to Be a Little White Boy. So, jokes aside, I actually found that video fascinating. Who knew there were so many architectural styles in the United States, and some of them I've seen myself, but I thought it was rather interesting. Sorry if it bored you, but I have a wide variety of interests. So we go. I've got news articles. I do have some pop the balloons that are kind of somebody's riding a motorcycle out there. I have a variety of pop the balloons, like probably getting close to 10 that I haven't shown just because time hasn't allowed. May try and get to one of them at some point towards the end of the show. So going right into the news, and a reminder, everyone make sure you hit the like button. If you're new to the channel, please subscribe to the John Galt Urban Landlord channel. Also, please subscribe to the Stanley Cross 6000 channel, where I actually have a video essay, a clip of a show I did a couple days ago, a clip from a show I did a couple days ago. I was going to do a whole separate clip for it. A whole separate video essay. But I figured the clip pretty much did everything I needed it to do. So no need to write a whole essay or anything like that. So it is premiering later on. I don't even remember what time. Tomorrow afternoon, I think, is when it's going to premiere. It'll be premiering on my channel. And I think Portia said she would clip it and put it up. I've got clips somewhere on the John Galt clips. On the clips, they do clips. I actually did a clip and asked Portia to post it, which brings me to the make sure you support your hosts. Supporting the host is supporting their show. Everyone needs to support Portia J. She does pretty much all the work behind the scenes, and she does the work for her show, Gone Trucking, my show. Though I do try and relieve her of some of the burden of my show, but she's more technically proficient. So y'all need to make sure it is more important that you support Portia than me or the other hosts. She's the number one priority. And, every now and again, I need some Bud Light. So I might ask, hey, contribute to the Bud Light Fund. But our primary goal is to support Portia. She does so much. She deserves her own commercial, which I'm trying to provide here. So moving on. First story of the night. I don't know. Probably everyone knows by now that the strike that the U.S. military did on the Houthis, apparently it was all planned on an open platform. I don't know that I'd ever heard of a platform called Signal, but somehow or another, a journalist got added to the group by accident. So these plans for a military strike up until like the 2 hours before the strike actually happened, they were saying, "Hey, it's going to happen in 2 hours." I don't know who dropped the ball here, but I read a news article well, an opinion piece that actually made the point that Trump deliberately hired amateurs to do, an amateur basically as a Secretary of Defense, for example. These guys have a learning curve. I'll put it that way. And I don't know anybody who's ever had military experience, and I know that what's his name, who's the Secretary of Defense, he's had military experience. I don't know if he ever had the sort of job, because I think he was in the Army. I don't know that he ever had an MOS that involved handling classified material, but if he did, the Army did not do a good job training him. You don't do you don't plan military strikes on a non-secured platform. And you there are other ways to do it, and the seams showed on this. And to that point, uh Mike Waltz, who is Mike Waltz the national security advisor? Let's see, what is he? Yeah, he's Donald Trump's national security advisor. Basically is falling on his sword um on this particular issue, and Trump has backed him. But what choice does Trump have? Say I hired a bunch of idiots who can't figure out that you don't expose intelligence assets, etc., um, out in the open. So, you know, the only reason this came to light is there was a journalist, the guy who is the editor in chief of the Atlantic, somehow or another got included into the group by accident. So, or maybe it was an accident. Maybe it was not an accident. Who knows? But it's an embarrassment. And in my opinion, this is like having been in the military, having had jobs that you could go to jail for if you were negligent, with classified equipment and material. This made me shudder.
Donald Trump's national security advisor, Michael Waltz, said on Tuesday he takes full responsibility for the group chat of senior administration officials that inadvertently included a journalist and leaked highly sensitive information about planned airstrikes in Yemen. Waltz's comments came one day after Jeffrey Goldberg, editor-in-chief of The Atlantic, revealed that he was added to a group on Signal, a private messaging app that included Vice President J.D. Vance, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, and other high-profile figures discussing operational details of planned attacks on the Houthis in Yemen. Goldberg's account in The Atlantic suggested Waltz had mistakenly invited him to the chat. The prominent journalist remained in the group undetected as the president's cabinet members discussed policy and coordinated a wave of bombings, an extraordinary breach that critics said put national security at risk. Related, Democrats demand answers over White House's careless signal blunder. When pressed by Fox News' Laura Ingraham, Waltz accepted responsibility for making the Signal group, though he continued to deflect blame, insulted Goldberg, and said he couldn't explain how the mistake had occurred. "It's embarrassing, yes. We're going to get to the bottom of it," Waltz said, adding that he was consulting with Elon Musk, We've got the best technical minds looking at how this happened. When Ingram asked, what staffer is responsible for adding Goldberg to the Signal group, Waltz responded, a staffer wasn't responsible. I take full responsibility. I built the group. My job is to make sure everything is coordinated. When the Fox host asked how Goldberg's number ended up in the group, Waltz responded, have you ever had somebody's contact that shows their name and then you have somebody else's number there? Of course, I didn't see this loser in the group. It looked like someone else. Whether he did it deliberately or it happened in some other technical mean is something we're trying to figure out. Waltz did not offer any evidence for how Goldberg could have deliberately ended up in the group. Earlier in the interview, he said he didn't know Goldberg or text with him, calling him the bottom scum of journalists, while criticizing the media for focusing on the controversy. Related, Trump dismisses Signal security failure as the only glitch in 2 months. Although Waltz claimed a staffer was not responsible, Trump appeared to make contradictory remarks in a Newsmax interview, saying, we believe somebody that was on the line with permission, somebody that worked with Mike Waltz at a lower level, had Goldberg's number or a call through the app, and somehow this guy ended up on the call.
I want to make a a point about Donald Trump's comment about the only glitch in 2 months. What a ridiculous statement. Okay, if you were writing executive orders and the majority of them wind up in court, I call that a glitch. He may not call it a glitch. He may have other words like, radical leftists are opposing the inevitable, phrases like that. But if everything you're doing winds up in court, those are glitches, sir. That means your plans are not running smoothly, or being executed smoothly. Those are glitches. What the correct term for what happened is security breach, not a glitch, a security breach. These people who don't know English are just annoying.
It's unclear what exactly the president was suggesting, since Goldberg was added to a text chat, not a phone call. Trump previously defended Waltz, saying he was a good man who learned a lesson and also downplayed the incident, saying the leak was the only glitch in 2 months, and it turned out not to be a serious one. The episode has sparked widespread backlash and ridicule. Mark Warner, vice chair of the Senate Intelligence Committee, said on Tuesday the incident was one more example of the kind of sloppy, careless, incompetent behavior, particularly towards classified information. On Monday, the minority leader, Chuck Schumer, called it one of the most stunning breaches of military intelligence I have read about in a very, very long time, and Delaware Senator Chris Coons said every official in the group had committed a crime, even if accidentally. Goldberg's story suggested Waltz's coordination of a national security-related action over Signal may have violated several provisions of the Espionage Act, noting that Signal was not approved by the U.S. for sharing classified information.
Yeah, Brian. Number one, everyone makes mistakes. Well, when I was in the military, junior officer that I was, mistakes kill people. Okay, security breaches are potentially fatalities. This isn't a mistake. In the military, we would call it a snafu, or short for snafu is a goat fuck. Heads should roll on this. And maybe they are. And, maybe Trump is wisely putting a nice facade over what he's doing behind the scenes. But this cannot happen again. All right. There were things that The dude's name is Goldberg. I can't remember his first name, but he's not some reporter. He is editor in chief of the Atlantic, a major magazine. And there are mistakes, and there are mistakes, and this was a goat rope of a mistake. And your other comment about attacks from the left. You know what, Brian? You and Trump are such simple men. You think anytime something that, if people don't agree, if your wife makes the wrong dinner, you were wanting macaroni and she made rice, Trump would call that an attack from the left. Trump is a simpleton, and America got what it voted for. They wanted simple people. They got simple people. Let's see. Wouldn't they take your rank and pay possible brig time? Yeah. Well, I don't know, Nando. I don't. When I was in the Navy, I was generally in charge of the communication security, the ComSec account. And then, from there, I had other jobs that I literally, one of these days, I'll tell you a story um, about something. I was on vacation after my first deployment, and my guys, they were radio men, decided to take a bunch of burn bags and burn them. Now, the problem is, in those burn bags were unexpired, like code books and stuff like that. Some top secret stuff that it wasn't their time to be destroyed. And the only thing that saved us, because whether I was there or not, they were my people. We were decommissioning the accounts. So the upshot was, the Defense Security Agency, I don't even remember who it was, sent us a thing saying, sign here, verifying that everything was destroyed. Believe me, when I had to tell my captain, I have never seen a tanned man just back from the Persian Gulf turn so pale. it, it was like there were several careers that could have been ruined, including a commanding officers. And luckily, we lucked out on that one. So you have to be very careful with dealing with anything that's classified. Um, and you don't do it on a commercially available platform. And you don't do it from your personal phone. You do it in your office or over a secure line. There are ways to do it securely. And this actually, this actually was like he had a contact, but he had the wrong number for the contact. That's just ridiculous. And dudes are amateurs, period. So anyway, I'll stop beating that dead horse, because I mean, everything turned out okay. So you can only go so far with the criticism. Hey, 12th man. Lawrence, you say you know somebody called Snafu on YouTube. From what I heard, he is worse than Imperius and gets banned from many channels. Well, you know what? Maybe what I'll do is look him up and invite him to join the John Galt Urban Landlord channel. We could use a replacement for Imperius. That's a joke. That's a joke. All right, well, let's move on. Next, one of Trump's many snafus. Judge orders U.S. to stop attempts to deport Columbia undergraduate. This young lady here, Yun Xiu Chung, This woman has been here since she was 7, and I think she is a legal resident or something like that. So she basically said something that Trump didn't like. So he's just going to deport someone who's been here for, since she was a child. Yeah, just deport her. She probably doesn't even speak Chinese that well, Mandarin or whatever. Let's see. I guess I could read a portion of this. A federal judge on Tuesday ordered the Trump administration. Yeah, let me make sure. The Trump administration. The Trump administration to halt its efforts to arrest and deport a 21-year-old Columbia University student who participated in pro-Palestinian demonstrations. The administration began seeking to arrest the student, Yunsho Chung, this month, according to a lawsuit filed by Ms. Chung's lawyers. The judge, Naomi Buchwald, I wonder if she's related to Art Buchwald, said during a hearing in Manhattan federal court on Tuesday that nothing in the record indicated that Ms. Chung posed a danger to the community or a foreign policy risk, or had communicated with terrorist organizations. The order also stated that if the government were to try and detain Ms. Chung under the basis of a different statute, it must provide sufficient advance notice to her and her attorneys. Ms. Chung is a legal permanent resident. She was not a prominent participant in demonstrations on Columbia's campus. She was arrested along with several other students this month at a protest at Barnard College, the Manhattan University's sister school. A high school valedictorian who moved to the United States from South Korea when she was 7, she has not been detained by federal agents, and her lawyers have declined to comment on her whereabouts. Ramzi Qasim, a lawyer for Ms. Chung and co-director of CLEAR, a legal clinic at the City University of New York, said at a news conference after the hearing that this client remained a resident of the Southern District of New York and that Immigration and Customs Enforcement had not been able to find her. During the hearing, he said that Ms. Chung was keeping up with her coursework. The Trump administration has cited a rarely used legal statute to justify its mission to detain and deport Ms. Chung. The government argues that her presence in the United States hinders the administration's foreign policy goal of stopping the spread of anti-Semitism. The same rationale was offered this month by the Secretary of State Marco Rubio after the arrest of Mahmoud Khalil, a graduate of a Columbia master's program who is detained in Louisiana. I won't go farther than that. The judge said no trips to Louisiana here. Excuse me. And barred transferring Ms. Chung. Excuse me, let me get some water here. And barred transferring Ms. Chung away from the Southern District of New York. And I'll just stop there. I think we get the point. Part of the law is knowing when to apply it and when not to. And just from this particular news story, it doesn't seem that this young lady, basically just showed up at a protest she believed in. And what Trump is doing is trying to make examples. And I'm going to be honest, he's on a slippery slope here. This girl is a legal resident. She's been here since she was 7. And if all I have to say is showing up at a protest does not make you an anti-Semite. And, I'm not speaking for her, but there are a lot of people who show up to protests just to meet, just use them as a meet and greet, especially guys. So Trump is just a cad, quite frankly. Yeah, you'd have brought her in. Would you now, Brian Nichols? I'm in the market for a show title, folks, and this is coming close. So keep the pithy remarks coming. That might actually work as a show title. I will write that one down. All right, so let's move on. Let's see the next. Oh, this is interesting. And I don't know that this would be the most horrible thing that would ever happen. However, Trump does not have the power to do it. Once again, he's usurping power, and basically what he's doing, trying to be a unitary executive, trailblazer here. He will do anything he thinks he might get away with it and see what sticks to the wall. He's throwing, the unitary executive spaghetti at the wall, and anything that sticks sets a precedent for future presidents. The other thing that folks don't seem to understand is everything that Trump gets away with and assumes as a presidential power, unless he plans on creating some sort of dynasty, there will be Democratic presidents as soon as 2028 at this rate, and they will have the same powers. He's creating a slippery slope. So we'll listen to this article while I write down that potential show title.
President Donald Trump signed an executive order Tuesday requiring people to provide documents proving they are citizens when they register to vote, a mandate that experts said could prevent millions of Americans from voting. The order reflects Trump's long-standing fixation on election administration, as well as his baseless claims following the 2016 and 2020 presidential races that both were riddled with fraud, particularly illegal voting by non-citizens. There is no evidence that widespread corruption by non-citizens or others tainted either contest. Republicans in dozens of states have sought for decades to require voters to present identification to cast ballots, but Trump has taken that effort to a new level with an executive order establishing a federal mandate to provide proof of citizenship to register to vote. The U.S. Constitution designates the power to regulate the time, place, and manner of elections to the states, with the proviso that Congress can step in and override those laws. It gives no specific power to the president to do so. Election experts said that Trump was claiming power he does not have and that lawsuits over the measure were all but guaranteed. This executive order is unlawful, said Wendy Weiser, Vice President for Democracy at the Brennan Center for Justice at New York University's School of Law. The president does not have the authority to require this. The president cannot override a statute passed by Congress that says what is required to register to vote on the federal voter registration form. Others suggested that the order reflects Trump's desire to expand executive power and for the Supreme Court to allow it. His order directs the Election Assistance Commission, an agency governed by statute enacted by Congress, to change the federal voter registration form to require government-issued documentary proof of citizenship. The court is well on the way to establishing that all federal agencies must be conceived as within the executive branch, no matter how Congress denominates or structures them, Richard Pildes, a constitutional law professor at New York University, wrote on a widely read election law blog. Less clear is whether states would be required to adopt the federal form. States typically produce their own voter registration forms, and voters are free to use either to register in federal elections. Only citizens can vote in federal elections, but most states do not require voters to provide proof of citizenship. Instead, voters must sign statements swearing they are citizens. Non-citizens who sign such statements can be charged with crimes and deported. The order allows voters to use passports or certain driver's licenses to prove citizenship, but not birth certificates. Separately, it also attempts to bar states from counting mail ballots that officials receive after Election Day. Last year, 18 states allowed mail ballots that arrived later so long as they were postmarked by Election Day. Trump specified that he would withhold federal election funding from states that do not comply with the raft of directives included in his order. Election fraud, you've heard the term, we'll end it, hopefully, Trump said as he signed the measure, according to a video posted by the White House. Weiser and others said the measure would disenfranchise millions of people who don't have easy access to such documents. The aim here is voter suppression pure and simple, UCLA law professor Rick Hassan wrote on the blog. Like Weiser, Hassan questioned the legality of the measure since the president does not oversee the Election Assistance Commission. Voting by non-citizens is exceedingly rare, academic and court reviews have found. Trump and other Republicans have been fixated on the issue and said they want to ensure only citizens vote. Republicans in Congress in recent years haven't been able to enact legislation requiring proof of citizenship to register to vote. With his order, Trump is seeking to circumvent that impasse. The change would hit a wide swath of the electorate, including working class and rural voters who make up a crucial part of Trump's base. Many of those voters don't have the credentials that would be needed to register to vote and live far from government offices that issue them. It is not immediately clear that the order would thwart Democrats, whose base includes more migrants and people of color, more than Republicans. Among other factors, research shows that recently naturalized citizens tend to keep their citizenship papers at hand. Under another provision, the order requires states to use ballots that do not record votes with barcodes or QR codes. That would force some states to make costly changes to their election equipment. Trump's order also seeks to give the Department of Homeland Security and the U.S. DOJ Service the ability to review state voter lists. Election experts questioned the federal government's power to do that work, noting that Republican and Democratic election officials pushed back when a presidential commission during Trump's first term sought copies of state voter rolls. But what drew the most attention Tuesday was the provision on citizenship. Republicans embraced it, and Democrats threatened to sue over it. This is a great first step for election integrity reform nationwide, Georgia's Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger, R., said in a statement. Michigan's Secretary of State Jocelyn Benson, D., said attorneys in her office are reviewing the order. If the election denier-in-chief tries to interfere with our citizens' right to vote, with this or any other action, we'll see him in court, she said in a statement. Arizona for years has required voters to provide proof of citizenship to register to vote in state elections, but because of a Supreme Court ruling, the state has allowed people to register to vote in federal elections without such proof. Other Republican-led states, including Louisiana, New Hampshire, and Wyoming, have recently passed registration laws modeled on Arizona's. The House, meanwhile, is poised to pass legislation requiring proof of citizenship to register to vote. It's unclear whether that measure could make it through the Senate. Unlike Trump's order, the legislation would allow voters to use birth certificates to prove their citizenship. The White House did not immediately say why it excluded birth certificates from the list of documents that can prove citizenship, but Trump has sought to end birthright citizenship. Cleve R. Wootson Jr. contributed to this report.
Yeah. First off, it is Congress that, sets those sorts of rules, not the executive. The other thing is states. The Constitution puts states in charge of elections. And basically, they have to follow federal guidelines for, what it takes to be a citizen or prove citizenship. I think that Trump is making shit up. Okay. No one has ever been able to prove, let alone Trump, that there's widespread election fraud or non-citizens voting in federal elections or anything of the sort. And yeah, there's going to be a bit of it. But funny thing is, in recent memory, the only people that committed voter fraud, in my mind, in Georgia, there was a Republican who voted in, I think, the last gubernatorial election No. It was a federal election. It was back in 2020, I think it was. Um, he voted in Florida, and his mother lives in Georgia, so he voted for her. I think it was in Georgia. So he cast two votes in two different states. That's the last election fraud, at least in Georgia, that I can recall. And it always seems to be, well, I won't say it always seems to be Republicans, but it's always U.S. citizens that seem to commit voter fraud. Um, anyway, we can move on from that. So, speaking of courts and Trump's slippery slope building, where he's either going to depend on the Supreme Court to assign him these powers, or I guess he'll put them in jail if they don't. That seems to be, the alternatives. They prosecuted Trump with far less viable evidence. You know what, Solid Snake? You live in Solid Snake land. Maybe that's what happened in Solid Snake land. But what happened in the actual United States is Trump committed crimes. Hey, but before you start 12th man, I'm not in a mood for bullshit. I don't want my videos talked over. Speak your turn. And if you need me to pause the video, I will pause the video. I'm not in the mood for your usual antics. Other than that, how you doing?
Antics.
You're already starting to annoy me.
I just came on.
You are already starting to annoy me. How you doing? Was my question to you.
Pretty good.
Good for you. Not too bad yet. And here's your buddy Solid Snake. You heard what I said to 12th man? Yeah, the dynamic duo will not ride tonight.
Okay, come on. We just glad to have you back, man. But anyway.
I wasn't gone. I didn't do a show. Oh, by the way, I didn't do a show last night because I was listening to John Galt all day, and I was just tired. No, I watched a lot of John Galt's. The I want to make a man's life miserable instead of just tossing him out and being done with him video. I watched most of it.
Oh yeah, I see it. I was there earlier.
Do you know if he ended up getting rid of him or not? Stanley?
You know what? I do not, because I said, you know what? I have a show to do tonight. And I woke up with I've been having some slight back trouble the past couple of days, most of it because I'm out of shape. But anyway, no, I don't know what the upshot was. Maybe somebody in the audience does.
I missed it all.
I'm kind of out of shape too, Stanley. So,
well, winter's the time to do it. Once summer comes, when you can get outdoors a lot again.
Yeah, and what's happening is weather getting warm and the bones start expanding in that warm weather. That's what I think. And that's where the back problem started, because I've been having it too, man. I swear.
No, I've been doing some, I had to reinstall or actually change a ballast on a light fixture. My kitchen has these neon light fixtures, and turns out the transformer, the ballast, went bad. So I had to actually get up on a ladder and replace it. In that, for it, it's not that much of a one-man job. My son did help, but it spent, me up on a ladder, with my hands, my arms over my head for extended periods. People don't realize that when you put your arms over your head, and the Army knows it, they'll make you run around with your rifle over your head, and it takes a toll on your shoulders and back.
Yeah, it does.
So anyway, Elon is gonna get us Americans $5,000 reparations check with his layoff swamp draining scheme. Yeah, like I said the other night, I want you to go out and put and float a $5,000 check on a down payment on a boat or a car or something like that, and just say and just wait for that $5,000 to hit your checking account.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say, Stanley. I'm sorry, I'm not buying it anymore.
You bought it the first time?
Yeah, I bought it. I was a hook, line, and sinker. I believed it. But then I thought about it. I said, wait a minute. They prosecuted this guy with way less viable evidence to his charges that could be proven. But here you got this guy named Elon all of a sudden breaking in, shutting down all these federal government institutions.
Well, he's not breaking in. He has presidential authority.
Yeah, of course. But
now let me level set here. I don't think what Doge is doing is bad. It's how they're doing it that's the problem. I don't have a problem with Doge going in and basically auditing, but they don't seem to be auditing. I'll have a problem with them going in there and looking under the hood.
Like gathering information for the Chinese, I guess. I don't know.
Well, I don't know about all that, but I want to go on record saying I don't have a problem with Doge's mission. I have a problem with Elon Musk specifically being the head of Doge. I have a problem with his slash and burn method. I would like to see something more, a more sober approach. And to be honest, I think Vivek Ramaswamy would be doing a better job.
My point is, if we find out
because Vivek Ramaswamy actually respects American institutions more so than Elon. That's my personal opinion. And I'm not a Vivek fan. I just think he has a more grounded idea of America, American culture, and American institutions and norms. So go ahead, Solid Snake.
I still find it all a scam. I think it's just a belligerent ploy to make people buy into the federal government. Oh, we're going to save you money on this and that, but we're going to expend it all to the states. And we ain't going to show the states no support because the states ain't doing what Doge is doing to the federal government at the state level.
Okay, so I have no idea what you're saying here. Can you expand on that?
What I'm saying is all this fraud, all this so-called crimes that's been exposed.
What crime? Whoa! What crimes have been exposed? As a matter of fact, there has been no fraud exposed. There has been no crime exposed.
That's what I expected you to say.
Well, you know what? You expect me to say it because hey, before you natter on, dude, I'll put you in the back. I get your point. I will get my say. No, who is in court? Who has been indicted? If there are fraud and crimes, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Nobody.
Okay, well then you know what that leads me to believe, that nobody has committed fraud or a crime.
Did they not explicitly call it theft?
That what?
In his administration, they said the theft of the American taxpayer dollars. But
okay, I have no idea what that means. Could you please address my point? That if no one is indicted, no one is suspected of fraud or a crime.
So no crime has been committed.
Okay, I'm saying there are no indictments. Okay, what usually happens and what usually happens when someone is suspected of a crime? What usually
Liquor
happens?
policy, nothing.
Okay, no. What you want to do is skitter away like a roach who has
No,
the
I'm
lights
not
turned
skittering
on
away.
away
I'm
from my
facing
point.
it head on.
You want to skitter away from my question. Answer it,
What,
please.
what crime has been committed, Stanley?
Yes, what crime?
You collecting taxpayer dollars, basically supporting third world countries, giving them competition towards us, while you also
Do
allowing
you
third world
no.
countries to send their
Let's
riffraff over here to
concentrate
commit
on one
crimes
point at a
that basically
time. You want to
legitimize.
gish gallop
Oh,
like a skittering roach who
it's
has the
not.
lights turned on.
No, I'm not running away
Come
from
on.
this,
Yeah,
Stanley.
you are. No, god damn it, I said what I said, 12th man. Either deal with it or don't.
I think it's all a
There
scam.
has
I
been,
think
hey,
Donald Trump
if
been paid off.
Congress appropriates the money, it is legal. Period.
But ain't nobody going to jail for
Okay,
it.
and the other thing you don't seem to have wrapped your head around, once you submit that check or mail that check, your tax dollars to the government, it is no longer your money.
And that's what I'm saying. Why are we supporting the government that don't support the American people?
You know what? That
At
is
the
the
end of
most
the day,
retarded.
Stanley,
That is the
that's
most
the part.
retarded political
No,
point.
it's not. So
It
basically, the federal
it
government
is
is operating as
thoroughly
mercenaries to third
retarded.
world countries
It
at this
is
point.
retarded. And what
It
happens?
is, Stanley.
This
It's
is what
retarded what they
MAGA.
doing.
This is the real Trump derangement syndrome. You are exhibiting the symptoms.
Okay, Stanley. If you feel that way.
Everything's a crime if Trump doesn't okay it. If Congress okays it, it's a crime.
Well, for 4
My
years, it
tax
was a
dollars
crime.
being spent.
Everything
Your
was a
tax
crime.
dollars are
Everything was a
not your
crime 4
dollars.
years ago, except destroying black communities.
Okay, now you want to see, this is why it's so frustrating talking to someone with
Because
Trump
it's the truth.
retardation syndrome.
Why
Who's
you gotta
talking
use the
about
word
black
retarded,
communities?
Stanley, 'cause
All of
you
a
don't
sudden,
agree.
all
Man,
of
you
a
always
sudden
go to the
we
extremes
have
with it.
gone
Come on.
all of a sudden we have gone from Elon
Democrats, give me a
Musk.
check. I could be a better spokesperson than Stanley.
Okay, all I have to say is I'm not a spokesperson. I'm expressing Stanley's opinion, which is you have no
Liberty
clue what
values.
you're talking about. What you're
Liberty
doing
values.
is you are going to these far right websites or wherever it is you're going and
No, I'm not.
vacuuming
I'm
up.
just analyzing information
God
as
damn
I
it,
see
Snake,
it.
don't overtalk me. What you're doing is vacuuming up all these talking points and stitching them together like it's a cogent argument. We went from Elon Musk to the black community. How is that even a cogent argument?
Well, don't the black community pay taxes?
Okay, you know what? And I've already made the point. I have already made the point. I have already, see, motherfucker, you can't. Brevity is not your strong point. You have to use a paragraph to express a sentence. You have to use a paragraph when a sentence will do.
No, it won't.
That means that is just proof to me that you don't have a point. What you do is you will go on for 5 minutes about nothing. You will go on for 5 minutes about nothing in particular, thinking that you made a point, and everyone is just confused.
Exactly.
The black, as a matter of fact, this point basically covers this point. This point that I made.
Community that's suffering from
this point that once you submit your tax check, those dollars are no longer yours, and your tax dollars get spent. You don't have tax dollars. Your tax dollars are the government's. Period. So this bullshit about your tax dollars being spent on something you don't want, it's not your goddamn money. Once you submit that check.
Did you know you could collect?
about the
Okay,
ass.
now two idiots are talking.
Oh my God.
Never mind.
I gotta be an idiot. Now we gotta be idiots.
Well, you know what? Based on your argument from Elon Musk to the black community, what else could I call you? Smart?
Well, I tell you what, Stanley. I got a better observation than anybody else on this panel.
And I just don't think you do.
Well, you don't have to.
Did you know you could save all your city taxes?
I'm sorry.
and
Why are you talking
Go
at
read
the
the
same
book and
time?
maybe you can find an opinion.
You know, two of y'all
You know, 'cause
talking
you
at the
obviously
same
can't
time
look at daily
makes
news reports and establish one.
it is so funny that
Whether
when the
that's
both of
CNN,
you
you can
over
say,
talk each other,
know.
you make as much sense as when you don't talk over each
Well,
other.
I just said what I said, Stanley.
You know what? And I have no clue what you said because it carried no cogent point.
Of course it doesn't.
No, I don't depend on you for cogent thought.
I don't depend on you either. None of you. I just depend on you for a damn good argument. That's it.
What were you
Hopefully
saying,
one day
12th
you'll
man?
rise to your occasion.
About local city taxes?
That you can deduct those from your federal taxes too. Like, a lot of
Oh,
people
absolutely.
don't
You
know
can.
that.
I think you can deduct state taxes from your federal taxes, if I recall.
Why can't you deduct federal taxes?
Well, you know what? The law doesn't provide for that, I
So
guess.
you basically stealing from me to go take care of gay transgender.
Okay, taxes are not stealing.
Thank you, Lupin Ryan. Oh God, two stooges. That's what I said.
Like
one on the panel and one in the chat. How
in
you
the
doing, Luke?
In the city, when I'm in the city,
yeah, I said
collect all my receipts and
let 12th man talk, please.
Photocopy them to the IRS, and I get like a rebate on that. Like they don't charge me as much if like you don't get the money back per se, but the IRS will charge you less for all your food purchases.
I got you.
And like where you go to the grocery store and shit like that, that can save you a lot of money, you know.
It can, but my point is that people talking about I don't want my tax dollars to, you know what? They're not your dollars. Okay, they're your dollars until you put a stamp on them, or you and mail it, or you hit send if you're filing electronically. This notion that I pay your salary, cop. No, you don't. And I don't know where the notion that, you know, you can walk into a DMV and go, hey, ma'am, I pay your salary. No, actually, you don't. So anyway, what y'all think? Were y'all here for the architecture video?
Which one?
Then you weren't here for it. I started off the show with this 15-minute long talk about the different types of architecture throughout American history, which I thought was pretty fascinating.
The two-story lavatory, that's what I call it, the lobby.
Well, it was CT. It was CT. The I want to be a little white boy for Christmas. He brought up architecture a while ago, and he did kind of get me curious. So what can I say? CT's culture. Next, if I find a video about tea shops, I will show that video too.
Well, they got some interesting architecture over the world, man. They had one I was watching the other day. I think he in India. It looked like a little what you call it back they had back in the day in China with this big ass one city that was built. It was just basically one building, but it was like a couple hundred stories high, 50 stories high, whatever. But they came and made these little structures or these buildings look like container houses stacked on top of each other in a real artistic
Yeah, I
way.
know.
Like,
That
like that was amazing.
that wasn't covered, but I would say that's kind of maybe brutalist.
Oh man, you ought to see it, Stanley. Man, that shit
Oh,
was
I've
beautiful.
seen them
Again, I
on.
can see the architectural relevance to it, but the thing about it is some of the support structures, like they had like complete floors with no footing, like no, it was like just an overhang, but it was like, I'd say maybe 10, 14 feet square. And I was like, good Jesus. And that's just hanging over. And then there's like other structures on top of it. And it was like, how is that being supported at such an angle with no, I don't know. I'm going to tell you something. I don't understand architecture, but yeah, they say, no, this was in South America, somewhere in South America. This architect, this designer had built this building. And man, I'm talking about, it was breathtaking the way it's designed. Like when you just look at it full on from a construction standpoint, you be like, how did they make that work? And then it don't wobble or nothing like that, because they say it's been through like 3 or 4 earthquakes. And
Gotcha.
it hasn't. I was like, Jesus Christ, how they do that with no, because they got the overhang of the levels, and I was like, Jesus Christ, I don't know how
Well,
they do it.
maybe they use hurricane rods or something. Let me address DiCapriono here. DiCapriono, those dollars are extracted from the paychecks of us workers, and yeah.
Exactly, that's stuff, Stanley. If we don't,
Well, no, they're
well,
called taxes. They are called taxes, and though my point isn't that you pay taxes or how taxes are extracted. My point is that once you pay your taxes, those dollars are no longer yours. That's my point.
and that's what I'm saying. Who's to say that we don't have a third world government controlling our foundational government
You
at the
know
federal
what?
level?
You know what? I'm not going to even entertain that thought.
I wouldn't either, because it's scary when you think about it. What other countries do what
Wait,
we
hold
do?
it. Wait, hold it. I'm sorry, Stanley. If you keep being mean to Solid Snake, I'll tell
Come
everyone
on.
your phone number.
You
Hey,
just,
hey,
you just,
Stank D. Tell them to call me because I'm
oh,
gonna keep being me.
oh.
All I have to say is sure. Now, here's the funny thing about phones. If it's a number I think is spam, I identify it as spam, and I no longer they no longer ring. So if you think I fear you doxing my phone number, fuck you. Do your worst. There is such a thing as technology, and I actually understand technology enough that, and actually some of y'all I might want to talk to on the phone. Never know. If you got a show idea, by the way,
Oh, no.
if you
I'll email
Maybe
you
it's a
my
good
phone
idea.
number,
if you
Stanley,
Maybe
look
if you
motherfuckers
if
want
you
it.
look
better.
if you look on screen, you'll see my email address in my name. Um, Everyone has my email address if you need to talk to me about a show idea or something productive. But the nice thing about emails is I can delete those. uh,
You don't delete my emails, do you, Stanley?
they auto delete at some point, but no, I don't.
Dude, I hardly ever check my email.
That's good.
So my point is, I will be who I am, Stank D. Your threats do not bother me. It's funny because somebody from Washington State called me a couple times, and I just told my phone, hey, that's a spam number. And you know what? Poof, the problem was solved.
Hey,
I love my Pixel. So anyway, let's
Pixel, I
look at,
just
when do
joined
I
the
get your
iPhone on
phone
it.
number,
I got
Stanley?
an iPhone.
hey, you know what? How do you get it? Well, Stank D says if I keep being mean to Solid Snake, I'll tell everyone your phone number. So I'm
Don't
gonna
go
keep
so
be
far,
I'm
Stan.
gonna keep being me I don't think I'm being mean to Solid Snake, but I will not alter my behavior. And if that means Stank D has to hand out my phone number to everybody, you know what? All I suggest is that if you call, use your caller ID so I know who it is. And if I want to talk to you, I'll talk to you. If I don't, I'll just tell my phone it's
Well, that
spam.
sounds
And
like a good way to get banned. Like that's when you use your ban hammer.
nah, you know what? Why
When
ban? Because I know if people start calling me, Stank D is the one who made the threat, so I know who will provide the folks. So Frank Stank D must think I'm some little girl who's afraid of being doxxed. Fuck y'all. I got a shotgun. I got a shotgun and I know technology. Not a one of y'all.
Going hard tonight on me, man.
Hey, you know what? You're going hard on yourself. If you
Lucas
make
going
sense.
hard. You say if there is fraud, is both parties are liable.
Oh well, look.
got a shotgun.
There are things that we would frown upon that politicians do, but they've been look, one of the reasons there was an American Revolution is because elites like land speculators, George Washington was one of those land speculators. Britain said no longer can you go and take Indians' land and like just claim it and sell it for profit. The main reason being is we're having to pay for like French and Indian wars. Okay, y'all are stirring up dust by this land speculation. You need to stop it. And you know what? The founding generation got pissed off because Britain said you can't go out and commit fraud by stealing land and auctioning it off. So America, politicians and rich people have been doing these sorts of things that are barely legal for centuries.
England wanted it for themselves. Of course, they're going to say that, Stanley. They wanted that land for themselves. Come on, man.
I'm sorry, say that again.
England wanted that land for themselves. They didn't give a shit about the
You need
Native
to read a
Americans.
history book, sir.
Yeah, they wanted it all for themselves. That's why they.
No, that's not my
happened.
reading. That's not my reading of history.
So you want to go back to England?
No, I don't want to go back to England. I literally said I literally said American history.
Yeah, the war of 1812 against Canada, we should have kept going. Then this was
okay, that has nothing to do with my point.
My point is, so you saying that the tax dollars, the money that they take out of our working wages, that they so astronomically they don't seem to be phased by the NAFTA agreement because they can just.
Oh wait, hold it. How did NAFTA? No. This isn't a free range conversation.
It's a big topic in my paradigm, Stanley. NAFTA.
Okay, well, you know what? Your paradigm on your show. You are up here in my paradigm. So your paradigm, unless your paradigm jives with my paradigm, I don't care about your paradigm.
Well, you don't.
And Zhang, you know, all I have to say about Senator Graham is please don't make me the defendant in a lawsuit from something you're alleging.
I ain't too much worried about
They're
all that.
grabbing the
Well, that's a
field.
good. Hey, Lupin, you make a good point. So let's move on to it. Quite frankly, I've said it, over the past week or two. The judicial branch
Hey,
tends to
Lupin.
be.
Hey, wait a minute. I want to speak
Well,
on
hold
this. I
on.
want to speak on
I'm
this.
in the middle of
I want
something.
to
Why are
speak
you?
on this.
Why
This
are you
black man who's
interrupting
so
my
caught on this
monologue?
phone having a black
Why
man
are you
lady want to
interrupting
talk
my
about the
monologue?
taxpayers that live in states
Why?
where he don't even live in the
Address
state.
him
He
in the
playing out
chat.
to a
I'm
white state
talking.
through a white
Okay,
school and
this
want to talk
motherfucker.
shit.
Goddamn, calm down, Solid Snake. What
Solid
the
Snake,
fuck?
address the chat. The comment is in the chat. Doesn't require you to talk over me.
Almighty motherfucker, text all nothing. That's what you is. Text all nothing, Lupin. Join the panel.
You know what? Mouth Almighty's act. You know what? That's a show. That's a show title.
And mine be all ready for the cap that this motherfucker always want to spit out in the motherfucking chat. Stop talking, man. Please, Jesus Christ.
All right, Mouth Almighty. It made me laugh out loud, Lupin. It's got to be a show title.
It's pretty funny, wasn't it?
It is.
That sure is, especially when I'm right.
All right. So as I was saying, the judicial branch has always kind of been my favorite branch, mainly because they move at the pace of judgment, I guess, and it is amusing to see that they are toothless tigers, basically. If you go back and you read about the Constitution, judgments, federal judges basically rule because we are a quote nation of laws and are kind of bound to uphold the Constitution. Public officials are. So there's a lot of, when people say America was founded upon an idea, the idea is that the force of law is something kind of like the binding that holds the fabric of America together. And one of my biggest problems with the Trump administration is they want to rend that garment asunder. They want to basically rip up the fabric of America in favor of a unitary executive. And I think that if we are a nation of laws, if that is true, then if you go and look at the Constitution, Article 1 comes before Article 2. Article 1 is twice as big as far as words than Article 2 is. Congress, the legislature, the framers considered more important than the president or the judiciary. And I was actually, maybe I'll do a video about judicial about judicial review, because it's rather interesting. Judicial review is actually something that isn't specified in the Constitution. It was just a power that was taken by the Supreme Court. However, there's precedence for judicial review before the United States was ever formed. And to me, anyway, judicial review is more a tradition, but it's a time-honored tradition. And that Trump wants to basically, challenge the judiciary. He will win that fight, okay, but at what cost? So this video, Federal Judges versus MAGA. This is Lady Boulay, the elderly lady who reminds me of my dear departed mother. That's why I kind of enjoy her. Though I don't agree with everything she says, I just enjoy hearing her perspective. And here we go.
Judges versus MAGA. There is a tug of war going on between the Trump administration and the federal judges. Remember, Donald Trump really thinks he can do anything he wants to do, but this country does have a set of laws in place that are designed to govern this country. So, what's going on is that Donald Trump is making these authoritarian moves, and the courts are striking those moves down. So Donald Trump is doing what he always does when somebody opposes him. He tries to find a way to get back at them. So now he's going after the federal judges. Remember, this woman, Gwen Wilcox, was appointed to the National Labor Relations Board in 2021 by Joe Biden. She was the first Black person to serve on that board. Immediately after taking office, Donald Trump fired her. No reason was given. He just fired her. She took her case to the National District Court of the District of Columbia, and Judge Beryl Howell reinstated her and told Donald Trump that a president of the United States is not a king. Well, naturally, he didn't like that. Then last
And
week,
she
Trump
is.
deported Venezuelan migrants that he called gangs, dangerous gangs, to El Salvador. And the judge in Texas, Boasberg, said that it was illegal, that they had not been given due process. But Trump got mad and wants to impeach this judge. So now there's a real fight going on between the Trump administration and the federal judges. So let's talk about it. Article 3, Section 1 of the Constitution says judicial powers of the United States shall be vested in one Supreme Court and in such inferior courts as the Congress may from time to time ordain and establish. So the Constitution established the Supreme Court, but it gave the power to the Congress to establish what it calls inferior courts. The inferior courts are the district courts and the circuit courts of appeal. The inferior federal courts were established to ensure a more efficient and organized judicial system within the United States. In other words, the Supreme Court cannot handle all of these cases, and some of these cases don't even need to go to the Supreme Court. They can be handled in a lower court. The Supreme Court only hears about 80 cases a year, whereas 7,000 to 8,000 cases are submitted to them. So they need help in handling all of these cases. So that is why the lower courts were established. Now, Congress has the power to establish those courts, but those courts are supposed to work with the Supreme Court to settle cases involving the federal government. Now, here's why this discussion is important. This is Mike Johnson, the Speaker of the House of Representatives. He is a MAGA man. He's a big time Trump supporter, and he would have to be the Speaker of the House. Now, he has come out to say that they just need to do away with the district courts because the Congress is over the courts. Now, the Constitution gave the Congress the power to establish the district courts and the Circuit Court of Appeals to relieve the burden of the Supreme Court. And that's just my way of putting it. Now he's going to try to threaten to end these lower courts if they don't rule the way Donald Trump wants them to rule. So this is what came out today. House Speaker Mike Johnson, we do have authority over the federal courts. That's what he said. Now, again, the Constitution gives the Congress the power to establish lower courts, but not for them to rule the way any particular party wants them to rule. So I'll share a little bit of the article. And this is from USA Today. House Speaker Mike Johnson said Congress has broad authority over the federal courts Tuesday as lawmakers search for a response to district judges who have blocked President Donald Trump's actions. We do have authority over the federal courts, Johnson said at a press conference. We can eliminate an entire district court. We have power of funding over the courts and all these other things. But desperate times call for desperate measures, and Congress is going to act. Well, right now, in order for them to do anything with the district courts, they would have to have the entire Congress involved. The Republicans can't do anything by themselves. And he's speaking as if they can. The Republicans only have 218 members in the House of Representatives. They barely have enough to pass a bill, let alone impeach a judge or do away with the district. They have to have the support of the entire Congress, and they don't have that. So he's just blowing smoke. Johnson later said that he did not mean the comment as a threat, but was instead trying to illustrate that the Congress has a broad scope of authority over the courts. It did come off as a threat, but he probably thought better of it, realizing that he didn't have the numbers to back up that big talk. Last week, Trump called for the impeachment of Judge James Boasberg, a U.S. district judge who ordered the administration to temporarily halt the deportation of alleged Venezuelan gang members. So that's when he really got mad because he thought he had the authority to deport people who were in the country illegally, but apparently they had not been given due process. So the judge temporarily halted the deportation. And that was the plane that was in the air when the judge made the ruling, and they wouldn't turn the plane back. But Trump really got upset about that. And that's when he started talking about impeaching judges. So here is the matchup: Congressman Mike Johnson for MAGA and the federal judges. The first one telling Trump he's not a king. The second one telling Trump you have to give even illegal immigrants due process. And the third one telling Trump that he
Bullshit.
cannot ban transgenders from serving in the United States military. So this is a lineup. And Trump really wants to do something about these judges because that's just who he is. If you oppose him, he wants to get back at you. He wants to find a way to punish you. So he's talking about impeaching these judges. Well, the problem is that in order to impeach a federal judge, you have to have a 67 supermajority in the United States Senate. The Republicans only have 53 senators. So they would have to persuade 14 Democrats to vote with them in impeaching those federal judges. Now, mind you, some of those judges were appointed by Republican presidents, but I seriously doubt that they would get even one Democrat to go along with this nonsense, because you can't just remove a judge because he doesn't agree with your agenda. Like, I honestly thought that he could deport those illegals from the United States. I think many of us did. So now I'm going to have to go back and read the Immigration Act, the latest Immigration Act, to see what their rights are. But these judges are standing on the principle they have to judge on what the law says. They have to go by what the law says. And that is what they're doing. And so he can't take somebody telling him no. But I believe these judges are going to stand on principle, and he can't do anything with the Supreme Court. They could impeach the Supreme Court too, but it would be the same thing. So you can't just go around impeaching judges because they don't agree with your agenda or they won't rule in your favor. Because if you do that, you might as well throw the whole thing away. But anyway,
Well, once again, the great Lady Boulay has tossed her opinion into the ring, and I basically agree with it. Hey, Tom, how you doing?
This is ridiculous.
What's up, Tom?
Doing fine. How are you, Stanley?
Pretty good. I have a quick question to Solid Snake.
What up, Tom? Go ahead, Stanley.
Hey, son.
Question: thugging with academics is basically what it is. I'm not sure I understand what you're referring to.
Well, Stanley, when you just basically just told me that the federal government takes their money, so basically you admitting to slavery. You just said it's not my money.
Okay, whoa.
What's the purpose of
I'm
working if
admitting
it's not
what
my money?
slavery.
If you could just take my money all willy nilly and it wasn't mine to begin with.
Okay,
what's the purpose,
who's
Stanley?
taking your money?
No, that's what you just said. Taxes.
Okay, no,
Basically,
I said
not yours.
once
That's your money.
once
That's
you
their money. So
voluntarily,
basically, what they take out my check before I have a voice in any say, other than voting for elected officials, I don't have a say
okay,
in where it goes. It's not my money. That's your
it is not
argument,
your
Stanley.
money.
So
Once you pay
basically,
it,
that's what I'm saying.
and you
You
know what?
thugging with intelligence,
Well, hold
basically.
it. Hold on. Okay.
I
What
think
you
that's what
need
the
to
whole
do,
academic
no,
avenue is
this is
about.
what you
Allow the
always do,
people that's
Solid
educated
Snake.
to speak to the
You will
lower class
gish
people
gallop.
about how
You
we need
will
to
you
spend
will
your money.
use a paragraph when a sentence will do.
It's not stealing.
I need to answer your point. Are you gonna let me? Can't you not do federal withholding? It's been a while since I've even filled out a W-2 or any of that stuff. You don't have to have federal taxes at least taken out. Okay, and here is my point. Once you have paid the tax, whether it's automatically deducted or you owe, you know, an April
Hey, Stanley,
15th
what happens
check,
to a man if he
motherfucker,
work
you
a
are
job?
interrupting me mid-sentence, and I don't appreciate it.
Okay, fine. Go ahead.
Once you pay your taxes, it is no longer your money. And
Okay.
acting like it is
What happens if I don't pay
it
my
is
taxes,
just
Stanley?
not actually understanding reality.
What happens when I don't pay my taxes, Stanley?
Now it depends. You know, if you owe $2 in taxes, they're not going to waste the time to
Stanley,
arrest
if I
you.
made $40,000 within a year,
Okay,
I'm most likely not going to owe the federal government $2
okay,
in
then what
taxes.
the fuck are you complaining about? If you don't owe taxes, why are you even complaining? Most Americans don't owe
I don't owe
taxes.
taxes because I pay
And
taxes,
you know,
Stanley. That's the
all I
thing.
have to say is if you're making $40,000 a year, especially if you have kids plus a standard deduction, you are probably going to be owed money. Why the fuck are you complaining?
Because I'm single with
See,
no
you're just
kids.
complaining
And those
because
guys getting my
you're
tax money
just
that I get to
complaining.
kick back because I
You
don't
are
agree with none
just,
of this shit they doing.
you know what, Solid Snake? You're programmed. You're a MAGA bot, and your programming is to just
I'm brand new.
complain.
All the information
You
I
are
bet received
complaining
over the
about,
past 6 years ain't never been typed
dude,
in
I'm
into
gonna get my
classified
monologue in.
institutions ever.
I am
Stop.
going to get my monologue in. You are literally the spokesperson for people who make way more money than you and don't like paying taxes. You don't pay taxes. You don't
I
pay
shouldn't
federal
have to pay
taxes.
taxes, Stanley.
More than likely, you're going to get a refund. Okay? You are mouth almighty for actual taxpayers who don't they don't pay you a salary for being their magabot mouthpiece. Okay, and I'm tired. I'm in a mood to just call bullshit. You complaining about federal taxes and your tax dollars is laughable. You are the true Trump derangement syndrome.
They says all over the
Oh,
world.
you're still talking. You will hear what I have to say. If you got to do it from the back, you're going to hear it. In Thugging with Academics, once again, you're spouting shit that makes no sense and probably has nothing to do with the topic. I know other shows kind of allow you latitude to make funny statements and, be the fucking Scatman Crothers of the internet, but I'm not in that mood tonight.
Stanley, can I ask you a question? What's a Statman's brother? Or
You don't
whatever
know who
that is?
Scatman Crothers is?
No, sir.
Let Brian speak. Let Brian speak.
You
Let
gotta
Brian
tell
speak,
a
y'all.
story
Let
about
Brian
that.
get a few
I'm
cents. Come
sorry
on,
for
Brian.
the
Come on, get
obscure
some of this.
reference.
Not that
You're
obscure.
over
I mean, not Ryan Tom. Shit.
12
My
man.
bad.
You're over 50.
damn
You
it.
should know who Scatman Crothers is.
Anybody who's seen The Shining ought
Oh,
to.
Lord, I'm so embarrassed.
Have
My
you,
bad,
Tom?
Yes.
Scatman.
Scatman Crothers. Scatman
Oh,
Crothers.
Roberts.
He was in The Shining. He was the voice of Hong Kong Phooey. He's a very popular actor.
See, I love this is why I love throwing in those obscure cultural references. It separates the sheep from the goat.
It's not obscure. It's everybody knows who Scatman.
Well, I was all into Bruce Lee back in those days. So.
Well, to your point, Bruce
Wait,
Scatman.
hold it. So you went to Bruce Lee from Hong Kong Phooey?
Well, I mean, it's actually plausible. I mean, be honest.
I admit it is
He
not
was
illogically
on the Love Boat probably 20 times. He was on Fantasy Island. He was
not the Love Boat.
Yeah.
The Love
Next
Boat.
you're gonna bring up JR.
I don't think he was on.
Movie,
I don't think he was on Dallas.
Come on, when you look up
Okay.
Hong Kong Phooey, come up naturally.
Or whatever.
Hong Kong Phooey.
Or Hawaii 5-0.
He might have been on Hawaii. He was on a lot of stuff.
Lupin,
Fabulous.
who is my VOR, actually, voice of reason. What do we have in common with them? Being stupid and buying into division politics that are used to keep 98% of the population confused. Well, Lupin, this will be one of those very extremely rare times that we disagree. If 98% of the population is confused, they are willing participants in their confusion. If you want to know something, info's readily available.
But if 98% of called confused, if you feel like 98%, that's a personal thing. And I feel like if you feel like 98 confused, let's think about that 2%.
Okay, what should we think about the 2%?
Do you think they may be the ones confused? Maybe not the 98%.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I don't think everybody that damn stupid.
Oh man.
I mean, if I can listen to you and say you intellectual and say you make sense, but if you make sense, why you not angry? And I see, well, okay, well.
12th man.
That's my point.
Solid
That's my
Snake,
opinion.
do you ever confuse yourself?
All the time, Stanley. All the time.
Oh, okay. So I want to, Lupin, I think that if 98%, and that, you know what, I don't know whether that's an exaggeration or not. All I'm saying is that information's out there. Newspapers dying, people getting their news from TikTok. There are ways to dive deeper, and I want to interweave this back to a point, because I think all the problems we have, or supposed problems, alleged problems we have in the United States, comes back to education and, before education, parenting. Okay, kids are naturally curious. That curiosity needs to be fostered, and I'm not sure that gets accomplished. I had someone talking to me earlier today about her experience, like when she was really young, kind of being put into a gifted and talented program, and her parents yanking her back into being with normal kids. I think gifted programs kind of beat the curiosity out of you. Um, I think we need better teachers. We need better parents who just every kid is curious. It needs to be fostered. I often give my father, and I talked to him about it maybe a year ago, and I told him, you know what, thinking back on it, how you just did not you know, put me in my room and close the door. I asked questions about everything. And one, the story I made him laugh about, he goes, "Well, Stanley, you're doing this late night show. When do you sleep?" And I reminded him of, hey, you remember I once asked you a off the wall question like, when do deer sleep? And your patient response was when they need to go to sleep. Because you'd see deer at night, you see deer during the day. When do they sleep? So my response is, I will say what you told me about the deer. I sleep when I need to sleep. It was a cute little story, but it's an example of the kind of questions I would ask. I was curious about everything. We need to foster that in kids who are naturally curious. Engage them. You don't have to baby talk them. Engage them. Treat them, not like adults, but don't baby talk them. Talk like you usually talk. They'll come up to your level. That's what kids are designed to do. So anyway, Lupin, if there is ignorance about political matters or cultural matters, it's a willful ignorance. There's plenty of ways to be informed.
I'm just glad you didn't say Nipsey Russell.
Oh, you know what? I was never that big a fan because, other than the Love Boat, I don't ever remember seeing him on anything other than Match Game. My favorite.
He was on
my favorite game show of all time.
He was on tons of game shows, but then he also was on those Dean Martin roasts a lot.
Was he really?
Oh yeah.
I've watched the Dean Martin roast, but it's been decades, so maybe I ought to go back and watch a few of them. Oh, Dean Martin was funny as hell, though.
Something I should look up. Was Nipsey Russell level on Fred Sanford? Oh,
was ever what?
I don't know. I know I know Scatman Crothers was.
Sanford and Son, like Red Fox. Sanford and Son. Yeah, that was a good one.
Yeah, Scatman Crothers was on Sanford and Son.
Well, yeah, usually as a guest. I don't think he was ever a regular, was he?
No, he was a guest.
He was a good guy. You know what? I don't know how you can be 50 and above and
I know
and not know who he is.
Nipsey Russell was funny as hell to me. I seen one of his stand-ups a long time ago with my uncle. He was one of his biggest fans. He used to always have Nipsey Russell. He used to get the old DVD, the old video, VHS, whatever, have them playing in the background. Back when they used to have the little cassette decks, the little take 8 tracks, the Nipsey Russell 8-track. Yeah, then he did like the VHS of it. Because he had like a couple of stand-ups he got over satellite back in the early 80s when satellite was just booming off all of a sudden. Had some of his old stand-ups on it.
All right, well, let's sally forth here. Administration invokes state secrets privilege to shield info on deportation flights. Anything and everything to get what needs to be done accomplished. The Trump administration is refusing to provide a federal judge with any additional information about last week's deportation flights under the Alien Enemies Act, arguing the disclosure of the information would pose reasonable danger to national security in foreign affairs. In a
That's
court
right.
filing Monday evening and in a series of sworn affidavits by 3 top cabinet officials, the Trump administration invoked the state secrets privilege to attempt to stop U.S. District Judge James Boasberg from learning more information about the flights as the judge tries to determine if the government willfully violated a court order last week. And I'm not going to go farther than that. My comment on this is the judge has lost that fight. However, I believe he has basically ordered that no more flights occur. So we will
Bullshit.
see how that turns out. Bottom line is Trump is going to strong arm his way into it. The Supreme he is basically he is, in my opinion, he's probably kind of pissed off the Supreme Court, wanting to impeach, judges who rule against him. So I think the Alien Enemies Act, and Tom, you were here, when we went into detail about it. I think that's fine. It's the due process part that's the problem. And that's a constitutional thing. Trump is going to have to
Stanley,
deal
can
with
I
it.
ask you,
What you can do is wait till I'm
can
done.
I ask you a
What you can
question,
do
Stanley?
is wait till I am done and then ask the question. Trump runs the risk of being blatantly unconstitutional, like he hasn't already, ignoring that due process thing. And who knows, he might win the due process argument, but he's not even willing to, prove, his arguments. He just wants to impeach. America voted for this. America's going to reap, to use a horrible term, they're gonna reap the whirlwind. And Trump wanting to come in and bust up everything, it's gonna have repercussions and possibly permanent problems he's creating. And you vote for what you get. You wanted a shakeup, expecting the shakeup not to have trickle down effects into, like your everyday lives. It's coming. Okay. If you can, attempt to deport legal residents, the next phase is going to be revoking citizenship of naturalized citizens. And I predict that. Hopefully I'm wrong, but why not? If you're going to use the logic of, you should be thankful to be here, Ilhan Omar, why can't citizenship be revoked? So I'm looking for that. Once we cross that threshold, we will have basically, Trump will have broken something that's almost sacrosanct, U.S. citizenship. Let's see if he has enough balls to do that.
Of course he
Stanley,
does.
we should send some of those tattoo faces to your house.
You know what? I have no
so you
fucking
take
idea what
care
you're
of 'em.
talking about here. Thank you for that comment. What do you have to say, Solid Snake?
Yeah, I'm thinking that's like a dual-edged sword right there, man. I mean, if he do it,
What's
why
a
can't I
dual-edged
do it?
sword?
Like, the immunization, I mean, the denaturalization thing, man. I think that's going to be a double-edged sword. It ain't going to.
Oh
It
yeah,
ain't gonna play out the way we think
dual-edged
it's gonna
sword?
play.
No. It's gonna be a lawnmower.
Yeah,
It's
that
gonna
go both
it's
ways.
gonna
I'm
be
telling
a
you, it's gonna
spinning
be a lawnmower
it's
that
gonna
go
be
both
a
ways.
spinning dual-edged sword.
Yeah,
It's gonna
especially.
mow down a whole bunch of things.
And then when the powers shift and change, the rules ain't gonna never change along with it. And guess what's gonna happen? It's gonna go back and it's gonna cut into reverse, and it's gonna take out everybody that they wanted to. Come on, man. Come on.
Right. Let me address this comment from Zhang, who may be a naturalized citizen for all I know. It's a foreign name. It's just a joke. Naturalized citizens can have their citizenship revoked through a process called denaturalization. Believe it or not, Zhang, you might not have been here, but we actually covered this several months ago. Usually it's obtaining citizenship through a fraudulent method. Okay, so what I'm talking about is if everything worked out, everything was done correctly, paperwork, T's crossed, I's dotted, but you don't show sufficient gratitude to be a United States citizen, I predict, and I could be hyperbolic here, but I think that there are going to be people who say we're part of protests at Columbia University who will go, Trump will go, hey, you're a naturalized citizenship. You have not shown thankfulness for being a part of the great American experience. We're going to revoke your citizenship. Now, I might be hyperbolic, but I think that's within the realm of possibility. If you will go after legal residents who have been here since they were children, and I did a news article about a 21-year-old Columbia student, been here since she was 7, legal resident. They want to deport her. I don't think it's a great leap forward to have Trump denaturalizing people who are naturalized citizens.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm trying to get at. I don't like this whole denaturalization thing because what protects the African American, the natural born, naturalized citizen through slavery, through the indoctrination of the amendment? What did it undercut it at some point? I mean,
okay, I have no clue where you're going with this.
Okay, that's what I'm trying to tell you. Like,
there are African Americans whose lineages go farther. Okay, I will say what I have to say, and I will not be overtalked. Period.
I'm not overtalking.
There are African Americans whose lineages go farther back than a lot of, say, white folks who, say their grandparents were immigrants, in the 20s or 30s. There are black people who have longer lineages in America than some white people. What's your point?
Yeah, because I'm like,
there is no that. What do you mean protection? Why do we need protection?
Hold on, who, me? No,
yeah, you.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The Denaturalization Act.
Okay, how are you going to look? The denaturalization argument, dude. Most Black Americans are not naturalized citizens.
How do you know that?
What the fuck do you mean? How do I know that?
Yeah, explain.
Black people, people of African descent have literally been on this continent since the 16th century, in what is now America since the 17th century. Black people were here before. Black people were here. 1619 happened before the Mayflower arrived.
Okay.
So you know what? When I'm talking denaturalization, how do you denaturalize someone? What's the process, Solid Snake? No. Don't just say, answer my question. How does denaturalization work for a naturalized citizen? And why do you think?
What I'm saying is,
why do you think me, for instance? God damn it, Solid Snake, you will listen to this question, or I'll just kick you.
No, what I'm saying, that's what I'm trying to.
No. I don't care what you're saying. I need you to listen to my question and give a cogent response. How does denaturalization, the worry about that, have anything to do with a quote FBA?
Weren't you slaves?
What does that have to do with anything?
Oh, god damn it. Never mind. Never fucking mind.
Have you ever heard
You
of
just asked
something?
me for a
Have you
fucking
ever
question answer, and I
heard
just
of
gave you
something?
a straight
Have
up
you
answer.
ever?
Weren't you a
I will put
slave,
you in
Stanley?
the back because I will get my response. 13th Amendment, 14th Amendment. That's all you need to know. That's the answer to your ridiculous, ahistorical question.
And you goddamn.
Dude, you will heal. Period.
Solid Snake, the vast majority of U.S. citizens are citizens by birth. They were born here, and that's the reason they're a citizen. Only about 6% are naturalized. So all those people that were born years and years ago.
Talking about the purpose, we're talking about the structure of denaturalization of citizenship.
Right.
Okay, so denaturalization assumes you were naturalized.
Yeah.
Foundational Black Americans to use that term, though I actually prefer American descendants of slavery, but to use one of those terms, we're not naturalized citizens. We are literally, if you want to use the term, constitutional citizens, if you have that kind of deep roots.
How long did the slave trade go on?
Not
naturalized
citizens, constitutional citizens. I need you to address my points. I need you to address my points, not wander off into Solid Snake land. Address my points, and then we can move on. Now I get crickets.
I'm just saying, the term denaturalization.
What I need you to do is just answer my question. What you have to say, address my question, and then we can move on.
Okay, what's your
Rufin,
question?
what's up, man?
Nothing much. Just up. Good morning to the panel. Making some breakfast. Getting ready to start
What
work.
you making?
Gonna scramble some eggs, and I think I'm gonna have some avocados. And let me see. I have some beef sausage. I think that's what we're gonna do.
Avocados, rich,
Yep, avocado,
rich,
scrambled egg, and
rich
beef
people
sausage.
breakfast.
Okay, first of all, you got
Eggs.
avocados. Secondly, you can afford eggs for breakfast.
Oh my God!
Trade them.
Dealing with Solid Snake again. What's up, Solid Snake? I never had an opportunity. You said to come and join you with the smoke, but
Yeah,
I'm not
man,
really
what's
about the
up,
smoke.
man?
I'm not really about the smoke. I like to have intellectually challenging conversations. I'm not with the ad hominem, so go
Oh
right
no,
ahead.
no, no! Ad
Well,
hominems are part of my intellectual argument.
I'm saying, denaturalization.
No, Stanley, to clarify, you know what I was the 2% I did overstate. See, what I was making reference to was, I have like I look at like things from like a more or less like you probably do too as well from a historical perspective,
Right.
being from where I am from. So I've seen these type of things. So this is nothing new. You know what I
Right.
mean? It's the same playbook when you look through Central American, how the 2% or the 3%, the very rich, they control everything, all the resources, and then the people that are on the bottom, which I liken to myself.
Well,
Um,
I'm gonna actually tell you you're not far off base. If you
mhm.
want to factor in like you just did, and I didn't think of it, frankly, you will have. I understand your point now about the billionaires controlling media. I get what you're saying. It makes sense now.
So yeah,
You're
that's
gonna
all I was saying.
98% or whatever that number is. You're gonna know what they want you to know.
Right, they control everything. They control the jobs. They control the
See,
media. They control all of the
well,
inputs
you
and
know what?
everything else in the society.
I
So
still say if you are vigilant, you can, get a version or an alternate version. Ground news is something Uncle Fatty. Hey, Uncle Fatty, I see you in the chat. I had known about ground news, but they kind of present a balanced, like on a topic, they'll
yeah,
give you one side and another side, and you
Yeah.
decide. But I get your point, and I retract part of my critique. Then
No. Critique is always welcome. That's why I said I'm
no,
very
I
open minded
couldn't
to listen
connect
to
to
everybody.
billionaires until you crack the code. Zhang Wei, your point about the Socratic method, which I'm a huge fan of. I have a dear friend of mine that I know from a Discord channel, and he listens occasionally. An older gentleman, he's in his 80s, so he's my father's age, and he chastises me on that Discord. Stanley, you need to stop the ad hominems. You need to be more Socratic. I know you can do both, but you need to be more Socratic. Now, that requires patience that I do not have. If I was addressing a group of children, even high schoolers, I would try and have much more patience. These are grown men and women, okay? And I do that you are ignorant of a point and feel comfortable talking on that point, me included, I'm sure I do it too. You get what you get. If you make a stupid point, part of America's problem is people don't just call a stupid point a stupid point. Okay. We and the right, oddly enough, wanting civil discourse. No. They don't like rough and tumble. They don't like actual politics. And if anyone has ever had the privilege of listening to a Supreme Court session, I love their Socratic method. Okay, those justices will interrupt a lawyer midpoint or interrupt another justice. It is rough and tumble, and you better be able to think on your feet. And if you know your shit, you'll be able to think on your feet. I love the Supreme Court. I love their methods, and it's rigorous, it's fast, and you better know your shit. And I'm sorry, I use that as a
And then
model,
with the point
rightly or
by
wrongly.
billionaires. Wait a
Y'all,
minute, Stan.
y'all can flush me down the shitter, but that's how I like to do it.
You just said you love the Supreme Court that was appointed by billionaires and being ingratiated as such
Oh, you mean
currently.
the president who is a billionaire? Sure,
No,
I get your point.
no. See, there you go with that anti-Trump derangement syndrome thing you got going on.
Yeah. That's anti-Trump,
Yeah.
except
See, I'm not worried about Trump anymore. I'm worried about the guys
it
pulling
is
his
the truth.
strings, Stanley.
Trump is a
I'm worried about the
billionaire,
guys
and he
pulling his
appointed 3
strings.
of those justices.
Because obviously the only true billionaire in that White House is Elon Musk. Okay? Let's get that point straight.
Wait, hold it. So now you admit Elon is in the White House? Okay.
Wait a
Then
minute. When did I say he
therefore,
wasn't?
my
When did I
question to
say he
you
wasn't? And when
is
did
he
I say that
actually
Trump was a
president?
billionaire? Wait a minute,
Okay,
Stanley.
you know what?
Get what I'm saying.
All you're doing is spinning your wheels.
Yeah, but Stanley, how do you elaborate the African American current day different from a naturalized citizen that just came over here on the boat, being that we descendants of
I
slaves?
literally told
I
you
get what
how, and you were too
DiCaprio
busy
said about
talking to hear my
1868.
answer.
I get that. But if this law passes through, it will precede
What
that
law?
law.
What law?
The Denaturalization Act they working on. Come on now. It's going way back to 1817. Come on now. Y'all.
Okay, was 1817 before 1860? I'm sorry, 1865.
See,
What happened between 18? What happened between 18? What happened?
It's necessary.
Okay, this motherfucker. Solid Snake, what happened between 1817 and 2025 that affects black people directly?
I don't know. Maybe
You don't know.
Maybe Jim. I don't know. I
Oh
don't
my
know,
lord.
Stanley. You're the educated person. Inform the panel. Because I'm
Okay,
honestly,
you know
Joe
what?
is
I'm gonna
stupid
let you.
Slavery.
I'm gonna let you figure that out on your own.
Well, I
And
can
you know
Google
what,
it,
Shang
but
Wei? The Socratic method works, and mostly for comedic relief. Socrates had a good sense of humor, apparently. So, the administration invoked State Secrets Act to secrets privilege to shield info on deportation rights. The upshot is they're going to win on the two or however many flights it was that happened. They will get away with it. Now they can't do anymore. I want to see how they handle that. The due process is the problem. The Alien Enemies Act, I think, gives Trump the authority to do it, but all they're saying is you can do it if they're dangerous. You just have to prove that they're dangerous. And you might have to run it through a court to make that proof. Does any sane person on the panel have a have a comment? Okay,
no.
well, I promise these news stories
Are you
will
talking
be.
about the due process? Are you talking about
Yeah,
this?
I now the Alien Enemies Act does not discuss due process, if I remember, but it is a law, not a constitutional sort of thing. So if you want to run that law through the 14th Amendment, that's fine, in my opinion.
Like like I said earlier, I put something in the chat. The vast majority is because, like I said, I came to this country as an immigrant, but the vast majority of folks that are here that are undocumented or with green cards are very, very, very familiar with your immigration process and the hopes and the things that you have to go through. So the last thing an undocumented person, when they come here, that they already know is to try to get on the radar of the government by voting. All of that crap that the Republicans are talking about, those are all American citizens. Those are you guys that do that weird stuff. You're not going to catch the illegal aliens voting. Trust me. They know the consequences. They know the consequences because let me tell you, they have legal aids and they have lawyers, all these lawyers, black, white, whoever that work with them, and that they're very embedded in the community. So they know what's what. So
Right.
trust me, they're not doing that. So like I said all the time when I hear this stuff of people blowing smoke, and it's a very complex and it costs a lot of money. I will tell you, my journey to become a citizen, I think it cost me like 40 grand.
Wow.
The things that you have to go through. I mean, it's not people think you come here and this is kind of like things that are given to you. Nah, you
Well,
pay
wait,
for
they
everything.
charge
It's
you
nothing's given
45.
to you. Oh,
They charge you.
I'm talking about over a period of time because in order for you to get your citizenship, you first have to have a green card. Then there's a process that you have to go through. You have to hire an attorney. These are not things or forms and other things. If you're not familiar with that process, that you just don't fill out a form and just here, just hand it over to the USCIS. You have to have an attorney. What do you think attorneys cost? An immigration attorney. I had to retain one. That was like my first. I think I had to spend 5 grand. That's the retainer. That's just the retainer. Any other paperwork that they have to do? Oh, that's an additional 1,000. Oh, you got to go down to the immigration office. That 2,000. You see how that works? So that's what I'm saying. It's not something where a lot of you guys are not familiar with. So you just sit and
So
talk in
even
this
after
little
all
bubble.
that, you still can be targeted for immigration, for being removed from the United States of America. Even after all that.
Oh, really? See, that's
No,
what
I'm
I
asking,
know.
can you be
No,
removed?
no, no. I can't be targeted because number one, I'm not committing any treason and stuff. Now, if someone wants to accuse me of that, of being part of any terrorist organization, that's kind of like the two things. more than likely they can strip your citizenship. So I know that.
And again,
So you have to go through a process. They
Solid
just
Snake,
can't come. It's a process.
Solid Snake.
Well,
I'm
I mean, that's
predicting.
possible, but you actually had to pay for it.
I'm not saying it has happened, or I'm just predicting that's the next step. I'm probably wrong. And to Zhang Wei, uh, due process is Fifth Amendment. It's also 14th Amendment. Uh, I'm talking about the 14th Amendment. If you need me to bring it up to refresh your memory, I can do that.
I don't too
The
much
Fifth
know about
Amendment,
this
by the
denaturalization
way,
thing, man.
the
It just
Fifth
bothers me.
Amendment guarantees due process. The 14th Amendment kind of elaborates what due process um, involves. It's a little bit more detailed about what due process is. And Lupin, I'm glad you came up and kind of talked about your experience. I appreciate that.
Right. Try to keep it straight on the level because, like I said, I sit and hear these things, and half of these people, the vast majority of these people, they're not familiar with that process. They just hear the talking points, but they never actually been in the belly of the beast. These things cost money. Nothing is free. It's like I hear when they talk about immigrants that coming here, they're getting this. The government doesn't give them anything. Are you kidding me?
Well, let me ask you an odd question. Have you ever, and you're roughly my age, almost.
I'm 63. I just turned 63
Yeah.
yesterday.
Have you ever had anyone talk about, hey, you ought to be happy, that the U.S. kind of accepted you? Have you ever had the same argument they make? And you probably haven't, but I know you went to more. Has
Yeah,
anyone,
they can say that. Yeah, they can say that. But
has
here's the
anyone
thing.
ever said that, or
Yeah,
intimated?
yeah, 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 yeah. Probably like when I was a kid.
Hold
But
on, Lupin, how old
here's
are
the
you
thing.
again?
Here's the thing. America is a great country. Can't take anything away from America. But America, like everywhere else, it has its downsides too. But dude, there's a whole big world outside. I mean, I have family in the UK. I've got family in Canada. I mean, even if I get kicked out of here, it's not like I'm going to really miss that much. It's like I could go somewhere else and start over, and I'll be
Wait a minute,
perfectly fine.
Lupin, you 63?
You know? Yes, I am.
Interesting.
Where else do you hold citizenship?
No, just here, just here.
Just here.
Yeah, because I was born in Jamaica. My
Okay.
parents brought me here when I was very, very young, so that's how I
Hey, Lupin,
eventually
how do
stayed
you keep
here.
your vitality at such a youthful angle? How do you do that? Because that you sound way younger than what you just said you
When I
are.
stopped smoking weed like 40 years ago and drink plenty of water and drink on the
Okay,
weekends
well,
and
you know what?
get
Come
up and
on
go.
inside.
Normally, no, I'm telling you because normally I get up at 4 o'clock and I go to the gym. But today, being that my wife is coming back, so I had to clean up the house a little, so I'm relaxing today. So I
That's
go to
what's
the
said,
gym
man.
5 days
Your
a week. I drink
vitality
water.
seems to be off the chart.
Oh, thank you. But that's that's what I've learned. A lot of brothers they don't take care of themselves. It's like they don't know their numbers, your cholesterol level, your blood sugar level. They don't keep up with these things, and they don't go to the doctor regularly. So yeah, I try.
My God, man, you
Thank you
sound
so much.
younger than half the guys I hear on these panels.
All right.
Crazy.
Well, youthful means we can move on quickly.
Ah, yeah. Well, that's true too.
And
Plus, I'm
speaking
around
of,
a lot of young people. Younger people too, because at work you're around like a lot of Gen Zers and
what's up,
different types
Dave?
of
How you
folks.
doing? How's the
So
baby, Dave? And speaking of youth, as crises grip colleges, more students than ever are set to enroll. And I want to linger on this a bit. I'm going to play this article, maybe not all the way through, because I think the headline kind of says it all, but I want to play a little bit of it.
As crises grip colleges, more students than ever are set to enroll. This article is by Alan Blinder, Ron Lieber, Stephanie Saul, Vimal Patel, and Anemona Hardikalis, and read by an automated voice. Colleges are expecting what could be the largest freshman class ever this fall at a moment of extraordinary turmoil, as campuses face financial pressures from the federal government and political conflict over diversity and other cultural issues. Admissions processes, upended by the Supreme Court decision to ban affirmative action, have been revamped. Budget pressures and worries about financial aid and tuition loom for colleges and families alike. Campuses have been grappling with protests and the sanctity of academic freedom. And that was before President Trump's return to power. After he took office in January, his administration almost immediately began a campaign to close the education department and stop billions of dollars from flowing to colleges. On campuses, universities are shutting down laboratories and confronting civil rights investigations over anti-Semitism. As about 3.9 million students earn their high school diplomas, and many of them head to college, the changes could affect their experiences in big and small ways. Here's how the commotion might touch students, their parents, and anyone else around college campuses this year. Different schools, different problems. The United States has close to 4,000 degree-granting colleges and universities that offer everything from associate's degrees in nursing to doctorates in history. But challenges are just about everywhere in higher education right now. The kind of federal budget cuts that the Trump administration is pursuing could be the most damaging to universities where research is integral to the campus's culture and structure. That includes places like the University of Pennsylvania and Johns Hopkins University, but also schools like Kansas State University. Some have already announced layoffs or hiring freezes, and may be forced to rework their course offerings. It is unclear how much belt-tightening there will be, and how it might affect undergraduates in the fall. Regional public universities often receive less attention, but are very much the backbone of higher education for millions of people. They have not been as targeted by the Trump administration, but they still face fundamental challenges around state budget fights, increasing day-to-day costs and declining enrollments. On some campuses, students are finding reduced services and staffing, with fewer professors, diminished academic resources, and buildings that are closed more frequently. Community colleges are generally far cheaper than their four-year counterparts and are still avoiding the biggest political fights around higher education. Plenty of politicians, in fact, are pushing to make them free. But their troubles are deep and stubborn. Although some schools have reported enrollment growth for this semester, community colleges have suffered from slumped interest for years. Private colleges are a mixed bag. Many remain strong if susceptible to criticism over their costs and political leanings, but dozens have closed in recent years, leaving students scrambling to find new academic homes. Is paying for college going to change? There is proposed change, and then there is actual change. Mr. Trump's effort to dismantle the education department puts two federal programs in limbo: Pell Grants and student loans. Linda McMahon, the Secretary of Education, said during her confirmation hearing that she wanted to expand the Pell Grant program, which is for low-income students. It isn't clear, however, which agency or entity would administer the grants if the Education Department were to go away. On Friday, Mr. Trump said that the Small Business Administration would immediately take over the federal student loan portfolio. The Student Borrower Protection Center called his idea illegal, unserious, and a distraction. Given the enormity of the loan program, any quick transfer seems highly unlikely. Until Congress or federal courts get involved, and both may happen before long, the application process for financial aid and loans won't change. The FAFSA, short for Free Application for Federal Student Aid, has been working better so far this application season after a rough redesign of the application. But it's not clear how recent Education Department layoffs will affect the process. The biggest wild card may be the colleges themselves and what sorts of grants and scholarships they'll be giving out. Many schools are suspending hiring to save money and fretting over a possible decline in international students who may fear coming to the United States right now. What isn't clear is whether schools will ask students to pay more than they may have otherwise, because of concerns over budget hits from the loss of federal funding, or pay less, to get them to commit to coming in the first place. How campus culture is shifting. Diversity, equity, and inclusion programs had once seemed like a good idea to many universities, even a necessity, as they sought to increase their enrollments in a competitive landscape. But a backlash has driven state lawmakers to take up legislation to eliminate such programs, and now the Trump administration is also attacking them. Universities are responding in varying ways. Sometimes schools have simply renamed their DEI operations. Other universities been more aggressive. In March 2024, the University of Florida fired its 13-member DEI staff in response to a state ban, for example. On some campuses, students will very likely feel the differences. The University of Virginia pulled trainings on topics such as DEI and microaggressions from its website. At the University of Houston, the campus newspaper announced that an LGBTQ center was being shut after Texas banned diversity programming in colleges and universities. At the University of North Florida, an LGBTQ center, a women's center, an interfaith center, and an intercultural center were all shuttered. At Missouri State University in January, students protested the elimination of an annual diversity conference as well as an Inclusive Excellence Gala. There remain holdouts. In a recent meeting with the Faculty Senate at Amherst College in Massachusetts, its president Michael Elliott called Mr. Trump's orders ambiguous and said that Amherst would make no cuts. Schools that have seen major protests over the war in Gaza could face blunt force pressure from Washington to change discipline and other institutional policies related to protests, and even curriculum related to the Middle East. Republican efforts to curb diversity programming could extend into the classroom. Long before Mr. Trump began his second term, some states, including Florida, tried to sideline ideas from college curriculums that lawmakers considered left-leaning. That could lead to more limited course offerings that touch on race and gender. For now, the courses in Florida are still available but not required. Other efforts are in the works. A bill in Arizona, for example, would slash state funding for all state colleges if any instruction connected contemporary American society to ideas like whiteness or systemic racism. What does the affirmative action ban mean for students? The Supreme Court's decision in 2023 to strike down race-conscious admissions has upended nearly 50 years of court precedent and university policies, and the effect on admissions, especially at the nation's most selective institutions, may be unclear for years to come. Statistics are in for the class that entered in the fall, and they broadly show a decrease in the number of Black students enrolled. Some differences were stark, as at Harvard Law School, which enrolled 19 Black first-year students last fall, compared with 43 the year before. But there are some exceptions to the trend, and given the difficulty of comparing different counting methods across universities, officials have been reluctant to predict how the future will play out. Schools are trying to maintain diversity by stepping up financial aid and recruitment, particularly in rural areas. Several universities, including the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, the University of Pennsylvania, and Harvard, are offering free tuition for students whose families earn $200,000 and below. The court also left open the possibility that universities could consider race in the context of life challenges, especially as students presented them in application essays. But critics of affirmative action, like Students for Fair Admissions, which brought the Supreme Court case, are ready to challenge universities if they see any hint of any decisions based on race. Anti-affirmative action groups will also be scrutinizing measures like SAT scores, if they can get them, to see whether universities are using different standards for different races and ethnicities.
Any thoughts? And Uncle Fatty, hit the link. I have questions about your LLC point. If you can, if you can't, that's fine. Any thoughts? Okay, well, I have thoughts.
Well, no, I was gonna say I think that's gonna be the future mode for most colleges to increase college enrollment. I think they're gonna have to be more, level. What would I say? What's the word I'm looking for? More balanced. Well,
Okay, I have no clue what that means.
Me neither, but I think they're gonna have to do something to increase the
Okay,
enrollment in
look,
the future.
and again,
Because
this
at
is
this point, what I'm saying is, at this point, the computer's taking over everything. So
okay,
what's the purpose
and that
about?
has what to do with this article?
I'm just saying they're gonna have to increase enrollment to keep their money up.
That is true. However, um, I think universities make their money from out of state residents, at least for state colleges, and they make a lot of money from attracting elite uh, foreign students. The foreign students are prone to pay full tuition and full tuition, etc. And they're afraid to come in or becoming afraid because of what Trump, for instance, is doing at Columbia. You can't even express your free speech. Um, you're not going to be able to increase full tuition paying students. And I use my son as an example. Um, I might have paid a couple $1,000s. He essentially got a full ride. Um, and this is kind of what I'm saying. And and I want to address the affirmative action part of it. You don't have to depend on affirmative action. And this is one of the few points I actually agree with Clarence Thomas on. Um, it's a stigma, and I'm not sorry to see affirmative action go because it wasn't working in the first place. Um,
I knew it. You was a conservative from the jump.
okay, you don't have to be a conservative to accept, the obvious.
Never mind.
However, you make your student the best student that they can become as a parent. And you as a parent should know whether your kid is college material or not. And if they're a C student, it's going to be, you should not be going you should be going to community college if you're a C student. And there are plenty of C students that do well. They get serious in college. They go on to elite grad schools. I had a buddy of mine, and this is a true story. For some reason or another, he went to a community college in Savannah, Georgia. For some reason, he had to take like remedial math and all this stuff. He did well enough in his 2 years. He transferred from that community college to Yale, did a comparative lit degree, graduated from Yale, wrote a novel, and had a movie made of that novel. Now, it wasn't the greatest novel or movie, but the motherfucker had a Hollywood movie made and took remedial math at a community college. So there are great stories made, from people who have very humble beginnings. Not getting into Harvard is not the end all of an academic career or a dream or anything like that. But I think, again, I'll loop it back to parenting. You need to make the best student possible. You need to hold your kids to a standard. And this is not rarefied air that I'm spouting. It's one of the reasons that America is failing. It's because of poor parenting. And I will beat this drum probably to a MAGA audience.
Why I gotta be MAGA? Why you don't talk to them?
Well,
You don't talk to
there what
Dwayne
comes
Wade
to
and
mind.
Gabrielle Union? That's who you
There
need
what
to be
comes to
talking about.
mind. There what comes to mind when I think of
But it ain't
uh,
Dwayne Wade and
okay,
Gary
I'm
Gary
not
Jr.
going to be able to get my thought out, am I?
My bad, my bad. I'm just saying, why you beating up on
They
her?
come to mind in my very recent memory of people who are not critical thinkers.
Oh, so Dwayne Wade is a critical thinker.
Is he MAGA?
Why he got to be MAGA? Why he just can't be a
Ugh,
bad parent?
dude,
Why you don't see him as a bad parent?
I can't even do Socratic. Do you know what the
I
Socratic
don't know
method
what
is?
that word
This
means.
is why, to my buddy who criticizes me for resorting to ad hominems, notice I haven't yet. He tells me to use the Socratic method more. I literally asked a question and then the response did not answer the question. It avoided the question.
Why I got to be MAGA though?
My buddy, this is why I take the low brow route and just call people what I think they are.
Always taking
So
over
my
the stage.
question,
Always.
I told you why I don't think MAGA, and I'm making a generalization, it's not chock full of critical thinkers. They let Donald Trump
Don't
do
you
their
think
thinking.
the same true for the other side also?
We're not talking about the other side. Would you like to?
We talking to the other side. That's the point.
No, actually, I'm not talking to anyone except the people in the chat and the people on the panel.
So what
There's
you trying
no one
to say?
else.
So what you trying to say is MAGA worse than the Republican Party?
That's not what I said. That's not what I'm trying to say. And you know me, I speak my mind.
I know.
I don't think MAGA is chock full of critical thinkers.
I think that's all we do is
And I
critical
don't
think.
think Donald Trump is a critical thinker, quite frankly.
I'm pretty sure he is.
And well, I'm not as sure as you are. Now, would you like to talk about the other side now?
No. I don't
Okay.
want
Yeah, that's
I did.
understandable.
It'll piss me off if I talk about the difference. I really
And
have a stroke up here.
I want to if Uncle Fatty comes up, I got some questions about the LLC for the kid, whether that's even legal. There are I can't remember the name of it, but it's like an IRA for education, where you save for your kids' education, and all that stuff is tax deferred. There is something like an LLC for kids. I don't know how you create. I assume an LLC is like a business. So I'm not sure how that would work, but I'm curious. So anyway, I
think we need
also
to have
wanted, as far as funding college goes, this is something that I forgot about. I had a buddy of mine. He was a year ahead of me in high school, black kid. Went to Georgia Tech, got a mechanical engineering degree, which is one of the harder degrees you can get. And he had a job waiting for him when he got out of college. He did a 5-year plan, co-ops, internships, that sort of thing. And it does two things. It addresses a couple arguments that John Galt makes and other people make about going to college and not getting, basically, I don't agree that college should be for, hey, what kind of major can I get for the highest paying salary? I don't think that's the purpose of college. It's been polluted over the centuries. There are ways, even if you're an English major, you can get internships. There are things, summer jobs. There are things you can do to even make something like an English degree, kind of at least pave a road to getting a job outside of college. There are things you can do. And, I kind of, texted my son about it today. I'll talk more in detail, but he's got a whole summer, assuming he's not going to take summer classes. And I wouldn't recommend that he do that. Um, get a job, explore. You want to do computers? Get an internship somewhere. Start building some practical knowledge. Start building a resume. There are things you can do. Community colleges have co-ops and opportunities. Um, Unfortunately, the way America is today, you have to start thinking this way probably in eighth or ninth grade. My son's a freshman. I'm already I'm moving into interrogating him. Well, have you thought about what's going to happen after college? You're a freshman, almost done with your freshman year. Are you thinking about your end game? Um, you can't luck into jobs. Not like it doesn't happen. It's a bit harder to do. What Trump wants to do with colleges, you're not going to be able to be a lifelong student anymore. And I'm not against um, clamping down on, being a lifelong student. Grant money as a form of income, you know, to get your eighth PhD. That should not be happening, but it does. So, any thoughts on any of this diatribe?
No, not really.
Some kids need to go to community college just to save the money.
Absolutely.
For all their prerequisites. That first year of college is a lot of prerequisites. And if you can go to community college and get those transferable credits, then that also proves to parents and the student themselves whether they're serious about it or not.
Absolutely. And AP courses, my son saved some money not having, or CLEP. I don't know if they still have CLEP, but, you take an AP course if you qualify for it. Your parents have to be engrossed, to use a horrible word. As a matter of fact, that's channeling my mother. She used to use that word. You have to know the ins and outs, and you, as a parent, should be taking the lead. You don't have to do the work, but you have to have the knowledge. You have to be able to ask your kids, what the hell are you thinking? So be involved with your kids. So,
by the way, community colleges have gotten a lot better than they used to be.
Oh, absolutely.
And,
well, Tom, Georgia is a particularly good example of my son's high school in this little old town had excuse me, a portion of the trade school right in another building. So kids were able to take trade school, the beginnings of a trade school, like mechanics and, being a mechanic, auto mechanic, that sort of thing, welding. You can take that sort of stuff in high school. West Georgia College, you could take college courses in your junior year. There are so many things that parents, serious parents and serious kids, there are opportunities out there.
Well, Indiana took not all. They took about 50 different community college campuses and put them under the same umbrella.
Uh-huh.
So they're centrally managed, but they all belong to the same, name, so to speak. And, therefore, you've got a lot of cross-pollination. All
Right.
of the, online learning and stuff is now standardized. Everything is far more, the curriculum is standardized, so that they brought a lot of community colleges that were weak in a certain area now had access to things they could be strong in. So they've made community colleges a much more viable option, and I think they are a viable option, particularly for, I know a lot of kids, and this was even true when I was in school, that would go to community college for 2 years and then transfer all those credits and finish up at a major institution so that they would have the degree from the larger place. So.
DiCapriono, interesting point here that you make. His comment is Doge and 47 are addressing interesting questions about the country, in his humble opinion. And I'm going to ask you either to come up to Capriona, because it's been months since you've made a guest appearance, or in the chat, which questions are being asked. Because the only questions I actually see being asked are, how much power should a president have? That's really the source question.
Is Signal a good platform to discuss war strategy?
Well, that all comes down to, hey, if a president condones it, he basically said, hey, it's the only glitch in 2 months. So he doesn't care about it. Apparently, he has the power to make these sorts of things go away by fiat.
Yeah. That's like the Japanese saying, Hiroshima is the only glitch in the last couple months.
Well, the thing is can a president basically say, hey, Congress, because Congress actually had a hearing today, which I think I saved it somewhere to go back and maybe look at later on. They had a quick hearing about, hey, how could this happen? But essentially, Trump has blessed it, so it's just kind of like a show hearing. They're not going to ask hard questions.
Well, that was in the House. There's supposed to be one forthcoming in the Senate. There was a press conference with Hegseth, but the big thing of the House
is just a retard.
The big thing in the House was Tulsi Gabbard wouldn't say anything. This is still under investigation, but the CIA guy was a little bit more forthcoming and started talking about how Signal was installed on my computer when I got here and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, maybe it's not quite so much that, even though that's against the law. It might be including the journalist on the distribution.
Well, according to a news report, it was literally a wrong number attached in this guy's address in Walls. Tim, is it? I forget his first name. The National Security Advisor, Waltz.
Yeah.
It was a wrong number attached to the wrong name in his address book. That's what he's saying.
Well, that's
it was literally human error.
Yeah. Well, that's why you're not
exactly
supposed to be using personal devices. It's, there's protocols. I don't care if it's encrypted or not. We used Signal for the school system I was in. It's not built to be, indestructible, but yeah, human error at that level is, but Tulsi Gabbard wouldn't answer any questions at all.
Right. And I think it's just, it was impromptu. It's just, I don't even know why they bothered calling the hearing. Trump says it's okay.
well, the other.
It was probably the Democrats that demanded it, right?
Of course. One of the Democrats was, I forget who it was. he's like, was any of this information classified? And he kept asking and asking and asking. And finally, there was some sort of admission, I think, on the part of the CIA guy, I can't remember, that somebody said, no, I do not believe anything that we were discussing was classified, which I don't understand how it could be if they were discussing allocation of armament and when they were going to do it and where. But he said, well, if it's not classified, share the text right now. And I thought, ooh, somebody stepped
Look,
into a
what?
bear trap there. It's like, ooh, he shouldn't have said that, because he's
You
like,
know what? I had in my top secret safe on the ship the message, top secret, that basically described D-Day down to the hour of when Desert Storm 1 was to commence. I literally had that email in my possession. I thought, you know what? This is a historical document. If I folded it up and took it with me, who's going to know? And you know what I did not do? I did not take it with me. I shredded it with all the other classified documents. Now, it would be worth money, probably.
oh, it would be worth, and by the way, it would be declassified now.
Yeah, well, I didn't think that far ahead. I just shredded it because, you know what? Why am I going to put myself at risk?
Well, sure. It's illegal at the time.
Exactly.
It'd be different
And
if
you know
they
what? I literally held a very high clearance. I liked my job.
Well, and it's different than they're cleaning behind a file cabinet and they find it years later after it's been declassified.
Well, yeah, I would have taken it out of a damn safe.
Yeah.
That would be highly illegal.
Exactly.
So, didn't make a photocopy of it either. So, DiCapriono, always full of good questions. This is almost a metaphysical question. Stanley, my query is, are the people or the politicians the swamp? Well, I go back to fundamentals, DiCapriono. Government of, by, and for the people. So the swamp is both. Now, hopefully your next question is, why do I think it's a swamp? And I'm going to leave it there. If you're curious to know why I think it's a swamp, again, Lupin kind of alluded to it. I tend to think of American politics think about it through a historical perspective. Almost like there's almost nothing that I don't first check what happened in history. And I literally have Heather Cox Richardson's newsletter that I pay an exorbitant price per year. She's an excellent historian, almost like a people's historian. She basically takes current events, runs it through a historical perspective. And I used to think history repeats itself, but actually it rhymes. You know, it's an old saying now, but history does actually rhyme. And back in the Navy, I would be told, Stanley, don't reinvent the wheel. You know, very few wheels are invented. It only happened a few times. You know, there was one wheel that was invented and people thought, hey, that's useful. And we've been like improving upon it, but no one actually invents a wheel. So we'll move on. And this is going to be long and boring, probably. Trump's indiscriminate destruction of state capacity will lead to a dysfunctional, not cheaper government. And I agree with this wholeheartedly. Slash and burn does not work. And anyone
Originalism out.
Oops, sorry.
History.
Anyone who is a critical thinker can piece that together. I think with Trump, again, to reiterate, I don't have a problem with Trump wanting to streamline government. I don't have a problem with Doge's mission. I have a problem with the indiscriminate part. Oops. Indiscriminate destruction is what he's doing, not critically thinking his way through a process of streamlining. So let's at least listen to a little bit of this since I put it here.
Trump's indiscriminate destruction of state capacity will lead to a dysfunctional, not cheaper, government. Americans may rue the unplanned experiment this administration is running on the country. By Robert Traczynski. People like me, small government types who were once considered on the right, but have never reconciled ourselves to supporting Donald Trump, are often asked by our old conservative friends, "What happened to you? Why did you change?" The question invites a grim chuckle, because of course we did not really change. The questioners did. They're the ones who flipped on free trade, on the separation of powers, on Russia, for crying out loud, and a great deal else. When everyone else is shifting their convictions, it's amazing how fast you can move just by standing still. Yet it would be strange if the big and unexpected events of the day did not cause us to rethink at least a few things. One way I have changed is that despite always believing in a small and limited government, I have become much more sympathetic to the need for building state capacity. At a time when the current administration is busy tearing down the state, pulling its parts out of the walls at random, I have gained a new appreciation for why we need an effectively functioning government. State capacity libertarians and supply-side progressives. Economist Tyler Cowen first talked about state capacity libertarianism in an early 2020 blog post. Fittingly enough, just before the pandemic gave a demonstration of the need for state capacity. But Cowen's description could use some clarification and elaboration. State capacity is a term used by political scientists to describe the ability of a government to accomplish its policy goals. It's not about the size of government, but about its effectiveness. After all, a giant government that is bloated and overly bureaucratic can spend billions on high-speed rail and not get beyond Bakersfield. You can think of state capacity libertarianism as the mirror image of supply-side progressivism, which advocates diminishing some regulatory barriers to achieve progressive goals like making housing and health care more affordable for the poor. Economics blogger Noah Smith once tried to combine the two ideas. In both cases, there is a group of people embracing something that seems counter to the general tendency or mood of their ideology, but which is logically required for their proclaimed goals. For progressives, it's the fact that they want us to have all sorts of important goods and services, which logically requires making it easier to produce those things. For free marketers, it starts from the other end. We want a system in which people are free to work and prosper, and this requires that our government actually be able to function. We have all encountered the issue of state capacity in the form of the Department of Motor Vehicles. In the scheme of things, having to get a driver's license is a trivial burden. The problem comes when you show up to renew your license, and there are 100 people waiting, and only 2 windows for processing paperwork. So there goes your day. The same thing applies on a larger scale to other regulations. The delay caused by regulatory requirements is not just the result of the need to file paperwork. It's what happens when bureaucrats don't or can't speedily process that paperwork. In short, there are conditions in which an ineffective government can be more damaging and intrusive than a big one. Did I mention the pandemic? The intrusive lockdowns were adopted after the CDC botched its approach to COVID tests early in the pandemic, and they were ended after a huge government effort to fund vaccines and streamline the approval process. In the populist imagination, simply firing bureaucrats means that everyone will become freer because the laws can no longer be enforced. But it also means that no one can get anything positively approved because there aren't enough people to do it. When that happens, people become risk-averse and don't build projects whose legal status is in a state of perpetual doubt. It's possible we're headed into a recession because nobody knows what tariffs will be imposed tomorrow or a year from now, or which businesses currently have the favor of the White House, or what government programs will be shut down without notice. As one CEO put it, the chaos that is reigning right now is causing everyone to sit on their hands. Our unplanned experiment. One interesting objection to state capacity libertarianism is that state capacity is the product of a free society, not the other way around. The state is able to act effectively because a free economy produces the wealth, technology, and skilled professional class necessary to run it. It goes. But this is still not an argument against the need for state capacity, and it doesn't change the fact that if we fire those skilled professionals randomly, on the presumption that firing bureaucrats is always good, we will destroy things we can't do without. That is precisely the unplanned experiment the US is currently running, because we have an administration that is obsessed with tearing down state capacity, everywhere all at once. Yet there are legitimate functions of government that we need it to perform: national defense, the enforcement of contracts, protection from crime, the monitoring of infectious diseases. When the president throws a tantrum in the Oval Office that shatters a network of alliances and repudiates 80 years of American global leadership, or when he threatens our closest allies and biggest trading partners, he makes our government less able to perform these basic functions. Consider one of the first targets of Elon Musk's Doge Squad, USAID. They slashed most of its funding and prevented much of it from being restored, on the premise that this is simply welfare for the rest of the world. But they did so based on internet conspiracy theories, without knowing or trying to find out what USAID actually does and how it serves as an important instrument for U.S. safety and security.
Yes,
The
no
cut in
critical
USAID
thinking.
funding, according to a report in the Washington Post, threatened programs intended to counter al-Shabaab bomb makers, contain the spread of al-Qaeda across West Africa, and secure Islamic State prisoners in the Middle East. Similarly, USAID was crucial to a US-backed peace agreement in Colombia that ended a decades-long insurgency fueled by the illicit drug trade. Here's one example. Dickinson explains that one major USAID-funded program focused on land titling for farmers who no longer grow coca to support their transition to legal crops. That stopped last week. Thousands of hours of bureaucratic work to process these titles now risks being wasted or taking much longer to finalize. The farmer who took a risk by giving up coca for a promised land title is left with nothing, and potentially a target on their back from armed groups that oppose crop substitution efforts, she says. One can imagine that private philanthropy could pick up the provision of malaria nets in Africa if the US government stopped doing so. But private actors can't hammer out, sign, and support mutually beneficial policy solutions with other countries. The poster child for recklessly destroying state capacity is the random Doge firing of 350 employees at the National Nuclear Security Administration, which is responsible for maintaining America's nuclear warheads. And then the government couldn't figure out how to rehire them because it had already canceled their government email accounts. State capacity and the price of eggs. In addition to its core functions, there are other functions the government arguably might not have to perform, but somebody has to do them. Does the government have to provide air traffic control for the nation's airports? It could be done privately by a consortium of the nation's airlines and airports. But to transition these functions from government to private actors would require years of planning and careful transition. We would have to build up civil society capacity to replace state capacity. If you just knock these programs down without any idea how they could be replaced by private institutions, for example, by firing a bunch of air traffic control staff, you are not striking a blow for small government. You're striking a blow for air crashes, infectious diseases, and ignorance. Consider that Donald Trump is widely believed to have won the presidency in part because consumers were upset about the price of eggs and other groceries. But eggs were not expensive because of general inflation. They were expensive because of a bird flu epidemic that has killed more than 150 million chickens in the US over the past 3 years. In the first few months of Trump's administration, the price of eggs went up even more, if you could even find them on the grocery store shelves. So, naturally, Doge fired some of the workers managing the bird flu response.
Yeah, I'm gonna stop it there. The point about privatization And the point about people actually believing that eggs got expensive because, well, they did get expensive because of inflation, but it was uh, disease that caused the inflation. It wasn't a policy necessarily, unless you want to blame regulation. Goes back to Lupin's point about people being uninformed. They will believe what the politicians say, who are naturally inclined. Politicians are naturally inclined to win their elections to keep power. People should always be interrogating their politicians, even if you like the politician. You should always be interrogating. Why are you doing this? The point about air traffic controllers, the point about privatizing, there's some things that should not be privatized. I would make the argument that there's several things that should be socialized, including healthcare. If you privatize something, the primary purpose is going to be making a profit. Okay, and the fantasy that profit follows efficiency, I think that's a little bit of not understanding what efficiency is. Efficiency, should involve like minimal loss of life or minimizing, danger, increasing safety. And doing something efficiently is not synonymous with doing something safely. There's some things that government actually does legitimately have a role in doing. And it would be things like air traffic control. We don't care whether the process can be a moneymaker. We just want to minimize air crashes and other types of safety issues. And smaller government is not synonymous with better government. People who just believe that old saw are not critical thinkers. In my opinion, it's just my opinion. So, any comments, panel?
Privatization only follows efficiency and profit. It doesn't follow efficiency of outcome. There's a desired outcome. That's the point of the service. And many times look what's happened with our privatized corrections. It's, even privatizing the collection of fees for, various fines in courts is just, there's countless. You go on YouTube, watch videos all day about people that got a $75 fine, and with reoccurring monthly charges and stuff, now they owe $3,000. It's.
I do want to make one point. Since you bring up, privatized prisons, I've had a problem with privatizing prisons just because the 13th Amendment, basically you have profit-making entities involved in depriving American citizens of their rights. It's a pure, weird, esoteric argument I have regarding the 13th Amendment. It should be a government of the people. The people should be, through proxy, of course, depriving fellow citizens of their rights because of the crimes. There should be no profit making involved in depriving an American citizen of their rights. It is it's esoteric, it's a philosophical, metaphysical point, but to me, I have huge problems with that private prison structure.
I
And
agree.
Lupin, why are there two of you up here?
Oh, you know what? I thought I'd logged off.
Well,
Okay,
that's fine.
okay.
Um,
I had a thought.
Uh, uh, DiCapriono, can you elaborate what a DEI air crash is? Has there ever been one that's proven, or is it just rhetoric? Go ahead, Lupin. I'm sorry.
No, I just wanted your opinion and yours and Tom's opinion. One day I was sitting and reading something and said to myself, what is it, 300, 400 million Americans? Okay, if they want to do small government, why don't they just pay us all $1 million and then we could restructure everything like a corporation? We, the people, 350, and people like Donald Trump and all of these other folks. Yeah, when they're not doing what we need them to do, we just vote them out, bring in a new crew.
Okay, it's like a board firing a CEO.
Yeah, that's structure because it seems like that's what they want. Just give us all $1 million, every single American. So now
Well,
we're shareholders. So if you're not making us any money,
we're
you
already
get rid of
see
them.
that's the whole thing about running. I mean, we as citizens are shareholders. If you want to make that comparison, to me, the argument for smaller government is more a states' right sort of thing, where you want to make 50 different quote laboratories of democracy. You want 50 small governments, and the problem is you can't. I honestly, and people are definitely gonna want to revoke my citizenship and deport me. America made a problem. America sustained a problem when it just did not go far enough. The Federalists didn't win enough. Okay, state government should have more or less been neutralized, and there are valid arguments that would say, Stanley, you're an idiot for saying that. There are perfectly valid arguments. I just think that this small government thing is basically another name for we want more states' rights.
Yeah, like I
And
have a question.
I'm gonna say right now, my argument could be destroyed easily. It's just a personal feeling.
I have a
What's up, Uncle
question.
Pat?
Like, how would the state handle like FEMA responsibilities?
FEMA, they be on
All
their
right,
own.
like for instance, if they wanted to, they're getting rid of FEMA and putting it on each of the states. I mean, how would that work? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
They're gonna be on their own.
Yeah.
Hey,
Sure, they are.
it's a small government problem.
Or you got to kiss the boot of dear leader to get any help after a natural disaster.
That's true.
You know.
Well, I'm gonna look. Donald Trump is not all bad. He's just mostly bad. So I don't want to make this, into, Donald Trump is the root cause of all our problems.
No, no,
He's a
no,
symptom.
no.
He's just
I like
puppet
Trump.
acting on behalf of the Heritage Foundation.
I like Trump. Trump is just playing the game. That's all it is. I don't look at it
Yeah,
as
that's a
anything.
good way to look
He's
at
just
it.
playing the game. It's a game.
Yep. And being a business owner, I've always looked to try to take advantage of those games, the back doors, the write-offs, man. The write-offs is what it's all about. Like all of my
He
continuing
reminds me.
education, I can write off as a business owner. And that's what got me thinking about the new proposal to kind of rework the FAFSA program and to restructure the student loans into privatized loans and not federal loans. In either way, in which case the kids are coming out with mega high loan, that taking their whole damn life to pay off.
But I'm going to be honest with you. I blame this problem with. You can make the argument that the availability of student loans is the problem. I think it's parents not sitting down with their kids before that, because I mean, look, parents have to fill out FAFSA forms. I made my son do it, but I still had to be involved with it. Parents have to fill out, and you know what? If we were taking out $100,000, for my son to go to Harvard, dude, you can't afford $100,000. You don't even have a job. Where are the parents in those student loan decisions? Now, if you are an adult student, like a continuing education or something like that, then you're making an adult decision. I don't think the problem is the availability of loans as much as are you justifying as a loan if that's the right term. I don't know if it is.
I agree with that.
Don't be taking out more than you could possibly pay.
Yeah,
that's true.
That's an individual responsibility. I don't see that problem as systemic. Now, if the argument is folks are being convinced that, oh, hey, you can go to Harvard, here's a loan. Again, advertising has been around forever. It is up to the consumer to make the mistake, and don't make the mistake.
Yeah, straight up.
And Tom, you're in the, you know way more about that sort of stuff. I don't think advertising that, oh, hey, you can have a student loan if you want one. I'm gonna still blame the quote consumer.
Well, there's also the notion that's changed over the years that you must have a college education to be competitive. The marketplace has followed that. Jobs that never used to require college education now do. But in 1960, only about 45% of new high school graduates enrolled in college. Now it's 66%. That's actually down from 70% just, 8 or 10 years ago. But
why is that a bad thing?
I'm not saying it's necessarily a bad thing, but I think that college, is not necessarily for everyone.
Well,
and we've created an environment where people think that it is.
Well, but it's based on stats. We talked about this. It is statistically proven that, life expectancy, salary, a bunch of things statistically prove that having a college degree has beneficial aspects. Why would people not want that?
That's true.
Society in whole benefits, 10 times over. And
so
I do not agree with that.
No,
I think the thing we've been talking about critical thinking, we're not creating critical thinkers, and I can get college professors who've been teaching for 30 years that will tell you that it's a different argument from my point. Well, my point was that in general, the marketplace has changed. That the marketplace requires more people to have college degrees for more jobs.
Okay,
the benefits of a college education is a different argument than the one I'm making.
A Giuliani point versus a Hayekian point.
Well, I don't know about that, but the cost associated with that has also increased.
Right.
And that's, it's
Well,
just,
Hayek thought that, the market um, is number one and people should follow the market. So if the market requires it, now I'm being facetious here, just to be upfront about it. That's why people are more important than the market. It's the argument I make against Ryan's driving. His God is economics. First thing he'll talk about is the profit margin.
Right.
And I am more. And for folks, maybe one of these days I'll talk about Poliani. Can't remember his first name. It's a difficult first name, but there was Friedrich Hayek, Mr. Market, influenced Milton Friedman, influenced Thomas Sowell. His opposite was Keynes, Hayek, the Keynesian Poliani, um, who was they were more the market is a tool of humans. The market should not be the driver of human desire. It should not drive what humans need to thrive in that market.
well,
So your point is well taken, Tom. The market requires a college degree, but you have to change the market, and that is a whale of a job.
well,
I think
the other,
economics
the
actually
other,
drives politics.
the other thing, when you have broad statistics like that, when you talk about longer lifespan, for example, that is also a result of the changing dynamic in who goes to college. More women go to college than men now. Women have a longer life expectancy than men. I would argue that if you really broke down those statistics, and I haven't done this, you would see that probably by vocation, a lot of those benefits of college, life expectancy, income, et cetera, that's the result of that. The field that I went into when I first got out, advertising, I technically did not have a college degree, and no one required me to have one. I was 9 credits short. And that particular field, higher incomes, all the benefits that come with that. I think when you look at, the reason for that, which is obvious to all of us, if you have a lower paying job due to a lack of quality education, maybe you don't have a high school degree. Yes, you're going to have lower income. Lower income is associated with poor diet, a lot of other lifestyle choices. That's very true. I'm not going to argue that point. That's very true.
I'm going to pull an a priori argument. I disagree. And you're probably right. If you pull the statistics apart, longer lifespan is due to more women being in college. But the next move I would make would be to try and figure out when that life increase started happening. I'm going to guess it was before women overtook men as far as attendance and graduating college. I'm going to guess it probably started happening, and it's a priori, anecdotal. I'm going to guess it happened way before women took over, college. I'm also going to guess a priori that if you looked at just men and lifespan, college versus non-college, you would still wind up with men living longer for this reason. I have relatives who labor. They work in tree work, which is inherently dangerous. They work on, road building. They tend to do labor intensive jobs Even if they're supervising them, it's still labor intensive because you're outdoors in all kinds of weather over extended periods of time up until retirement. The toll on the body for certain types of laboring jobs is much higher than sitting in a cubicle tapping on a computer. It's less stressful on the body. So again, a priori, anecdotal, I'm guessing that if you just broke it down by sex, males with a college degree will live longer, have higher incomes, etc.
I'd say that might be true now. You also have to remember that for 30 years, we had people making extremely good incomes in the skilled trades, in the skilled manufacturing area. You know, people that could afford 2 cars, a house, a family of 3 children that were going to a factory and working all day. I'm sorry?
And a stay-at-home wife.
Yes, and a stay-at-home wife. So, I mean, the statistics, you know, on this, I think there's a lot of underlying causes. I don't think there's just one. I've been told by countless college professors that rather than in the past where your job at college was to gain the best education that you could through, you know, a lot of people not making it, dropping out of college. Now, because of the price they're paying, because of the immense amount of the cost, they feel like they are purchasing an education, and so does their institution. Not at
I'm thinking of like University of Phoenix, these for-profit colleges.
Even a lot of state colleges that not the higher end, not like say what your son is doing, and not the higher end programs at a lot of schools.
Well, no, I'm thinking the for-profit college sector. Yes, if you are crazy enough to go to University of Phoenix, yes, you are purchasing an education.
Well, even at a state university, if you're getting a business degree, they're not anxious to kick you out. Whereas back in the day, you know, the standards were such that they would. Now, I wouldn't kick out somebody that was going to give me $100,000 over.
But but my argument is looking at it from the consumer end, the consumer, the parent, the child. And if you are an adult deciding at say 25, hey, I want to go back and get a degree, you're making adult decisions. But I think the majority of kids going to college, hell, they've never even had a credit card. They are, dude, when I was in college, and Tom, I know when you were in college in Lupin, they used to set up tables on like common areas. Come get a credit card.
Oh yeah.
Like that shit should be banned.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just saying when I say college isn't for everyone, I'm talking about getting out of college and you have now a debt of $150,000 that due to the aptitude you have having been to college, you may not be able to pay that off forever and ever and ever.
Is there needs to be a reckoning on your potential that parents and kids need to have. If my son was a C student, you know what? First thing I would have recommended is, dude, I would propose you go into the Navy, but choose your branch. I'm not going to pay for you. Dude, I had a conversation with my son when he was in grade school. Son, I'm poor. Your best bet is to do the best you can in school and scholarship your way through it. And lo and behold, he did. Now, I also knew he was smart and it was within the realm of possibility. But guess what? He did it. It can be done. Okay, you can work your way through college. Might not be, hey, I get to go to football games and hold the hand of cheerleaders and, live an Animal House style, college experience.
More like
But
Revenge of the Nerds, bro.
if you work your way through it, that's getting through college and earning your way through. Do not take out student loans. You might need one, but not, dude, like any other loan. You need to have a hope of paying it back. And yeah, the loaners should go, there's no way at English major. And I think they actually already do this. If you're an English major and you take out $100,000 loan, I'm hoping and I think it's like, there's no way you're ever going to be able to pay this back. I don't think it's indiscriminate like that.
You made a good point about the C student. That's really the primary, benefactor of loans. Because kids that get good grades and graduate high school with a bachelor's degree or with an associate's degree already in hand and can go right into those college programs with FAFSA and with, actual grants and scholarships aren't coming out with any debt. My girls got paid to go to school. They made more money off of their grants and loans or their grants and scholarships than they did on having to take loans. My son being the youngest, and he maybe had $5,000 worth of expenses after the 4 years,
but the bottom line is, if you're a C student, you're going to have to work your way through college, period. It might take you 10 years. Bottom line.
In trade schools, you guys touched on a little bit too, the trade schools.
And I don't know that, and I will agree if Trump says we're going to cut student loan budgets in half. I would not cry if he did that. It would be more competitive, but I still think that you can't blame the government for making stuff available. You have to blame the people taking out the loans. And I know it's a very right-wing argument, which folks here think that I'm some sort of flaming liberal, but no, there is such a thing as personal responsibility, good parenting, counseling your kids. Don't take out. You don't have to go to Harvard. You could go to West Georgia College, where, by the way, Newt Gingrich was a history professor there. You can be famous going to West Georgia College or teaching there. It's not all about Harvard. It just usually is, but there are exceptions. Look at Kash Patel, and I'm going a little bit, overboard with this point. Kash Patel is not an elite. He was just a sycophant. But look at him. His Pace University law degree got him FBI director.
Well, I mean, come on. If that's not a DEI hire, tell me something. Yeah, come on.
They're all DEI.
Well, that's Donald. That's Donald Equity
Inclusion. Lawyers working for me.
Yeah. Connections.
But I mean, if you're including community college, a community college is radically affordable. Yeah. I'm speaking more of your 4-year colleges, and that's what I mean by not. We're kind of talking about the same thing. College isn't for everybody. If you're that C student that just got in and you're taking out a huge loan, number one, you may not even be able to complete college, and number two, if you do, you're not going to be at the top of the hiring scale. And that's my only point, is that college isn't for everybody.
Well, yeah, if you're a C student, now I've also known C students coming out of high school who would make like $1,500 on the SAT. So,
well,
it's a sliding scale.
There's a photo of me in the Wall Street Journal standing next to a sign that says, "To all C students before and after me." Of course, that was a college C, but I'm pretty sure Letterman got into Ball State by the skin of his teeth, which is not a very, like I said, I think they took anybody back then. But yeah, there's plenty of C students that go on to great things. There's no question
Right.
about that.
But the thing is they had to create their own path. You remember, Tom, I'm going to take you down a road that is so weird. Years ago, like decades ago, you remember the song "Make Your Own Kind of Music"?
Yeah, sing your own special song.
Yep. Now, I think it was on Laugh-In or one of those old, like, it was one of the nighttime. I think it was Laugh-In, where it was it Mama Cass? I can't remember. It wasn't the Mamas and Papas. I can't remember, but the lady who sang it on that movie set, she was riding a motorcycle, and the fake, all that stuff, but it kind of looked realistic if you weren't paying attention. I might have been 7, so yeah, it looks kind of realistic. Then she steps off the motorcycle. She steps off the motorcycle. Okay, but the scenery's still going by. Obviously, to my 7-year-old brain, oh, that was fake.
Yeah.
The argument about college being basically a glorified college has been taken out of context. It has been made the purpose of college is fake.
Yeah.
The purpose of the college education is to actually gain an education. It's not a trade school.
No.
Letting C students in, I would literally love for Trump to go, we're going to do like Czechoslovakia. And I have a buddy of mine who lives in Czechoslovakia, went through their system. He's a civil engineer / construction engineer. They said there are levels of university there.
Yeah, well, first of all, that is Cass Elliot, by the way. That song. That's after she left. After she left. Yeah, after she left the Mamas and the Papas, she had.
Did I do the Wayback Machine correctly?
Yes, you did. You did, and so I agree with that. I think it should be educationally harder, financially easier for college, and I do agree that, if you have, like, you saw the movie Rudy. Wanted to go to Notre Dame. Grades weren't good enough. Go to this junior college for 2 years, and if you're good enough, we'll let you into the big one. I think that's a much better pathway for students who are either not ready for college or don't want to incur all that debt. I had plenty of guys that I knew that went to junior college for 2 years, and then took their last 2 years at a major university, so that their degree at the end would say, Indiana University or Purdue University or whatever it was.
Hey, I told you about the Yale grad. Now, the other thing about the Yale grad I was talking about, he died in his 30s of cancer. He was actually one of the most sarcastic motherfuckers. He could make you laugh. However, again, remedial, like math or something at a community college, 2 years later, accepted to Yale, gets his Yale degree, writes a novel, makes a major motion picture. And, tragic end, but he's a success story. And he was a good writer. However, we all went, what? Really? I've known C students to go on to become nuclear engineers because they were bored in high school.
I already told you that to finish my degree, and I worked for 30 years without that degree. People just assumed that I had one, but no one ever asked me for my resume. They just wanted to see my portfolio of work. They never said, are you a college? That was never, ever once asked of me. And through hook or by crook, the department chairman said, I I heard a dirty rumor that you haven't graduated. I went, no, I haven't. So I wrote it was supposed to be 6 pages. I wrote a 30-page paper for the guy. And then he said, but I can't, do an independent study for your science. You have, 4 hours or whatever it was of science to complete. And this was a 300 level course. I finished it online in a weekend.
Yeah.
And that's what I mean by, college has changed a little bit. I know back in the day, I wouldn't have been able to do that. That would have been essays. It would have been lab work. It was community health. And so it's like, wow.
Let me tell you something that I recently, maybe in the last 5 years, became aware of. There are professors of practice. There are people who don't have PhD degrees, but have proven through 20, 30 years of success. And you know what? I want to retire. Some university will go, hey, you don't have a PhD, but your experience gives you a PhD. You're a professor of practice. Okay. You are a full professor of practice with tenure because you kicked ass in real life, and we want you to teach our kids how to do it.
Stanley,
Professor of practice is, to me, a higher honorific. It's up there with a Nobel Prize.
At Ball State, when I was there, we did have doctors, and we had people that had worked in broadcasting or whatever, but then slowly gotten their doctorates and stuff, and that had professional experience. But we had an equal number of people. I mean, Steve Bell, who was the anchor for ABC World News Tonight, was one of our instructors. We had actual working professionals that were, people of practice, like you mentioned. And that was one of the main draws for people to go there, was that you were working with people that had been in network production at CBS and bigwigs, not just, guy was a floor director. So I think that's important, just, depending on what discipline you're in,
it's also discipline specific.
Yeah.
You can come out of college with a master's degree and still not know what the hell you're doing in the workplace.
Oh, dude, companies will train.
Lightweight, come out as a journeyman. Right?
You're absolutely right, Uncle Fatty. It doesn't matter if you go to Harvard, get your, math, PhD in math. When you go to work for Goldman Sachs, they're going to train you the Goldman Sachs way.
Exactly.
Well, and then there's people that go to college and get their bachelor's and don't ever enter the workforce and immediately get an MBA. What the hell good is that?
I agree with that.
It's like you've not spent one day in the workforce, but you got a master's of business administration. You don't even know how to fill out a timesheet.
Right.
I mean, come on. So anyway, it's a lot of cost, and we've homogenized.
Yes, that's a great word.
The meaning of a college degree to the point where, you used to be, there were certain things you could almost darn level bet that you had a good shot at getting a job if you had a college degree. That's not true anymore.
Well, we always need strawberry pickers and people to work in those steel plants that don't exist.
In the words of Judge Smales, well, the world needs ditch diggers too.
That's right.
So, but there's places like Enterprise Car Rental. If you want to get into a buddy of mine told me about this. He said, if you want to get into their management training program, you have to have a college degree. And I'm like, well, okay.
Well, one of the big arguments going around right now is that schools were formed only to create factory workers, right? We had the 30s and 40s industrial complex that, the Rockefellers and all these guys formed the schools and this process to create good factory workers that we don't care what you know, We just want to make sure that you can be there on time every day, and that's it.
Well, see, the problem, and let me address the Rockefellers and all those people. Half of them didn't have college degrees, or if they did go to college, they were going to be like George Bush Jr., a future scion who graduated from Yale with gentleman's C's.
It's not about
Okay.
what you know, it's about who you know.
So the bottom line is they got it wrong. Okay. You can learn how to be on time in high school. You don't need a college degree for that.
Yeah.
So, and I won't go into a deeper argument, which is it was a racial, it was a systemic racism sort of thing.
For sure.
So, but that's kind of a different show, and I don't have the research in my head, but I suspect that was part of it. To go back to Tom's point, homogenization. You don't need an advanced degree to learn how to be on time. Trade school, high school takes care of that perfectly. An apprenticeship is a great way to learn how to be on time.
Yeah.
That's time honored.
Next thing you know, you're a journeyman and you're running crews, and you know it's kind of the same corporate hierarchy. You know, you work your way up the ladder, and you know the people that are training you don't really know what they're doing, but they're training you to do it their way. So you're just following that kind of step of whoever's on the totem pole the longest gets to work their way up to the top type of situation. And it's not really merit based. You know, it's more about time.
And you know what? That is another thing. America has lost what it means, what merit based means.
Yeah, meritocracy is the new word nowadays again, right?
Yeah, like Trump. Trump is not where he is because
the man cheated his way through middle school, high school, and college.
Well, Daddy got him into his Ivy League school, and he was a transfer student, by the way.
Yeah, and there's guys that have came forward and said that he paid them to do all their homework, all his homework. Like, the man was
maybe not. But you know what? That's the American way as much as pulling yourself up. He pulled himself up by his bootstraps. It's just, you know, they were the Air Jordans of the day. And he certainly didn't get heel spurs from those bootstraps.
It's about who you know. It's not about what you know.
And it will always be that way. That's not going to change. That's what Americans also don't understand. Talking about change is not change.
Right.
So I want to move on. We must hear this all the way through. I thought this was awesome. So doctors told him he was going to die. Then AI saved his life. And this is not pro AI, by the way. But much like the market, it should be a tool of man. It should not control people. You know, if AI says you're not college material, it's people making that decision, not AI.
I got major bones to pick with just the AI term.
Well, go ahead and pick them now.
Intelligence. You know, it's not intelligence. It's algorithm. It's just a search engine is really all it is.
Yep.
It's not intelligent. You know, it's just a program.
Well, I'm going to have to give compliments to my particular algorithm. Funny enough, my algorithm is awesome because I have such diverse interests. That you probably missed the architecture little video that I showed at the beginning of the show.
I did,
It showed up in my algorithm.
Nice.
And it was fascinating.
I mean that algorithm has existed for, it's not even remotely AI, but the thing is, that I have trouble with is that we are rushing so fast into AI that there's not enough consideration being given to what we're going to let it do, why we're going to let it do it. I will admit that AI is incredible at certain things and should be used immediately. For instance, AI can scan x-rays, chest x-rays, for breast cancer at 99% accuracy at like 1,000 times faster than a human can do it. And with a much higher degree of accuracy, much higher. And for that, super.
And with no bias.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of people say this, and I agree with it a lot. I don't want AI to do the things I want to do. I want AI to do the things I don't want to do. And in my field, which is largely writing, it's going so AI so fast. And what is not, it's always been the case, in my opinion. I've always said, you know, fewer people read and even fewer know how to write. And people can't tell the difference between good writing and bad writing. Most people, the vast majority of people. But the purpose of certain kinds of writing, if you're writing advertising copy, there's a purpose for it. It's persuasion. AI can't do that very well. AI is great at writing general copy that scrapes the internet, by the way, so it's 30%, 20% inaccurate. But it's not good at artful language. It's not good at persuasive language. Right. And it's like we really need to think really good and hard about maximizing the way we use AI for the benefit of humans. If AI comes along and puts, you know, a third of the workforce out of a job, well, what's AI really done for us? I hear all this crap about, well, they'll just be repurposed into other careers. Really?
Like what, picking fruit?
Yes. You mean, oh, so you're saying start all over again, is what you're saying. So anyway, enough of my little soapbox there. Sorry.
Oh, that's all right.
Didn't mean to downer everybody out in the morning.
Well, he didn't.
No, but I think you're right.
I'm
you know,
good.
where we take so much time to do computation and do, like the quantum field right now, the AI that they're using is actual AI. It's a learning type of
Well,
program.
yeah, as long as it's a tool, that's good.
Right.
When it starts being your North Star, like AI says, people should do this. That's where I'm going to disagree. That's where I'm going to object, and hopefully not get arrested when I join my first protest.
Well,
August 29th, 1997 is the day that Skynet took over the world.
AI Trump says you need to be deported.
AI has decided that your protest level is above the set scale.
Or
you're
fired. AI, so we got to eliminate it, right?
AI will never have a gut instinct.
Right.
How many moments in all of our lives here on this panel have you just kind of gone, you know what? My brain's telling me this, but it just feels like I should give this person a chance, or I should try this new thing, or AI is never going to put
abuse Robert Frost and go, I have miles before I sleep.
Well,
miles to go.
AI is never accidentally going to put its peanut butter in your chocolate. You know, we're never going to have that from AI.
That's Nutella, isn't it?
That's Reese's peanut butter cups. You put your chocolate in my peanut butter. You put your peanut butter in my chocolate.
Yeah, the critical thinking isn't really a part of the whole programming.
They can get it with enough data, with enough input. They can get it, you know, able to start recognizing or creating patterns that will get really close, but it's still never gonna be a leap of faith type of endeavor. You know, if it follows a logical path, fine. If it's something that it can sort of extrapolate, what if I did this? What if I did that? What if I did this? What if I did that? And it can figure out what those outcomes would be at you know.
And I'll tell you, the Grok one, the Grok AI on Twix is actually a really deep thinking unit like that, where you can hit it on the deep thought or whatever the tab is, and it'll spit out 100 sources and then go back in and recheck them and work different scenarios off of different sources and find new sources. And like, it'll work for hours on a simple question if you wanted to, where a lot of the other ones are just kind of plug and play, you know, scanning for information and just spitting out a couple sources maybe. But that Grok is actually a pretty decent one for what it is.
I use ChatGPT to search engine optimize my YouTube descriptions for my show.
Yeah.
It's now giving me options.
You messed around with DeepSeek at all yet?
It's not. I don't. As long as it's SEO optimized, it's you know, who cares. But it's now giving me options. It's saying, which of these two do you prefer?
Right.
And it's like, well, that's kind of nice. But
and it'll run them for half a day and kind of check them on each other and see which one pulls more. And
yeah, but in general, I think we've just gone a little AI crazy here.
Well, I mean, it's always the new shiny toy.
Yeah,
and, it'll take a Trump level F up, you know, before we come back to earth. Now, I'm making a joke, but
true.
I wanna do a quick station identification. Everyone, make sure you hit the like button. Few of you that there are, hit the like button. Make sure you subscribe to the John Gall Urban Landlord channel. Share the wealth, because our show is different. I'm just not into you know, rap music and how it's destroying Black people in America. I tend to like news stories and actual, like, discussing ideas. Speaking of which, subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel, Stanley Cross 6000. I do video essays. I actually have one. Oh, by the way, guys, I clipped the part of the show from the other night, couple nights ago, the part where we were talking about the little girls in Chinatown. I clipped it as a short, nice. Which is going to premiere, and it's awesome. It's a good discussion. I caught a little bit at the beginning about Tom talking about his dorm days, which was hilarious. So it's going to premiere on my channel. It's going to be a short on John's channel. So I loved it. It was awesome. Y'all subscribe to Stanley Cross. Y'all subscribe to John Gall. Subscribe to Tom Gully, the Tom Gully Show. And Uncle Fatty, you should drop your business, your link to your website and all that into the chat anytime you want. We can go back. We can look at what you're doing, because I find that I was talking to my father about, you know, the reclaimed timber, the way you do your construction. Totally fascinating. And just
a CNC machine running right now that's putting a guy's name on a big headboard slab.
Mm-hmm. Headboard for a bed?
Yeah, for a king bed. Yeah, it's like a 30-inch wide Norwegian elm slab. And then we took all the rest of the branches and stuff and did like this big rustic bed. About a 30-hour CNC deal, so it's all embossed and, you know, the family crest and all that.
Okay, I have to ask, how rich is this guy?
Oh shit.
You have to be rich to even think of that.
The last job I just finished up was a $14 million garage.
A garage? Okay, how many doors did this garage have?
Well, it was 3.
Was it a big garage?
But it was also like a 3-story mother-in-law while the estate home gets built. No big deal.
Hey, you know what? You have to be rich to even think of stuff like that.
Yeah, we're bidding about 2.5, 3 years in advance right now because we're so short on labor, and
Nice.
even bring in like guys from out of state, up to build these homes, and they're like mini malls, red iron I-beams, post and beam I-beams with big glass walls and big pocket doors that just open up the whole backyard. Zero clearance, everything's zero clearance, no steps anywhere.
Drop a link. I want to see your work. I've seen,
Yep.
You've dropped that link before and all that. I want to do this next story though, because this is AI doing good stuff.
Well, so you had something about my dorm life?
Oh, you were talking about the. I made the joke about cue balls bounce.
Oh, post Ohio State. No, that's okay. That's okay.
It's nothing that's gonna. Oh, come on.
No, I was just curious. I don't care.
No. It puts us all, you, me, Uncle Fatty, in a positive light. I would have never
the nuclear light underneath the little mirror on the wall.
Yeah, well, look, Stanley, I did a show about lint last night.
Yeah,
I'm not too concerned about what.
Portia had a show, and I fell asleep. I did save it. I have to watch. Shit, we might. You know what? Let's scrap the pop the balloon. Let's do this AI,
please.
And let's talk about lint.
No, let's watch Pop the Balloon.
Funny?
I don't know if it's ever funny.
No. We're gonna watch it.
Now, you might want to watch it first. It's whatever it is. But my point was, if you do a show on lint, you're not really concerned about any of your online image too much.
Well, you know what? If you've ever now see here, and maybe you covered it. I did not watch the show, but we will. And if we don't get to it today, I will watch it today. But like dryer lint is excellent kindling.
We covered that.
You will start a fire instantly.
Oh, yeah. Yes.
I used to have a big ass wood stove in the last house I lived in. If you want to start a fire, you start small and go big. Put lint under newspaper.
Save your lint.
Got a fire.
Save it in a metal container. Sure, I covered that during the show. Also, excellent inadvertent source of fires. If you don't empty it.
Hey, birds like lint. Hey,
don't get me. It's actually, the forensic people use lint to determine if somebody says I've never fired a gun or been near one in my life. Well, they go into the pocket lint and check it out, man. I mean, lint it's just a
little gunshot residue.
It really was just me being mad that my view count has dropped so precipitously recently.
Tom.
And then just going, okay, internet, if that's the way it's going to be,
Dave,
I'll do a show on lint.
Yeah, the shorts definitely help with that boost. Getting those shorts out there, it plugs that algorithm into.
Well, all I have to say is we got 19 people right now, which is actually up. You know what? I just don't do I like the news, the commentary, the kind of shit PBS style. I was trained, in my way of thinking by PBS shows, but the PBS shows were like Bill Buckley and the McLaughlin Group,
McNeil Lehrer.
Yeah, all the good stuff. It wasn't like deep, but it wasn't surface level either. It was basically a fire starter like that lint. Bad joke. Deacon Dave, I have never been to Nightish's show.
Shout out to Nadish.
I know Nightish from, I think, Here for the Teas. I think that's the first time I've seen him. And um, why should I go to his show? Would he even let me up there? I would. I don't think I would be a natural panelist of his. So, but I trust your judgment, Dave.
Depends
Almost
on
a
the
bit.
night. He's got some pretty random topics, for sure.
Is he interesting?
Oh yeah, it's not all pop the balloon stuff, but he did a couple of deep dives on Project 2025 where I went up and razzled him and Uncle Tom and a couple of the guys.
Well, you know what, Deacon Dave, if you want to come up on my panel and break the rule about the N word, yeah, I did him dirty. There are a couple times people like Solid Snake and 12th Man, they still are under the illusion that I have to follow. Like if John Galt allows it on his show, Stanley has to allow it on his show. That is the farthest thing from the truth that you could possibly imagine. John Galt does not run my panel, period, ever. So Nightish thought he was talking to a John Galt puppet. His problem. I have rules, and that N-word stuff, it is passe. Do it on John Galt's panel. It's not going to happen here. If you're new to the panel, I'll give you a strike or two, but it's not going to happen. I'm tired of that bullshit.
Yeah.
And Deacon, if you say I did him dirty, I have to pay attention to your point because I respect you that much, but you're going to have to prove that one. Solid Snake, I'm not in the mood, so the rules will apply. Welcome back. And I want to go on with this AI story. May not play all of it, but that AI saving a life, I'm all for it.
Doctors told him he was going to die. Then AI saved his life. This article is by Kate Morgan and read by an automated voice. A little over a year ago, Joseph Coates was told there was only one thing left to decide. Did he want to die at home or in the hospital? Coates, then 37 and living in Renton, Washington, was barely conscious. For months, he had been battling a rare blood disorder called Poems syndrome, which had left him with numb hands and feet, an enlarged heart, and failing kidneys. Every few days, doctors needed to drain liters of fluid from his abdomen. He became too sick to receive a stem cell transplant, one of the only treatments that could have put him into remission. I gave up, he said. I just thought the end was inevitable. But Coates' girlfriend, Tara Theobald, wasn't ready to quit, so she sent an email begging for help to a doctor in Philadelphia named David Feigenbaum, whom the couple met a year earlier at a rare disease summit. By the next morning, Dr. Feigenbaum had replied, suggesting an unconventional combination of chemotherapy, immunotherapy, and steroids previously untested as a treatment for Coates' disorder. Within a week, Coates was responding to treatment. In 4 months, he was healthy enough for a stem cell transplant. Today, he's in remission. The life-saving drug regimen wasn't thought up by the doctor or any person. It had been spit out by an artificial intelligence model. In labs around the world, scientists are using AI to search among existing medicines for treatments that work for rare diseases. Drug repurposing, as it's called, is not new. But the use of machine learning is speeding up the process and could expand the treatment possibilities for people with rare diseases and few options. Thanks to versions of the technology developed by Dr. Feigenbaum's team at the University of Pennsylvania and elsewhere, drugs are being quickly repurposed for conditions including rare and aggressive cancers, fatal inflammatory disorders, and complex neurological conditions. And often, they're working. The handful of success stories so far have led researchers to ask the question, how many other cures are hiding in plain sight? There is a treasure trove of medicine that could be used for so many other diseases. We just didn't have a systematic way of looking at it, said Donald C. Lowe, the former head of therapeutic development at the National Center for Advancing Translational Sciences and a scientific lead at Remedy for All, a group focused on drug repurposing. It's essentially almost silly not to try this, because these drugs are already approved. You can already buy them at the pharmacy. The National Institutes of Health defines rare diseases as those which affect fewer than 200,000 people in the United States. But there are thousands of rare diseases, which altogether affect tens of millions of Americans and hundreds of millions of people around the world. And yet, more than 90% of rare diseases have no approved treatments, and pharmaceutical giants don't commit many resources to try to find them. There isn't typically much money to be made developing a new drug for a small number of patients, said Christine Colvis, who heads drug development partnership programs at NCATS. That's what makes drug repurposing such an enticing alternative route to finding treatments for rare diseases, said Dr. Marinka Zitnik, an associate professor at Harvard Medical School who studies computer science applications in medical research. Dr. Zitnik's Harvard lab has built another AI model for drug repurposing. Other laboratory discovery techniques have already put drug repurposing on the map, Dr. Lowe said. AI just puts rocket boosters on that. Finding clues in old research. Repurposing is fairly common in pharmaceuticals. Minoxidil, developed as a blood pressure medication, has been repurposed to treat hair loss. Viagra, originally marketed to treat a cardiac condition, is now used as an erectile dysfunction drug. Semaglutide, a diabetes drug, has become best known for its ability to help people lose weight. The first time Dr. Feigenbaum repurposed a drug, it was in an attempt to save his own life. At 25, while in medical school, he was diagnosed with a rare subtype of a disorder called Castleman disease, which led to an immune system reaction that landed him in the intensive care unit. There is no one way to treat Castleman disease, and some people don't respond to any of the available treatments. Dr. Feigenbaum was among them. Between hospitalizations and rounds of chemo that temporarily helped, Dr. Feigenbaum spent weeks running tests on his own blood, poring over medical literature and trying unconventional treatments. I had this really clear realization that I didn't have $1 billion and 10 years to create some new drug from scratch, he said. The drug that saved Dr. Feigenbaum's life was a generic medication called sirolimus, typically given to kidney donation recipients to prevent rejection. The medication has kept his Castleman disease in remission for more than a decade. Dr. Feigenbaum went on to become a professor at the University of Pennsylvania and began seeking out other drugs with unknown uses. Existing research, he realized, was full of overlooked clues about potential links between drugs and the diseases they could treat. He said, "If they're just in the published literature, shouldn't someone be looking for these all day, every day?" His lab had some early successes, including finding that a novel cancer drug helped another Castleman patient. But the process was laborious, requiring his team to examine one drug and one disease at a time, he said. Dr. Feigenbaum decided he needed to speed up the project. In 2022, he established a nonprofit called Every Cure, aimed at using machine learning to compare thousands of drugs and diseases all at once. Work similar to Every Cures is taking place in other labs around the world, including at Penn State and Stanford University, as well as in Japan and China. In Birmingham, Alabama, an AI model suggested a 19-year-old patient debilitated by chronic vomiting try isopropyl alcohol, inhaled through the nose. Essentially, we ran a query that said, "Show us every proposed treatment there has ever been in the history of medicine for nausea," said Matt Might, a professor at University of Alabama at Birmingham, who leads the institute that developed the model. "The alcohol popped to the top of our list," Dr. Might said, "and it worked instantly." The model developed by Dr. Might's institute has successfully predicted other treatments too. Amphetamines typically used to treat ADHD relieved periodic paralysis in children with a rare genetic disorder. A Parkinson's drug helped patients with a neurological condition move and speak. A common blood pressure medicine called guanfacine drastically improved the mobility of a pediatric patient with a different neurological condition. Many drugs do more than one thing, Dr. Might said. Their additional features sometimes get characterized as side effects. If you comb through enough drugs, you eventually find the side effect you're looking for, he said, and then that becomes the main effect. At the University of Pennsylvania, Dr. Feigenbaum's platform compares roughly 4,000 drugs against 18,500 diseases. For each disease, pharmaceuticals get a score based on the likelihood of efficacy. Once the predictions are made, a team of researchers combs through them to find promising ideas, then performs lab tests or connects with doctors willing to try the drugs on patients. Elsewhere, pharmaceutical companies are using AI to discover entirely new drugs, a pursuit that has the potential to streamline an enterprise already worth billions. But drug repurposing is not likely to prove lucrative for any one party. Many drug patents expire after a few decades, which means there is little incentive for drug companies to seek out additional uses for them, said Aidan Hollis, a professor of economics at the University of Calgary with a focus on medical commerce. Once a drug becomes one of the thousands of generics approved by the Food and Drug Administration, it typically faces stiff competition, driving down the price. If you use AI to come up with a new drug, you can make lots and lots of money off that new drug. If you use AI to find a new use for an old, inexpensive drug, no one makes any money off of it, Dr. Feigenbaum said. To fund the venture, Every Cure received more than $100 million in commitments last year from TED's Audacious Project and the Advanced Research Projects Agency for Health, an agency within the Federal Health Department dedicated to supporting potential research breakthroughs. Dr. Feigenbaum said that Every Cure will use the money, in part, to fund clinical trials of repurposed drugs. This is one example of AI that we don't have to fear, that we can be really excited about, said Dr. Grant Mitchell, another Every Cure co-founder and a medical school classmate of Dr. Feigenbaum. This one's going to help a lot of people. Someone had to be the first to try. Dr. Luke Chen was skeptical when Dr. Feigenbaum's model suggested he treat a patient with Castleman disease using adalimumab, a medication typically used to treat arthritis, Crohn's disease, and ulcerative colitis. I didn't think it was going to work because it's kind of a wimpy drug, said Dr. Chen, a hematologist and professor at Dalhousie University and the University of British Columbia. But the patient had already undergone chemotherapy and a bone marrow transplant and had tried drugs, including the one that saved Dr. Feigenbaum's life. Nothing worked, and he was entering hospice. We had basically given up, but I put in a last call to David, Dr. Chen said. With no other options, Dr. Chen gave the patient the adalimumab. In a matter of weeks, the patient was in remission. The case was recently the subject of a paper in the New England Journal of Medicine. No model is infallible, Dr. Zitnik said. AI can sometimes make predictions based on evidence that isn't sufficiently strong. Dr. Colvis said ranking potential treatments by likelihood of success can also prove difficult. Such issues make physician oversight crucial. Sometimes a doctor will determine that a treatment suggestion is too risky to try, she said, but then there are instances where they will see something and say, okay, this looks like it's reasonable, Dr. Colvis added. When Dr. Feigenbaum first suggested that Dr. Wayne Gao, a hematologist and oncologist in Washington state, try a novel treatment on one of his patients, Dr. Gao had doubts. The patient was Coates, the Washington man headed for hospice, and the aggressive drug combination suggested by Dr. Feigenbaum's model seemed a little bit crazy, Dr. Gao said. In fact, he worried that the treatment might kill Coates faster. But Coates was a young man, and there were no other treatments to consider, and so, Dr. Gao said, someone had to be the first to try. Last month, just over a year after his brush with death, Coates and his girlfriend visited Dr. Feigenbaum in Philadelphia to thank him for his help. A smiling Coates was the picture of health. He had put on muscle since the last time he met the doctor. Coates had tweaked his ankle that morning while working out, but otherwise, he said, he felt just fine. Maxwell Strawn contributed reporting.
I want to make a quick point about if I can pronounce it correctly, adalimumab. I actually took that. I suffer from an autoimmune arthritis thing. It's Humira. You see commercials every now and again on that sort of. It's basically an anti-inflammatory, and it works. So this has kind of a personal thing. I love this article, quite frankly. Um, let's use AI like a pet. And I'm thinking of dogs who have better noses and help humans become um, human and, grow. Dogs were a great pet. We love them today. AI should be our pet, not. And the reason I describe it this way, and this is actually why I love this small but interesting audience that we attract. Um, IQ. And I'll tie
Okay,
it
but
in.
Stanley, can I have a statement on that article? This is
Please
why
do.
I always read the side labels for the side effects. See, you may see your common pain reliever as like just to relieve the pain, but sometimes you need to understand why the pain exists. And sometimes it's the side effects that you're trying to like say like you may want to take an aspirin for a toothache. That's not the correct medication. What you would want to take is an anti-inflammatory painkiller. But at the same, I mean, it's complicated, but eventually people
Well,
will
they're
figure it
different.
out.
They're different
And that's why I always read
pathways.
the side labels.
Hold on, Mister Wizard. There are two different pathways to pain. To produce pain. Aspirin is not a bad idea. Um,
Yeah, but it
aspirin.
doesn't.
Aspirin is an anti-inflammatory too. By the way,
Ah,
salicylic acid, histamines, dude, histamines produce
yeah,
it. God damn it. I will finish this statement.
go ahead.
Histamines produce inflammation. It's a different pathway, but aspirin is an anti inflammatory too. Motherfucker, this is shit I know.
I don't agree. I
So
think
you
certain
are
types of
do not
aspirin may
dispense
be.
medical advice on this panel. Period. Ever
I'm
again.
not, and I don't
Don't
know why you
ever
doing it. Ain't
fucking
none
do,
of us medical
dude. I am
professionals.
dead serious about this. I'm
Well,
dead
I'm not a
serious. Solid
doctor.
Snake,
I
I
can
will
say
put
I
your
was.
ass in the back. Don't ever do that again.
What I did.
Well, subject verb agreement will be your latest problem.
Well, my thing is, why
Don't
would you
ever
think
come up
aspirin
here.
is a
Don't
better
ever come up here
anti-inflammatory than
and don't
ibuprofen?
ever
That's my next
come
debate.
up here. I said personal experience. The drug that was mentioned in this article helped me. It's a commercial. It just, it kind of rang in my head. Hey, this is something that is fairly common. I did not give medical advice. I did not say something wasn't an anti inflammatory that actually was.
No, I
You have
did.
no clue what you're talking about. Stop
Well,
talking about
that's
stop
what the article
talking
made me
about
think
stuff you
of.
dude, you want to fuss and fight. You don't
No,
know
I don't.
shit about aspirin. You don't know shit about
Aspirin.
toothaches.
I just, well,
You
I'm
just
glad that
want to say something
I just said
and
aspirin.
everybody lets you do it.
Oh my God, what is this about? Everybody let me do it. Why you act like that?
I act like you don't know shit about aspirin.
Jesus. You know, I
You
had
don't.
asthma a long time, and you know the best thing that I found more beneficial than
I'm
anything?
ready to move on because
I stopped taking the treatment
is
and started
literally
smoking
a
Newports.
non-productive argument.
But last night I coughed
I
up
like
blood.
Deacon Dave's comment. AI readers might have the ability to read and add context from historical reference. Uh-oh. That would make learning a matter of attention span. Beautiful. Beautiful, Deacon Dave.
See,
Yes,
that's that
we need
bigotry
to
of no
teach our
expectation. You
we
pompous
need to
ass. You are such a pump. You and you know what? I'm so sick and tired of y'all pompous ass blacks.
I want this argument to go on. Please continue.
Oh, please
This is
continue.
going to be fun.
My God.
Feed
The
me.
very
Feed me.
ability to your consciousness to equate to the valuability of everybody else's consciousness is nil to none. It's like you in your own world, but you accuse everybody else of being in theirs. But you cannot meet nobody where they at. You are such an unhospitable personality. And it's ridiculous that you consider yourself as such, but we love you anyway, Stanley. So please hit that like, share, subscribe, and hit that cash
Here's
app.
the
Support
deal.
the channel, support the host with his ass. But you know what? I love this motherfucker.
All I have to say, Solid Snake, is I never pretend. Have I ever pretended to be down? I am not, and I'm going to break my own rule. So please forgive me, folks. I know I'm breaking a rule here. I am not that nigger. I am the anti. I am the anti John Galt.
Nigga,
I think black people, they are actually slaves these days. It's to their own.
It's not just black
It's
people.
hold on. I'm gonna get this out. I'm in monologue mode. Black people are the prisoners of their own expectations. Think outside your boxes, folks. And teach your kids to think outside of their boxes, which are also called preconceived notions. We have a lot of preconceived notions about ourselves. And I'll leave it at that.
We're not a doctor's channel, but can we get Tom to do a show on turmeric acid?
Turmeric?
Turmeric, yeah.
The spice.
Turmeric. I always say turmeric.
Well, turmeric might not be a bad pronunciation.
Tom should do an episode on that. It's cool as fuck. Ooh, what time is Tom gone? Man, somebody pulled a plug, somebody drove off on the gas pump because they were late for work.
And you know what? How does that relate to the medical miracle that we just heard about?
Nah, I was just trying to explain.
Okay, stop trying to interject.
My bad, Stanley.
No, again, I'm going to make a critique, and it's just my impression. People love it when Solid Snake takes their show south. I'm not one of those people. I actually, dude, go. I want you. You know what? I'm going to do something that I rarely do. I'm going to put something. I'm going to look under the hood here. I'm going to look under the hood.
Not into the hood, but under the hood.
I like that you're going for.
I don't know if it's very visible here, but Portia and everyone gets to. If y'all are not sending your hard-earned tax dollars to Ms. Portia J,
straight up,
you are doing the shows a disservice. The woman support. Hey, this script, all I do, she created this script. All I do is fill in some blanks. And what I want to point out is if you look where it says credits where it's due, source awards, Portia requires her stable of hosts. Now it's a joke when I say stable of hosts.
You are one.
And it'll mostly piss her off. But see, you see those 12 links? She requires us to put our sources for our bullshit into a chat where people can fact check us. That is a Portia J requirement. Okay. If you think I'm spouting bullshit, always go to the show description. There are my links. There are my sources. And they are They are secondary sources, so this isn't some academic stuff, an academic thing. But the sources are there. Avail yourself of my sources, and I take pride in putting my sources there. Every not, and it's imperfect, but most of the stuff, the shows, the articles, the Substack essays, I'll put it there per Portia J's strict rules about you better know what the fuck you're talking about.
Oh, okay.
It's Portia J.
Okay.
It's not Stanley. Well, it is kind of Stanley, but Portia J. Portia J basically says, Stanley, you're full of shit. Prove your bullshit.
I'm just usually off topic, Stanley. First of all,
I'm not off
never
topic.
off
I
topic.
wanted to go back to
I'm
your
always
point
off
because it
topic.
was you who talked about academic, whatever it was you said. I don't
I don't
talk
know what I
shit.
did.
I put
It's
links in
like
the
4
back
years ago,
so
Stanley.
people can go. No, dude, you're over talking me and I don't appreciate it. Here are my sources, folks. Go look in the show description. My show on my channel, and it's simulcast, to use a term, on John Galt's channel. I put my shit in the description. Fact check me.
Hey, Stanley, you know what? I got to interrupt you.
I don't
I
really
put in
care at
Stanley
this
Cross
point.
and
I
I
need
got
to
water
finish my
bottles.
point.
No, I was just saying.
I put my bullshit on the line per Portia J, who's gonna kill me when she hears
Gotta
this.
do it. You gotta do it. It's the only way to go.
You know what? And I take pride in doing it. So all the little naysayers who say Stanley's full of shit,
I'm pretty sure isn't a credible cited source.
So anyway, I'm done belaboring the point, but I want everyone to know I might be dry. I might not be down. I may sound many ways, but the one thing I'm trying to be is at least express an opinion that's grounded on something.
I got an opinion. Sell water bottles.
Full of water or empties?
No, just water bottles.
Yeah, okay.
Stanley Cross. No, because if I type it in search in the YouTube search bar, if you type Stanley Cross, if you don't put the space between Stanley and Cross, you know what shows up? Water bottles.
And you know what? I'm full of water. But water is a necessary part of carbon-based life.
Freebie. Use it. Still Stanley Cross water bottles.
And you know what? Water is essential, so I take that as a compliment. Thank you for researching my essential nature.
I'm just saying, Stanley, they got an idea right there. I'm trying to give you some marketing ideas.
The human body is about 60% water anyway.
70
Hey, Lupin, it's in that crawl at the bottom of the screen. I encourage everyone, Portia J, today. And she doesn't know this happening. This is happening. She is not putting me up to it. I am her biggest fan. So if I ever had a daughter, I would want her to be like Portia.
Oh, yeah.
And I think it's in this crawl. If not, I'll find it and put it up. And by the way, she made this crawl. Okay, I will find. Let me do this before I forget, because I'll get all involved.
Hey Stanley, you think
There it is. $$ Portia J is her Cash App. Do it today, folks. Let the woman know
Stanley,
that we all appreciate her.
I want to know whatever happened
And
to this
Lupin,
argument.
she would be thrilled if you support her. She will hug you virtually.
I think if you do 10 years of teaching, the American citizens should be, the taxpayers' money that you say that don't belong to us should go to the teachers and pay the teachers off their student loans so they don't have to worry about it after 10 years. They do 10 years of service as far as
Yeah,
teaching.
that is a viable
I think
option. Hey,
I think that
there's a
should
way
be.
to go to the Medical College of Georgia if you commit to staying in Georgia, for X number of years. So you might have to work as a rural doctor. But that's my point. There are ways to pay for even elite colleges. Don't sit on your ass and take the easy route, which is getting a student loan. You might
But
actually
I
have to
think the
work.
problem is
You
everybody
might
has
have to
over a student
actually
loan, and I don't think they should have
you
to.
might actually have to
I think
work
that's
your
the
way.
only liberal thing about me. I don't think people that go to college that actually.
You might actually have to work your way through college. Liberal, conservative, it really doesn't matter. Earn your way to college. Student loans should not be like the first thing you think about. Period.
Shouldn't have to think about as a college graduate, as a degree holder, as a serving citizen with that degree. I don't think they need to be paying back student loans. I think that should be paid back through the taxpayers' expense. I think they deserve more acknowledgement towards the taxpayer expense than anybody else. But that's just
Thank
my
you.
theory.
Thank you for the obvious. That's already happening. Now, let us
It's
move
not
on.
happening, Stanley. It's not happening. They stealing the money. They stealing the money. How the hell AOC dumbass got all that goddamn millions of dollars? Ratchet ass motherfucking Jasmine Crockett got all the millions of
What
dollars.
millions of dollars?
I'm just saying, Marjorie Taylor Greene, the Republican Party. I'm calling out all these motherfuckers. These motherfuckers got millions of
Yeah,
dollars in
you might just.
motherfucking student
I
cash.
think when he
Why
went,
these teachers can't get that goddamn?
I think when he went to put that gas handle back in place, he sniffed some fumes.
Left the valve open.
My bad. My bad. Shit, y'all. I just can't stand to see my man. I just can't stand to see my teacher. Nah, I just can't stand to see him. I can't stand to see it. And I'm
Wow,
40
how did
something
the
years old.
teachers
I can't
abuse
stand to
you?
see him.
Wait, hold it. You
Well,
have
not
something
that they
against
abuse. I think
teachers?
the federal government abusing them.
All right. Well,
Who's doing
I
what?
was. Go ahead, Uncle Fatty.
I was just asking who's doing what now. I didn't. It's a lot of
I think
abuse.
the teachers getting ripped off more than anybody. I think if we gonna put all our foot in this bucket of education, I think the ones that do it need to receive the greatest rewards. That's
Oh
all.
yeah, man. I'd agree.
I don't think we should have teachers 15 years into the hole still worried about a fucking student loan, a federal loan or whatever for a college education that they currently teaching. I don't think that's. I think that's double dipping. I think having teachers with the low salary and all the benefits they so-called get, but at the end of the day, who's suffering from these high gas prices, from these high grocery prices?
See, I would
agree
make.
with the way we got this system running. I think we need to make it run a little
Thank
more
you,
efficient
thank
than
you,
what we're
Solid
doing.
Snake. Thank you, Senator Snake. Love the political whatever it is you're
It's not
babbling.
political,
I'm gonna
Stanley.
move on. I'm gonna move on. If I have to put you in the back to do it, I will. I was gonna do. I really want. I asked permission of this
Not all of
content
it.
create. God damn it! I asked permission of this content creator. One of my favorite historians, if not my favorite historian, is a man called Gerald Horne. Hugely credentialed, different takes on American history, kind of like a W.E.B. Du Bois. He tends to view history from a left, more or less socialist perspective. Oddly enough, if you've ever read Black Reconstruction, W.E.B. Du Bois, Du Bois was an excellent writer. I'm the history's good too. Gerald Horne is kind of like a W.E.B. Du Bois sort of leftist black man, black historian, but a little bit more grounded in his roots are actually working class. His mother, his father, actually working class from St. Louis, Princeton undergraduate, Berkeley lawyer, Columbia PhD in history.
Yeah.
Motherfucker is smart and funny in a way. And I'm going to save this. I really want to do this history, but it's boring. More to the point is something that Solid Snake is in his inimitable way trying to get to. And a lot of folks who are MAGA and to the right of MAGA want to talk a lot about IQ. And this guy, Substack, again, has some funny, if not also salient points about IQ. IQ in the IQ, and I've heard black people talk about IQ, and it's just fucking funny. Lupin, Portia, thank you. Thank you for that. More people should do it. Portia J is the backbone, and she forces me to list my sources. Damn it, that woman. So
she's very smart. I don't know.
yeah, well, you know what? We should celebrate our smart black women and our smart black men.
What you think I be doing with my cash apps, man?
I don't care about your cash apps. Are they too? When's the last time you sent a cash app to Portia?
Last week.
Last what?
During your birthday. During your birthday, nigga. You forgot?
Oh,
okay.
so you sent it to you sent it to Portia? Yeah, I did. I did say. I did ask. F that y'all sent some, appreciation to Portia, and this is every day is going to be my birthday, and I'm gonna emphasize Portia J. So here we go. IQ determines the level of discourse. And this might be boring, but I thought it was funny. IQ determines the level of discourse one can participate in, but it has nothing to do with truth. IQ has nothing to do with truth, folks, except insofar as some forms of truthful discourse require a certain IQ level. High IQ discourse often involves quickly throwing around difficult concepts, second degree meta reflections. Love that term. Second degree meta reflections. Not to mention math and very complex language depending on the issue. But IQ alone says nothing except for limited cases. He misspelled or didn't quite get that limited out about your grasp of reality. Totally agree with that. How these complex concepts relate to deeper truth. In exemplum, the latter seems to be related to a kind of holistic right hemisphere thinking, a depth of perception informed by depth of character. Love that. Depth of character determines your depth of perception. You can't measure such depth perception the way you can administer IQ tests because it's very subtle. It's a very subtle affair that requires the one judging it to have that level of depth of perception himself. We are talking about something qualitative here that exists between the lines, that is outside the world, that can be directly represented via language or, well, math as a language. So yes, high IQ people can get things spectacularly wrong, even more so than others because they can use their access to high level forms of discourse and their reasoning power to get their reasoning power to get from bad axioms to catastrophe or defend unconscious bad axioms in a way that convinces people. Oh, that is so true. They can also hide behind concepts few understand. Those with lower IQ then assuming the conclusions must be right. There is someone on this panel that this sounds like, and I won't name names.
Oh,
The
Tom,
the antidote to
you
that
shoot
is
shots. You
the
shoot shots at you,
antidote
Tom. Tom, better give 'em. Nah,
that
stop.
the antidote to that is intuition and blink gut reactions. You don't need listen to the rest of this. You don't need high IQ for that at all. The midwit meme rings so true because in order to be propagandized, you need a certain level of IQ, and you also need to pay attention to propaganda. Goes into something we were talking about earlier. People on the low end either can't understand it or just don't care. But once propagandized by all these concepts peddled by high IQ lunatics, you need a very high IQ yourself to reason yourself out of it. But whether you actually do that or not has nothing to do with IQ. Basically, he's saying you don't have to be smart like high IQ to recognize bullshit. And bullshit is what is being peddled by the current administration. Don't need to be a
Straight up.
Harvard graduate. You just need to know bullshit.
Straight
you
up.
did all that diatribe just to try to advocate for DEI
Truer words
policy.
have never been spoken.
That's what you did.
And this is by
That's
someone.
DEI. That's DEI. Everybody deserves a trophy. Stanley, I don't agree
Notice
with that.
notice the only one complaining.
Oh, see, nah, you ain't gonna do this
Hey,
to me.
what
No.
is wrong? What is wrong with saying you don't have to be a brainiac to know bullshit?
Well, I know bullshit. I'm bullshit, but at the same time, I know what
Wait,
I think.
hold it. This has not. Why
It's
are
like
you
when the guy
making
walks
this-
into the room and yells, "Hey, asshole!"
The
guy that answers is usually the asshole. You know what I mean? It's kind of like,
All I have to say is, you know bullshit as well as anyone else.
I ain't gonna lie, man. I just feel like at this point in the game, I think we really need to evolve and we need to support our teachers, our communities. I think
Absolutely, we do.
involved in that.
And Trump
I think
isn't
that's
doing
something-
that. So
No, I
now
don't
that
think
we
Trump
know
in a place
Trump,
to do that,
Trump
because
is
I think Trump been getting
how you know what? Let me channel my buddy and be Socratic about this interrogation. How would Solid Snake?
Not teaching
How would
our
Solid
language.
Snake?
I think that's
How would Solid Snake support our teachers? What's your plan?
get rid of all these illegal immigrants. I put the main English courses in. I be pro advocate for pounds and feet over kilometers and kilograms. I be pro advocate for what the Western culture is supposed to represent. I wouldn't be.
Well, wait, hold it. Hey, let's go back a bit. Let's hold on one sec. Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. And this is what people like Solid Snake do. They do run over. That way, people feel uncomfortable taking them back to their back. How is God damn it, dude? You're about to be put in the back.
can we start with the first 5 points?
You need to take a breath between sentences. How is pounds and feet any more Western culture than the metric system?
It's different.
Okay, obviously it's different. You brought up Western culture. I want to ask you, what is more Western about pounds and feet than meters and kilometers?
Hey, I call it.
You don't have an answer, is my
Yeah, I
point.
do got an answer.
What is your answer?
What's the word? It's identifiable. It's readily
Okay,
identifiable.
dude, have you ever? Oh
Children,
my lord,
inches
it's
and pounds over goddamn meters and goddamn kilograms. I think
recognize
if you born in
recognizable
an
by
Eastern
whom?
culture, you should respect Eastern culture as far as their measurement system. But I mean, it
Oh,
is a way to, we
you
convert
know
it.
what?
But at the same
Let's go
time, I
back to
think
the original
that
question because what the right and right wing magabots do is they
it's
Gish
not as simple
Gallop.
as you make
What
it
you're
seem,
doing is
Stanley.
a Gish
No.
Gallop. You probably don't even know the name of it. I ask you a simple question and you don't give an answer, but you start bringing up all kinds of irrelevant bullshit.
You asking me about
My
meters and
question is
kilograms over
how
thousands?
how is the metric system, and maybe I'll try and make it easier for you, the imperial measurement system, I think that's what pounds and feet
Yep.
are a
Yes.
Western invention. So is the metric system. They're both Western. Why is one more Western than the other? That was my question.
Well,
Deal
maybe
with
more
my
more
question.
current, and maybe we should be establishing a basis of measurement instead of trying to argue over the relation of measurement. That's my point, Stanley.
You have no point, sir.
Well, never mind. Golly, you didn't
So
understand
how do
that
we
one.
pay
You
teachers more?
you don't even understand what
We talking
you
about the
said.
relation of measurements.
Dude, you are a magabot.
Okay. I'm
You are
not a megabot.
programmed. You heard these talking points.
I'm an
Now,
American, Stanley.
this
I'm an
is an
American. I'm
ad
not a
Yep.
hominem.
globalist.
They
This
were
is
You
saying
an
you
ad
weren't.
arguing from a
this
globalist
is an ad
position and you don't
hominem.
even know it.
This is an ad hominem. And you know what? I'm gonna do a John
That's the
Galt here.
globalist position,
I
man.
am going to do an ad hominem attack in the black community somehow or another has some internal problems that only the black community can fix. Okay, training solid snakes to not actually be able to understand what questions are and respond directly with answers to that question, or a simple I don't know. You don't have to juke and jive. You don't have to give me a rap. Fucking answer the question or just say you don't know and move on. No one's gonna, you know, there might be a joke or two, but I don't know is a valid answer. Stop the goddamn bullshit. You are not that Negro. Stop thinking you are.
Me telling you I don't know make your dick hard, don't it?
You know what?
Nigga, I know,
That
but you
is
don't want to relate.
absolutely perverted.
That is not perverted what I just said. I promise you
I
that.
don't even know how to
See,
respond to
see,
that.
y'all, see, you and HB get together,
No, what
y'all,
you are
that
doing is
perverted stuff.
getting mad. You are
No,
getting
I'm not.
mad.
No, I'm not
You are
getting mad.
getting
No, I'm
mad
not.
at
No,
an
I'm not.
obvious critique. It's
No, it's not.
obvious you don't know what the hell
No,
you're
it's not.
talking
You don't
about
allow me to establish
80% of
my
the time.
argument, and you don't want
Dude,
me to
you are on
comment.
my panel and you are going to I'm going to shine a Stanley versus the world spotlight on what you have to say. You
I
are
don't
not
care. I
you are
don't
not
care,
on here for
Stanley.
the Tease panel. You are not
Stanley.
on John Galt's
Stanley.
panel.
Stanley.
You're
I
on
stand
Stanley
by what
versus the
I
world's
say.
panel.
Come on, Stanley.
No,
I
I'm
don't
not
care
going
if
to
it's
come
more than,
on.
hey,
I'm
everybody
not
hit
going
that
to
like
come
button, hit that
on.
like button, hit that subscribe button. We got 20
Dude,
members in here. If you're brand new, this what me and Stanley do. But
no,
Stanley ain't
it
gonna
is
win this
not
one. I'm
what you
sorry.
and Stanley do. It is not a shtick. It is not a routine. And if it is, we need to stop that.
Well, we should, because you don't get it.
I don't have to get what you get.
Well, Stanley, you ain't teaching nothing new.
Dude, this is a community of grown ass people. I'm not your teacher.
No grown ass cowards from the way you talk.
Lupin, you know what? I honestly don't know how to set up a recurring payment. But that you thought of Portia is truly a blessing. And I'll follow up on that.
Does she have like a Patreon or anything like that?
She's
That's what I
got
was addressing. I don't know why we don't do Patreon
PayPal
and
and she's got Cash App. And
Patreon
on
and
the
Rumble.
crawl on the screen,
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
got her information for that. And I don't usually do commercials, but I believe strongly
You gotta
that
do it.
Portia literally invented Stanley versus the world, and she needs her plaudits. She needs her flowers, and I believe strongly that shit, the woman gave me a voice. She
Skills.
is
Nigga, you
a
created your
content
own voice.
creator. She
Stop it.
is a content producer. Much like a lot of people that
She just got
think
faith in you.
Portia's actually the brain behind Stanley versus the world. So, and I'll stop. I'm also I kind of fawning here, but I think the world of that young lady.
That one of those smarty arty ass niggas, ain't you?
Goddamn right. And you know what? My smarty-oddy ass parents raised me to be a smarty-oddy ass.
Oh, no, don't blame it on your parents, motherfucker.
Oh, hey,
you just old
you
smarty arty ass.
Solid Snake,
motherfucker.
Solid
You
Snake.
probably
If
more than them.
Solid Snake, my mother would fucking hurt your feelings. Believe me. And I mean, if you had ever met my mother, oh my God, your feelings would be hurt for real. She did not brook ignorant niggas.
Why I gotta be?
And I'm gonna be blunt, and I'm breaking my own rules. Oh, I am a mild version. My mother did not. My mother, you know what? My mother would make me cry. My mother criticizing me? Oh shit. When I make the jokes about Hurricane Dolores, oh motherfucker, if you spin that woman up, and she was the kindest, gentlest, but god damn it, you spin up Hurricane Dolores, I will find a lawn to mow. My father will find a car to fix. My sister will go over to a friend's house because Hurricane Dolores, and the bad part is we pissed her off. She didn't spin up on her own. It was like, Stanley would make a smart ass comment that she did not like. Oh shit. There were things you just did not do. And my mother the bad part is she would be right. Now she might use a harsher word than she should have used, but god damn it, Hurricane Dolores is coming and you brought her here. And you know what? Once she spun down, it would be okay. It's okay, darling. It's all right.
Yeah, but Stanley, see, I'm gonna tell you that.
My point is my smarty-oddy parents raised me to be a smarty-oddy.
Okay, but Stanley, that's an above the brow, like my mama better than yours. That's like a your mama joke.
I didn't mention you. See, this is where you go wrong.
No,
I was talking. I was talking about
like you, but I know many mamas in the black community today that'll say you out for prostitution with her
and that has what to do with my story. Did I compare mothers?
Your daddy,
what the fuck are you talking about?
Fighting the child support system While
Oh
she
my
taking
God.
care of Poochie and Ray
My
Ray,
parents were
and
married
you
for
gonna be here
59
back home
years,
sucking
and the
dick
only
for a
thing
Frank
that
Rock
interrupted
with
that
your
is my
small
mother
young
died.
ass. See,
I
that's
don't
what
know
you
out.
don't
shit about
understand.
child support. I've never been divorced myself.
No, Stanley. You don't get the
I've
game.
never had a bet. I
You
don't,
are a victim.
motherfucker, let me be blunt. I don't
You
have
are a
to get
victim.
it.
That's why you ran.
Motherfucker, I don't have to get it. Why do I have to get something about child support? I haven't the first clue about it. Motherfucker, I don't have to be down. I don't have to be down. I don't have to know something about the ghetto. I fucking wasn't raised there. Why would I have to know about it? Black people have this weird internal dynamic that we have to identify with each other. And that is a fucking fallacy. We're as diverse as any other demographic, in that Stanley has to be down with Solid Snake's issues. Fuck you. I don't have to be down, and your expectation that I might sympathize with the fucking mistakes you've made is bullshit. That is the reality of the Black community. We motherfucking expect each other to be down because of color of skin, and that's as racist as any other goddamn racist notion. I'm not your brother. Fucking realize that. Period. And it's to the right of your dumb MAGA ass. I'm far to the right of you motherfuckers. Far, far to the right. Your skin color is your prison, you dumbass. Stop being a prisoner. Use the skin color, use the shared heritage when it needs to be used and it's advantageous to your individual or small group notions. But motherfucker, just cause skin folks being kin folks, there's already an aphorism for that. All skin folks ain't kin folks, motherfucker. Take that to heart. God damn it. You fucking pretend ass Black conservatives. You wouldn't fucking know a conservative if it knocked at your door. Stop the bullshit. And by the way, I'm center left.
Of course you are.
Smoke
Stanley.
your
We
cigarette,
all
boy.
believe
And I'm still not going to sympathize with you. I don't fucking know you other than this panel.
Stanley, calm down.
Oh,
Stanley.
motherfucker, I was calm before
Nigga,
calm. Hey, all I have to say is that I am not down with you, brother.
Hey, Stanley. You have said in so many ways that you ain't down with Black people, brother.
Motherfucker, you call me brother again. You call me brother again, and you and Tyrone are gonna be talking on your channel.
Motherfuckers see me join the panel, and y'all say,
Tyrone,
"Oh, Solid Snake, he a real ass nigga."
I'm sorry for this blow up,
real
folks.
nigga that deal with
Solid
real
Snake,
ass niggas.
Solid Snake needs his
Either
elder
one of
to
y'all
school him.
delusion.
Solid
I'm the only real
Snake,
person here.
I have
Wait
to
a
be the
minute.
father. Apparently, Solid Snake never had.
Dude, you would never be my daddy. You don't know how to read a tape
You
measure.
know what?
You don't know
I
the
should have
difference
been.
between
I should have been though. I should have been though.
Fuck you, Stanley.
So
What's
here
the
we're gonna go.
What's 2,000 metric tons?
Tyrone, I need
don't
you.
know.
Tyrone, I need you to explain a nigga wake up call. Okay, who's gonna give it to me? You? Or is that just a joke?
Stanley, I'm way smarter than you, bro.
Of course you are. There are things you know that I would never want to know. Okay, motherfucker, I'm gonna get my smart ass comment in. There are things you know that you are a genius at that I don't even want to know. So yes, thank you for your genius. So we can move on, apparently.
Nice.
I have brought my son to silence. Thank God for that.
Oh my God.
So
That's how
here
you feel.
is the
fine,
next thing.
Stanley. Move on. Let's move on. Yeah.
Yeah,
Go on,
you want to
you
know why we're moving on, Solid Snake? Take a guess.
Because you're too emotional.
Because, motherfucker, I said we were going to move on, is why.
Emotional damage makes
Thank
you
you.
move on.
Thank you for acknowledging who's running this panel, sir. I appreciate the respect.
I just got to get my words in.
Motherfucker, you get your words in at my pleasure. Kind of like Trump is running this government.
He doesn't realize his microphone's all the way down, right?
You have
I mean,
all the power.
I mean, you know.
It'll show up in the replay though. It's all good. You an authoritarian, Stanley.
I've got
absolute motherfucker. I'm a parent. Every parent should be an authoritarian. You better be an authoritarian if you're raising kids.
Especially on your own platforms.
Absolutely.
No.
Okay. Well, you know what? I'm not going to even do this last one. I'll just throw it open to general conversation because I am part of the derailment, apparently.
I got a theory about this, Stan.
No, go ahead. What's your theory?
No, you trying to make me out to be a bigger
An addiction.
Do the last story, goddammit.
Oh, whoa. I all I have to say is it's open to general convo. I hope folks hit the link. Y'all come up. Let's mix it up. This show will not last forever. So
it's gonna last forever, Stanley. Your ass ain't gonna die.
Oh no. I meant today. Shoot, I'm getting tired.
Holy shit. Dude. Yeah. Getting late already.
Some orange juice, man. God.
So this is a pre-recorded walk around the rich parts of London. So this is where the rich Londoners live. And I was hoping, Kelvin, you're here.
One day I claim my hood gonna look like
this is Belgravia. Is that like a rich section of London? Hit the link, Kelvin, or describe it in the chat. You know all about rich London. I suspect because you live in the rich part of London, Kelvin. You you patriarchal 1% rich boy. You're trustafarian, aren't you, Kelvin? I can feel it, Kelvin.
You're right.
No, I'm messing with Kelvin.
Oh, I love that term.
Trustafarian? I do too.
Oh yeah, dude. For sure. Great term.
All white bricks. No, stop playing.
So, Tom, you've been silent and probably shaking your head the whole time. Hopefully, your neck isn't sore from all the head shaking.
I'm down.
Oh, that's right, Kelvin. Your uncle Idris Elba. I knew you said you knew him. He's your uncle.
I'm down with OPP.
Other people.
Yeah, you know me.
Think about that topic we were talking about.
Let me frame by frame it for you.
Kelvin, bring your uncle. Ask your uncle to do the Stanley versus the World. It will be a true interview that, maybe me and Tom, because he's a professional interviewer. If you please ask Uncle Idris to come up. That was a lie. Oh, you're lying? Damn it. No, but you know what?
No, Stanley, because you racist. You think everybody from the UK know Idris Elba.
Look, Kelvin's messing with us. That's fine.
You are
he's
just a racist, Stanley. You are such a racist.
What?
That's racist.
Well, let me. You know what? Let me do another rant. This is the interesting thing about all Americans, especially ones who were born here. We're all racists. You cannot grow up in a fundamentally racist country and not be a racist. First question. God damn it. I don't want to be disturbed on this diatribe. One of the first questions you will ask a racially ambiguous person is, what are you? Where are you from? Motherfucker, we all swim in this racist waters. And the part about you can only be a racist if you have power, and that's all bullshit. You grow up in a racist country, there's no way you cannot view life through a racist lens.
Straight up.
Now, it's not something you're born with. It's part of American culture. And if you can't figure that part out, then you are not a thinking man or woman.
There is nowhere in hell you got all these liberties on this panel talking like you in a racist America. Please stop it. America is not racist.
You are literally
stop that bullshit, man. Stop
it. A prime example.
I'm sorry.
You are the product.
You tell that to somebody else.
We have a celebrity.
It ain't what you do, it's how you do.
What's up, psychopath?
Peace. What's going on? How you?
Genuine celebrity, folks.
Peace. I wouldn't call myself that, but yeah, peace. What's going on?
I would. Dude, I watch your show, and I'm not daring to come up on that panel.
There is nowhere in here you gonna say we in a racist country, Stanley. I'm sorry. Introduce.
Okay, you be sorry.
Hey, what's up, man?
Okay,
what's up?
Okay, other than being sorry, you have not offered a counterpoint. I've noticed this. Offer a counterpoint.
Stop hiding me in the back. But first of all, how you gonna be on a white man motherfucking YouTube on a white man's cell phone in a white man country hollering about you a friend, bragging about how fucking smarter you is over every damn body else, popularizing for a fucking political party that ain't gave shit to you. I wanna know, Stanley. I wanna know how you living in a racist country.
Surely you're making a joke here.
Can I tell you?
Truly, you are the joke. I want to know where the hell the racism come in at.
Dude,
I can tell you.
You are everything you talk about.
Man, stop it. Stop it. I make my money every month. I make my money every day. Ain't nobody stopping my money. Where the racism come in at? Where the racism at?
The white man, hey, you get to
what
talk
the white man did to me?
You get to say,
stop it.
Motherfucker, you get to say America's not a racist country on the quote white man's YouTube. You just proved my point, you idiot.
I got a 90-second video you can play of my hometown that'll show you exactly how racism exists.
Okay, well, are people
TMZ? It's just a TMZ clip of Kim and Kanye.
Wait. Racism exists in your town. Racism exists in my town too. Because I wouldn't accept the Stanley country because he ain't gonna pick up a damn shovel.
Because it doesn't exist, though, right?
He ain't gonna work. So where he gonna make a living at? I'm sorry.
Snake, hold on. I'm not comfortable playing a TMZ clip. We'll get hit for that. They're mighty particular, so I hear.
Yeah. Check it out.
I'll do it on my own. And let's get psychopathist, or is it psychopath heist? Psychopathiest. Speak, man. You don't come up much. Respond to anything you want to. Just make it brief.
Yeah. But the race topic always interests me. Whatever. I heard your take about how everybody's a racist in this country.
No. I said everyone is affected by it. So
everybody's affected by it. Okay.
now I might have said racist, and I might have gone too far if I actually said that. Everyone is affected by it.
I agree.
I will modify that statement to say you have an easy path to being a racist. We're a racist country. We swim in racist waters. It actually takes work not to be a racist, and if that's possible at all. So the argument that many people make on the left and right that everyone is a racist, I would actually dispute that, and I'll give you a personal example. My son, and I'm not going to get too deep into it, but it has come up like interracial dating, and I'm like, I don't give a fuck. My goal is you be happy and successful. I could give a fuck less. And he wasn't talking about me. He was talking about his grandparents. And they no, dude, your mother, your grandparents,
His grandparents on his mother's side,
both sides.
Okay. So your parents and okay, all right.
Well, he's known my parents. He didn't know my mother's mother because she died, oddly enough, the same month he was conceived. But he, both he's known both my parents. We lost our mother, last year. He definitely knows both his grandfathers. My father, his father, he's seen them like in the last 3 or 4 months. He knows them well. My point is, and I was kind of shocked that he brought up interracial dating. No one gives a fuck. Certainly not your grandparents. Now maybe 50.
What context did he bring it up in? Did he bring it up like trying to see?
Hey, Stanley, since you wait, hold on, Stanley, let me get this out. Let me get this out. For you to think that having such a high.
Okay, let you get that out. You'll get it out once you come back. And I don't want to get too deep into detail. It came up. His girlfriend, who I'm surprised he even mentioned her, and I was kind of happy. She's Asian, a cute little girl. But you know what? They have some things in common. They're both at elite universities, and who gives a fuck?
Yeah, this happens in college. Yeah.
Yeah, but it surprised me he brought up.
I'm assuming he's a college, right?
It surprised me, especially, and he was talking about his grandfathers, and I'm like, dude, they're your grandfathers. They know. They grow. People grow, and the reason I even bring it up is I think my son and I rarely talked about race, but even he worries about it because you'll see it a bunch of different places. Interracial dating, it surprised me he brought it up. That's my point about we all swim in these racist waters, and we even marginally will be affected by it, if only to ask a question.
Yeah, the reason why I was asking like in what context, because it's a topic that comes up from time to time in a lot of different spaces. A lot of people got different opinions about it. I got my views on it.
What are your views?
I feel like people should stay with their own people for a bunch of different reasons. But my main reason, outside of social issues and everything else, my main reason is I am a race first guy. I ain't going to stunt you up on here. And I feel like I hold a position that biracial people are actually not black people; they're actually biracial. And
Oh well, no. You're right. Black Americans.
Black biracials, period. Are you saying like?
Well, no. Black Americans. I'm not going to argue that point because I think you're right.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the average is like 20% European heritage. You can make that argument.
On average, on average, that if you study DNA test results,
absolutely. Hey, you thought I would disagree with that?
No, I didn't say you would disagree. I was just putting in my opinion. Well, I'm not sure. I wasn't sure what your views on that was, but yeah,
dude. Other than it is true on average. The argument that but this feeds into my IQ point, which I brought up earlier. Measuring IQ based on race in America is really theoretical. It's almost a metaphysical argument. There are very few actual quote FBAs that are not mixed heritage. You can't call us black as in African. We're barely African. Dude, we have been in this country 400 years. The heritage is 400 years. 400 years out of Africa does not make us Africans by any.
I wasn't referencing like African, like that's more about nationality and everything else. And that's actually not nationality because it's over 50 countries in Africa. So technically it's not even nationality. It's about location, but not
well, I understand all that. I want to bring it back to America because I'm definitely not a Pan-Africanist. I'm not much of an internationalist. I tend to concentrate on domestic policy sort of stuff. And you have to keep up with some foreign, policy stuff. But if I had to label myself, if I went to the president and said, hey, he asked me, what's your specialty? I'm going to say domestic policy because I don't care about other countries' policies unless
domestic policy. Come on, Stanley. You can't be serious.
My point being is when I say African, I mean American blacks. If you have that,
I understand what you said. Yeah,
you're not African. You're not African.
I get that. Like like in my spaces, I this topic comes up a lot. That's why I don't like using the word. I know what a lot of people mean when they say African. They mean black, right? But I don't like using the word African because it kind of confuses things and it muddies the waters. Everybody in Africa ain't even black. I don't believe North Africans are black at all. They're totally not. I'm not an Egyptomaniac or something. I don't do all the, I don't claim all of Africa. Sub-Saharan African, that's what I claim. And I am more about, I'm Pan-African, but a lot of people think when you're Pan-African, you got to kind of hyper-focus on Africa. Another reason why I don't like using the word African, because people hear the word African, they flip out, and they start kind of misconstruing what Pan-Africanism actually is. It's pretty much just acknowledging that we all of African descent, all throughout the diaspora, and we all kind of share common ground.
Okay, well, you mean Pan-African in like a Du Bois sort of way.
Yeah, well, I'm not a fan of Du Bois, but yes.
Well, but you know what I mean.
I don't feel like we should. I don't feel like we got to move back to Africa, right? I'm not into repatriation, right? Like I'm not. Yeah, so I'm not.
But, I mean, we have a heritage, and I embrace that heritage. No problems with that. But the point, I get your points, and if I have a disagreement, they're not big enough for me to bring up now. I don't disagree with much of what you said.
Yeah. So I was just so I like the hyper focus. Like if you pay attention to my channel, I talk a lot of politics, right? So I'm definitely focused on what's going on here over everything, right? Like I pay attention to what's going on with the diaspora globally, but my main focus is here. We got because I feel like everybody through the diaspora got to
One
build
of
up
these-
area.
One of these days, I'm gonna get the guts to come up to your panel, but y'all are heavyweights.
Yeah, it gets. I mean, it's always about the information. Sometimes it gets a little jabbing session sometimes, but it always goes back to the information. It never gets too crazy.
Hey,
What's
good
up,
morning.
HB?
Good morning, Stanley. Man, first I gotta say, man, congratulations, man.
To what?
Man, I know we talk about this black excellence, but
Motherfucker, I mean it.
Stanley, man, it's like you personify the black excellence. Not only
Oh, that's where you're gonna go wrong. What do you need, son?
Stanley, not only did you send your son to Georgia Tech, but now he snagged him up an Asian woman. Stanley, you deserve.
Well, let me ask you a question since you want.
Wait a minute. Hold on.
Shut up, Solid Snake.
Do you think I sent him in search of an Asian chick?
No, but that's the
okay. Well,
that's what
I'm the biggest fan of serendipitous love.
You're a damn lie. You love Asian women.
Okay, motherfucker.
Stanley, but this is the thing. You've been talking about for the past like 3-4 months about the Asian standard.
Yeah, well, he hasn't, as far as I know. Dude, I just found out a couple days ago.
That's all I was saying.
I had no clue. My son, let me tell you something.
Stanley, I'm pro-Asian too. I'm just letting you know.
I don't know why you need to interject yourself before your turn, Solid Snake.
You make me sick.
Annoying.
I don't either.
Look.
You make me sick, Stanley.
Go ahead.
I should. I hope you vomit all over your mic, short it out, so I don't have to deal with these interruptions anymore. Vomit on your mic, short it out, so I don't have to deal with you anymore.
Got to be another way for his mic to quit working, man, than vomit. I mean,
is this New York right here? It looks like New York, right?
Come on,
all I have to say is, when who knows that my son is he keeps his own counsel about these sorts of things. I did when I was his age. That he even mentioned it means it's a little bit more than casual.
Yeah,
so,
it's definitely
however, let me put it to you this way. I didn't ask, is she black?
No, you didn't have to. You didn't have to.
Well, no, I had no clue.
What, Stanley, your son got a girlfriend?
Now, motherfuckers, I will not be overrun with this point. I will make my point. I don't care who you are.
But Stanley, I'm just joining.
No, John.
I'm just joining. I don't even know what you're talking about.
John.
I'm just going to ask what you're talking about.
Point out, and
that's what you're talking about.
I got three.
Well, he said Chinese people are the standard.
Motherfuckers trying to.
They are.
I'm trying to make.
Hold on, guys. Stanley,
here's where you're starting to piss me off. I don't give a shit as long as he's happy and successful. I will not be over.
I'm just joining. Can you
calm down, lady?
You're not quite getting it. You're not quite getting my point.
I don't know what you're talking about. Like, for the people that just joined,
let me explain what I'm talking about.
All right.
Now, is your sudden presence meaning I need to end the show so you can start your own and make your own points?
No.
I just asked you a question.
Okay, motherfucker, wait your turn. Is my point.
Gay.
My
hold on. Don't say that. Hold on.
I don't care. I didn't ask questions. I raised him. I know what his standards are. You know what was more important? She's at Emory. That was way more important. At least I know she is a serious student.
What is your son have a girlfriend, Stanley? Is that what you're saying? Is that what y'all are talking about? I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, you're just joining?
Yeah, I'm just joining.
Yeah.
Okay.
Asian.
I brought it up. Not because he has a girlfriend, but about American racism, the black community having some internal issues that no one can help us with. There are a lot of ways to solve the problems, but being a solid snake is not a solution.
Well, in certain situations it is, but yeah.
Hey, Stanley,
my son came up, and John, I have an agenda. If you want to start your own show, we can end this.
This is your show. I was just asking you
I
questions.
will join your panel, and we can explore what John Galt wants.
No, you were talking about a topic, and it was curious to me because
you know what? Be curious.
Okay. You brought it up, I guess.
Stanley, don't you think the Chinese set the standard?
You want to come up, and I know it. Look, bottom line is America has a race problem. It's fundamentally racist, and everyone is affected if they were born here. That was my point. And then my son is an example. Okay, that's my point. Now, do you want to address that?
Yes, you set the standard,
let me ask you a quick. Hold on. God damn, Snake man, I knew you were talking. But when you say your son's an example, I don't know what you're talking about. What do you mean your son's an example? I'm just joining, so I don't know what had been said.
Replay it. You'll catch up.
Yeah. Stanley, I wanted to know, did he specify what kind of Asian she is, or just said Asian?
I didn't ask. Why would he specify?
I'm just wondering.
Okay, you now have your answer, HB.
It's a hierarchy within Asia. That's why he's asking. You want to know what level of Asia.
I don't care.
That's pretty much what he's hitting.
I don't care. She's the level of Asian that got into Emory. That's all I need to know.
Doesn't Stanley's new mic sound great?
I don't personally care. I was just trying to explain.
Yeah, I don't care either. I'm just asking.
Well, no. I think it's Stanley should be proud. That's all I'm saying.
No, you know what? I'm proud that my son mentioned it to me.
Yeah, no,
I raised him right. Much more important that he thought it, and it was out of the blue. He could have mentioned it when he was here last week. However, look, I'm a single father. I'm going to bring it back to my agenda, which is,
yes, bring it back.
As a single father, doing it for quite some time, it's nice to see that some of the things that I thought as to standards, how you raise a son, are coming to fruition.
Can I ask you a question, Stanley?
He may still ultimately fail, but God damn it,
wait,
so
Stanley,
far so good.
You mentioned that he asked you about your grandparents. Did he think that your grandparents?
Okay, I'm not going to get deep into that. Rewind it. If you want to know my points about his grandfather,
no, I got you. I heard
rewind it.
Stanley, can I ask you a question?
Follow up what the morning roast agenda tends to be.
Can I ask you a question, Stanley?
Hey, Ignat, I didn't welcome you to the panel. Hello there.
Well, congratulations, Stanley. Congratulations.
Why? You know what? Don't congratulate me. She's not my girlfriend.
No, you raised them right, man.
Well, I don't know that I raised him right, but he's meeting some milestones.
Yeah.
What you need to know, and I want to bring it back to parenting. You know what? I had standards. You'll never be able to come on this panel and badmouth a single mother. This shit is hard. Yeah, and I was, a male, which gives me a bit of an advantage. Had a decent job. We didn't have to worry about a lot of things single mothers like. I will never have someone come up here and badmouth a single mother on my panel.
No. Agree. Stanley, I wanted to ask you a question.
You identify as a single mother? I'm a single father.
Wait your turn. Solid Snake, you do not have special grace here.
He just said it, Solid Snake. Jesus Christ.
Oh, I just wanted to ask: Did you set that the Chinese are the standard that we should achieve to reach in America?
What?
Did he know that standard that you set
No.
intellectually?
Whoa. No, I never.
I'm with you, ignorant.
The first time I ever thought of it was on a John Galt panel because motherfuckers worship white people here.
Okay, thank you. That answers my question.
White people
So
worship
you
Asians.
became a communist.
White people worship
That's
Asians.
a controversial statement. So my apologies to Tom and Uncle Fatty, but you kind of know what I mean. There are standards of excellence that they go beyond race. A smart person is colorless. An accomplished person happens to be a certain race. There's I worship white people, or I think black people are down. They're so cool. Fuck all that.
I agree.
Stanley, you said that she was.
Yeah, HB, what you want to do is be put down like I'm about to put you down.
Hey, Stanley, can I ask you a
Okay,
question?
I could give a fuck. Y'all want to explore.
You're so antisocial.
topics, and this is not the John Galt show.
All right.
Stanley, stop being antisocial.
All right, Stanley, I just want to say congratulations.
I'm going to
I'll
answer
get
the
out of
questions I want to ask.
I'll get out of here. Stanley.
I'm sorry. I'm going to answer the questions I want to answer. Period.
Well, congratulations. I'll get out of here.
And what y'all folks don't understand is I'm pretty good at not giving answers to questions I don't want to answer.
You know, I
So
think
best of luck to you.
I think most people, if you hadn't brought it up, most people wouldn't
I'm
be.
not most people, John.
But I think
Stop that comparison. My son and I are not most people.
Well, if you let me finish, I
Motherfucker, you don't have to. I basically, your premise, find another premise, find another way to ask that question.
Congratulations, Stanley.
I was going to say that I don't think the people in the audience of the chat have much of an interest in your son. I don't think about it.
Well, good. Then there's no reason for you to even bring him up now.
You brought it
Or
up.
are you unlike the people in the audience?
I don't think about your son. But
Well, good. Then that part is done.
But when you share some,
Okay, when I share, if you're not interested, then let's move on.
Doesn't Stanley's new mic sound great?
Wait, hold it, Tom. Is it too loud? I can turn it
No,
down.
it sounds awesome. It's much better than it was
Yeah,
before. Before it was awful. I just never had the courage to tell you. Now it sounds
told me
great.
Before now.
No, it sounds really good now. Before it was, boy, I'm kidding. Before it was okay, but now it's really good. Yeah. The MFers and the you don't know me's and the you take that back somewhere else where you found it. All of that. They're much better now. They're much more well
You know
modulated.
what? That is actually good criticism. I need to stop that stuff, don't I?
No.
All right.
I wouldn't. That's what makes
No,
you your very special self.
I am being unprofessional.
I don't think this is a professional environment. You're just you go right ahead and do what you do.
Chime in on something real quick.
I'm gonna have to do better. I admit.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear.
Yeah, got chime in on something real quick. Yeah, I agree. We can get off this anecdotal. I don't want to personalize the conversation or nothing. I do want to chime in on the excellence aspect of what y'all was talking about. That's a popular term in our community. You know, we hear the term black excellence all the time, and everything. And I like to give that term a little bit of pushback because it's a very subjective term when discussing excellence, right? Like, it's kind of centered around classism for the most part.
Oh, you are, dude. I'm reading Black Bourgeoisie right now. So you are. Let's talk about it. Fascinating. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's because it's very subjective, right? Because like I like to use examples like Jay-Z, right? Jay-Z was an excellent drug dealer in his life, right? Out in Trenton, New Jersey, right? He was an excellent drug dealer, right? He was an excellent drug dealer all the way to the time when he became an excellent rapper, right? And when he became an excellent rapper, he turned into a billionaire. Now, when he was an excellent drug dealer, he wasn't looked at as black excellence, right? Even though he was excellent at what he did. But when he became a rapper and he became excellent at that and was able to work up $1 billion, he didn't. Then he became excellent, and he wasn't even excellent until he got the $1 billion. Because when he was a regular rapper with Jazzo on the Project Benches, singing backup, rapping backup, nobody viewed him as black excellence. But once he got the $1 billion, then he was black excellence. So it's not centered around what you do. It's not centered around how you was raised or whatever the case may be. It's all about the end game, and it's all about how much money you accumulate.
Right. Well, money is the root of all evil. Might be a little bit.
Hit the Cash App. Hit Stanley Cash App, y'all.
No, hit Porsche's Cash App.
Now we talking about money. Just send that money.
The love of money that's the root of evil. It's not the money itself.
Well, you're right. You're right. So all I have to say is there are people in Ryan, a trained economist. I think a lot of things are downwind of culture, but they're loopbacks, they're feedbacks. Excellence is not about making money. And I think that's one of the things, and I'm just going to have to talk race here. White people don't have to worry about that. You can be a Latin professor. And I took college Latin. That's how much I liked the classics. This dude was not super rich, but he was okay. If I had gone to my parents and said, "Hey, I want to be a classicist. I love Latin and Greek. I like that sort of antiquity stuff." My parents would have laughed.
Mine too.
So, but he was an excellent person. He was an excellent teacher. He was an excellent Latinist. His side gig was leading tours to Italy.
Nice.
In the summers, he would lead these expensive tours to Italy, because he knew that stuff.
Go to the Vatican.
But no one would ever call him excellent. He was not leading a country or running a company or anything. But you know what? To this college Latin student and his other students, dude was a wit. He was funny. He was not starving.
But look how much you make.
So black people may need to align at some point. And I understand the history of it. Psychopath, please understand that I understand the historical aspects of it. I view politics and American culture specifically from an American history aspect.
Mm-hmm.
So there are reasons. However, I want to say in 2025, the Black community needs to start moving beyond. And we're not going to have a choice with this Trump administration. We're not going to have a choice. However, redefining what we think excellence is, excellence might be the Howard classics professor who is now homeless because there is no longer a classics department at Howard.
And see, and this goes to a point, because I was having this ironic. I was just having a discussion. I think it was last week, and I gave the example, right? Like somebody was because I was asking the same question I asked you, like what I kind of like, the whole thing about being subjective and what is Black excellence exactly. And somebody was saying, well, somebody who graduates college, gets their master's, and passes the bar and makes it to be a lawyer, that's black excellence.
Well, that's not black
excellence. I said, okay, that's cool. That's black excellence. And I had to throw out there. I was like, okay, well, what if he did all that, passed the bar, joined the firm, but he was the worst lawyer?
Became a John Galt tenant.
If he's the worst lawyer in the firm, is that still black excellence? No. Now he told me, yes, it is still black excellence.
Then he's wrong.
That means your bar for excellence is very low, right? Because when you're talking about excellence, you're talking about the upper echelons of whatever field it is that you're partaking in, right? That's deemed to be excellent, right? If just passing the bar is excellence, then what are we talking about?
Well, it is, because not many people do it. There are trained lawyers who have problems passing it. But it's a milestone on the way to excellence.
Milestone, I'll grant you milestone, but excellence, I can't say that that's automatically excellence.
I'm saying it is not automatically excellent.
Right.
It is a milestone.
I agree.
On the way to achieving excellence. You will be history almost when you are a Vernon Jordan and you are a former leader of the National Urban League and you get hired for a 7-figure salary by some law firm because you are a, quote, rainmaker. I don't have a job. My job is making it rain. That's excellence. You have gotten to a point to where people are paying you for being Vernon Jordan.
Right. I mean, that's one way of looking at it. That's one way of looking at it. I see a comment in the chat.
No, that is the way of looking at it, in my opinion.
Right. That's what I said.
If people are paying you just for being in the office and attracting people who want to do business with you, and you happen to be, that's excellent.
Yeah, I'm not even giving you pushback on that. I was trying to make a larger point. Like the comment in the chat says Jay-Z is not black excellence to him. Stanley and John is black excellence to him, right? And that's fine. I'm not telling you a low bar, right? Or he's wrong.
Stanley is not black excellence.
My initial point is excellence is subjective, depending on who you asking, right? Because some people won't view Jay-Z as black excellence. That's fine. Some people will view they school teacher, the principal, as black excellence. That's fine. But it's subjective depending on who you're talking to. And
are you suggesting there's an objective way of looking at it?
I'm saying the only objective way of looking at it is to judge it based off the way everybody else judges it, right? Because there's no such thing.
Okay, but then you're describing objectivity. No.
I'll finish my larger point.
You are describing an objective point based on.
I can tell you why I'm describing. Just let me finish,
which in and of itself can't be.
I can tell you why I'm describing. Just let me finish.
It's almost like dividing something by zero.
What I'm saying.
Hey, Stanley. Hey. Can I interrupt y'all for a minute?
I just want to finish my point. Can I just finish my point?
No. I need to interject into your point in saying you can't have an objective point based on subjective criteria. That's dividing a number. That's dividing a number by zero.
Okay, well, allow me to finish, and you will understand what I was getting at, because I only got like 2 sentences.
Make it quick.
Let me.
No. Would you see? Please don't make the solid snake mistake of taking too long to make a point, and then when you're proven wrong, beating a dead horse. I don't work like that.
I think he was making a different
point. If you want to run away, psychopath, then run away.
No, let him finish, because I think I know where he was going.
He ran away or got disconnected.
I think he was trying to point out like a societal norm.
I don't know, man. You gotta start
like an expectation.
Okay. Societal norms,
like unattainable.
Societal norms are not objective.
Right.
That's my point.
Right. They're subjective.
So you cannot create an objective point on top of subjective criteria. I thought I said that.
Right.
So there is no argument in beating that dead horse. I need to go 2 minutes more. No, you're not going to prove your point. I've already told you it doesn't exist. And look, the objective is actually understanding what an objective point or objectivity is. If we can't agree on that, then why have the argument?
Wait, let me get this right. Wait a minute. Hold on.
Do it in a sentence or two, please.
Okay. What makes the point of somebody joining the panel, arguing the point with you when you're not willing to argue the point?
There is no point.
That ain't the case.
Don't join. It's called
No,
Stanley versus the world.
Wait.
If you don't want to go against the world, then don't join the panel. Period.
Well, Stanley, here on my point. Why do you have a panel where you don't argue with anybody? Wait a minute.
What annoys the fuck out of me. There is no point to joining the panel. Don't join if you don't want to have your point challenged. I am not obligated to listen to stupid points. It's not my job. It's not my obligation. It's not your right. Period. If I don't agree with it, I'm going to tell you right up front, might interrupt you in midpoint.
Seemed like you guys were getting more
But
along.
my point is, Stanley, if you're going to say that you versus the world,
psychopath is actually smart.
Yeah.
Wouldn't the world have an opinion, Stanley?
Fuck the world.
Stanley, you can't be versus the world if you feel like nobody has an opinion.
Address my answer. Fuck the world.
Okay, but Stanley, come on now. This is not how you do it.
Stanley, come on now.
This is not how you do it. You doing it wrong, man. You doing it wrong.
You're the last person I'm going to ask.
I'm sorry, Stanley. You got your stand.
Okay, look at this motherfucker. You are the last person that I'm going to ask how to do something. You, Solid Snake, are how not to do something. Well, he ran too. So anyway, I guess things are going to calm down now. Ignat, how you been?
I've been blessed and highly favored through the graces of the one and almighty God. How you doing? How you doing? How your weekend go?
Actually pretty good.
Okay, yeah, I'm just locked in taking care of these babies today, so I figure I'll chime in with the fellas.
How are the babies?
They're doing great. They're getting fat. They're walking around. They biting everything, eating everything. They destroying my damn house.
Nice.
I'm gonna sue them when they get 18.
I'm kind of jealous. I loved, I remember once coming home from work and my son was probably 2 and he screamed. He would scream when daddy came home. Ah! And leap into my arms. How could you not fall in love with
They act like we're Donald Trump or something when we come home. They're like, hey, I don't got $1 billion. Why are you happy, kid?
Well, you know what? Because you're excellent, daddy. Very objective, but much appreciated.
Hell, I just had my first 2 grandbabies.
Oh, really?
Yeah, man.
Excellent.
Both my daughters got pregnant within 3 months of each other.
Wow.
Yeah.
Are they twins?
Nope.
Oh,
nope.
Okay.
But yeah, man, they both met guys that were in the same church group. Great guys.
Nice.
And got my middle child, my youngest daughter, got married first, and then my oldest daughter got married, and within 3 months they were both pregnant. And in between Thanksgiving and Christmas, both had their children. So
That's
so
what's
now
up, man.
you should change this to Grandpa Fatty. There's some
I know, I know it. But
There's
that's
some
like
congratulations you need to acknowledge in the chat.
It's insane, dude. Like, totally opened my eyes in a totally different way that it, never thought would.
Oh man, let me tell you something. It sounds so cliche,
Yeah.
but children, if you approach it with an open heart, they will change you. And I haven't even, Grandpa Stanley's gonna be prickly. they need to be ready for that.
My ex and all of her grandmothers, as far back as we can trace, all got pregnant around 13, 14 years old.
Oh.
She got pregnant at like 17. We had 3 kids before we were 21 years old.
Wow. Y'all were productive, literally.
So just being an empty nester for a couple of years now, and
yeah.
When the grandkids come along, I'm like, shit, I'm remembering all the good old times, and they're just little babies like that, and wrecking cars, and who knows what.
Well, now my grandbabies don't need to be wrecking cars.
Oh yeah,
that's dangerous.
Yeah, but that's life, right? Just adapt and overcome.
Yeah, I don't know that wrecking cars is part of life. Right
in front of the high school. Yeah, pulling out of the high school parking lot. Oh, my son flipped a Subaru, and like 2 weeks later, flipped his Jeep. That invisible deer, that same one that I swerved for that one time, that deer that ran out in the road, that one, yeah, he swerved for the same one.
All right. Well, Roz made a point that excuse me. Roz, I'm not telling them to go. They may just get frustrated, which, as people do. And Free Zone Lou, I know when you give me compliments, there is something behind those compliments. Okay, Free Zone, hit the link, sir, and give me your criticism.
Give you some background.
Yeah, Stanley is amazing. He probably means not in a good way. So,
do you think your son has ever heard you on the panel, Stanley? He could have heard you and not told you.
Why would I care?
No, I didn't ask you if you care. I asked you, do you think
exactly. My answer, I don't care. I don't know the answer.
Yeah.
Hey, can I say something? Can I say something to the last panelist point? Man, I love being a grandpa. Man, Stanley, you ain't never, ever in you think being a daddy was special. Wait till that motherfucking grandchild get born. Man, you don't know pressure and stress. You think you know. You think you good.
No, I expect no
pressure. Man, you experience it all when they become granddaddy. When they say grandpa. When they say grandpa. Man, ooh, Lord Jesus Christ, it feels so good in your spine. I don't know. It's just me though.
Well, you might take stress. I don't expect to have any.
Well, that's your business. That's because you're so fucking arrogant. I don't know.
Oh, I'm beyond arrogant. But my if my father and my father-in-law feel stress, it's just because my son never calls them.
Oh, you just they make their first little grandbaby, boy. Ooh, what you doing this weekend? You feel like bringing the grandbaby back? I'm telling you. I'm trying to tell you. It's a whole different feeling. It is.
Well, I am done.
You think being a dad is something? Ooh, Lord.
So I'm thinking about putting together a 5-year plan.
Man, it's crazy being a grandpa, man. Ooh, Lord, it's like I can relive the childhood I never got a chance to live with my son. It's crazy.
Okay. Well,
My bad.
that's an interesting perspective.
Man, I
Uncle
went.
Fatty,
I got a
how are
racetrack. I
your
got a
daughters?
racetrack. I was gonna build it, go up on the wall. I was gonna do a YouTube
How are the
video.
mothers holding up?
Yeah,
My bad.
Roast this morning, by the way, guys. I don't think we're doing the morning roast. I don't see there's one scheduled. HB Universal may be busy this morning.
Uncle Fatty, how
We
are the
don't
mothers?
need Universal. We can get Blacks Who Defy to stand in. I mean,
How are
they're
the mothers?
interchangeable. They both common sense young black men that everybody respect.
Can I get a word in
I
edgewise?
mean, we could probably put Stanley in there since he's still up. Anyway, my bad. Go ahead.
No, Stanley does not do that sort of show.
Oh, there you go with that.
Yeah.
You've been doing it all night to me.
Call me arrogant. Call me whatever you want to call me.
Where you is, Stanley? I'm not sleeping tonight because I'm off today.
Yeah,
So,
well,
I'm here
let me
for
put it to you this way.
I ain't got to work.
I was asking about the mothers of Uncle Fatty's daughters, the mothers of children. How are they doing?
Just the one mom. Yeah, she's all right.
Well,
She went through some shit. Definitely. I had custody for 16 and a half years.
Well,
The
no, I
ex-wife
mean, with
supposed to be like,
once the baby.
yeah, they're doing
Okay,
great.
I might have lost the train
Yeah.
because so many people want to overtalk.
Yep, they're doing good.
Good.
Mom's doing good.
Yeah,
They had the well, let's see. The one had a C-section. The other one was all natural, no drugs or nothing.
Oh yeah.
She is a trooper. She's
Dude,
hardcore.
my son, bro, was fucking 13 pounds when he was born.
Oh, 13?
12 pounds. 12 pounds, 11 ounces. 12 pounds,
Man, what you
11
fed that bro? Oh, come on, man.
Dude, my ex-wife ain't no bigger than me. She's a petite little thing, right? I mean, she was stretched out. She was like a week late. And holy shit, yeah, he had gestational diabetes and didn't have any problems after he came out, but he absorbed everything that she ate, period.
Oh my
And her
God.
uncles are big, right? I'm like 5'8", 5'10". Like her uncles are like, their shoulders are like at my brow, and they're like big logger dudes, just pick up full trees and just like walk them out of the woods. You know what I mean? Like cussing, spitting, kicking rocks at your feet type of guys. And that's my son. Dude.
Hey.
He's
fucking... you know what? I'm thinking about something I was listening to earlier tonight. Hey, Stanley, look up the 7'3", 13-year-old. They got a 7'3", 13-year-old playing high school basketball, man. It's crazy. It's something they putting in that water, man. They put something in the water for that shit. I'm sorry. Them motherfuckers don't probably don't. Come on. Can you imagine going out for the basketball team and you got a motherfucker on your team already at 6 foot?
Yeah.
At 13? And now they motherfucker 7 foot 3.
We have.
Come on.
I have to interrupt. Your much too long point could have been made in 2 sentences.
Come on, Stanley.
No, I'm not going to look it up. Sounds why should a 13-year-old be playing basketball? Hopefully he's doing well in school.
He's 7 foot 3 inches.
We have royalty, sir. Ms.
7 foot 3.
Did you hear who is on the panel now? Virgo.
Where's she at?
About to kick your ass.
Hey, Virgo, she's trapped underneath roller skater Texas girl talking about that she hadn't had kids and doesn't feel like she's missed out.
Yeah,
come on now.
That's totally cool.
I'm in the same boat.
I'm sorry, everybody. I apologize.
I tell the kids I coach, your parents love you. I'm not sure I even like you. Start running.
Oh, my
dirty, diabolical.
Yep.
I do the same, though. I do the same.
I missed y'all.
We miss you, too. What you doing?
Been working too hard. That's what I've been doing. Working too damn
Virgo,
hard.
Virgo, they sent me a chitlin platter yesterday. My whole family, they all got together. They had a party. I couldn't come. They did me chitlin, black eyed peas, and everything. My
Well, you
dumb
ain't
ass ate all that shit and ain't even saved a minute of the video when they brought it
you
over.
ain't talking to me because I ain't eating no shitlins, okay?
Oh Lord Jesus Christ, they were so good.
I'm
My
not
bad.
eating no damn
My
shitlins.
bad. Then they tried to fancy it up.
I
They
ain't
put
that
bell
black.
peppers in it.
I ain't that
Oh
type of
Lord, they
black.
tried to do. My auntie tried to do some fancy stuff with it. I was like, good Jesus, what's all this?
Well, is it
Did she
possible
put some
that all that?
caviar on top?
Oh no, I ain't
It's
gonna lie.
possible
Look,
that your
they
taste
put
buds might be
everything
dead.
else in it.
Have you? Is there such a thing as taste bud death?
Oh, come on, Stanley. You gotta try it first.
No,
Oh,
ain't nobody
I've
trying
had.
that shit.
Hey,
No pun
I've
intended.
had a
You will
lady.
eat pig feet, but you won't be.
I don't like pig's feet. I don't like the
I don't eat pig's
consistency.
feet either.
You ain't never had a pickle
However,
pig feet.
I've had chitlins, and they were prepared by a lady who owned a soul food restaurant, and we got to talking about them, and she made a portion especially for me, which was sweet of her. And yeah, they were okay, but they were
I don't like
okay.
sugar in my chips.
I don't the amount of cleaning you have to do to even get them close to edible.
Yeah,
I'm not doing
mean,
that. I'm
it's
Yeah,
not.
and then
good for
people
the
on top of that
system.
don't even want to clean their meat.
It's
So
good.
I'm not
But,
eating no damn chitlins.
Better Rocky Mountain oyster.
Okay, Virgo.
Well, they
Touche.
don't, Stanley. They don't clean their
Okay,
meat. They said, I'm not cleaning no meat.
You know what?
FDA
Hey,
says
y'all know
blah,
we
blah,
going at
blah.
the chitlin circuit anyway, though, right? We the
You
chitlin
cannot.
circuit, y'all.
You,
No,
We the
sir.
chicken. We the
you
chitlin
can't
circuit.
heat chitlins up
Y'all
hot
know we the
enough.
chitlin circuit.
You can't heat chitlins up hot enough to kill the bacteria that the fecal matter.
Oh
It's
no!
not
What? Come on,
clean
stop
chicken.
it!
A cleaned chicken is not the same thing as chitlins. You know this, Virgo.
It is.
Well,
Okay.
that's why
Well,
I'm teasing.
no. Well, I mean, but we humans, we can
But
eat
I
that. Our
also have
body break
to.
it down. It ain't our mind that break it down. It ain't
Let
your
me tell you
mind that break it
something.
down.
Let
It's
me
your
tell you
body.
something solid. Let me tell you
It's
something
good for your
solid.
body. It works for the
You
slave
know,
for 400
you
years.
you,
No,
you
let me
know we're
stop.
not slaves anymore. We're free now, right? We don't have to eat that shit.
Hey, but that don't mean you don't need to be
Really?
strong. I'm just saying, you ain't got to
Oh,
give
that
up
is funny.
everything just because you're free.
Liberate me
You
from
still got
chitlins. I'm not
cornbread.
eating that shit.
Hell yeah.
Shit.
I feel
That's why the
oppressed.
coronavirus got you. That's why the coronavirus got you, because you ain't eating chicken. Your immune system ain't strong enough.
I got
But
the
that's just my
coronavirus
theory, and
from
I'm
the
sticking to it.
hospital. I got the
You got
coronavirus from the
coronavirus. You
hospital.
got coronavirus because your immune system weak, and they
Matter of
You know
use the
fact, I'm
what?
in the
same shit.
hospital
Hey,
now.
hold it.
They
Hold
just
on.
concentrated it.
Let me clear this
I
panel.
concentrate.
I told
I
you
concentrate
not
more
to
shit
be.
in my immune system.
Solid Snake, I gave you a warning. Don't be
My
dispensing
bad.
your quote medical expertise. You got the aspirin piece wrong. No one wants to
Jesus.
hear. No one wants to hear what you have to say
Oh,
about
Virgo,
your
you missed
so-called medical expertise.
I've been in the back all night, Virgo. I've been in the back all night.
You know what?
And
You're
he'll put
still
you
in
in the
the back.
back
You
again.
didn't notice.
I
And
know.
I was going to. You know what? I want you to see this, Virgo. I'm glad you're here. I thought
Me
of
too.
you when I saw this short. Believe this or not.
What's this? Let's see.
But it's something I have watched a few videos of cooking videos where I understand what you mean, what you're doing when you wash meat in lemon and citrus and stuff. It's also kind of like a um it's not just cleaning it; you're also flavoring it. But I thought of you when I saw this plantain lasagna. Have you ever had that?
Oh yes, called pastalon.
Okay, well, I had never seen it, but I would love it if it's just a minute. And you know what? We're gonna have to watch it silent because there's music.
Well,
No,
come on
that's
over,
fine. Yeah,
Stanley.
that's fine with me, Stanley. The way she's
Yeah,
cooking.
watching it'll be good enough. And
Yeah,
I might actually try this one day.
yeah. Wow.
This
It's
is a
really good.
cooking segment of Pop the Balloon.
Wow.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, they should add that to Pop the Balloon. Cook a dish. Let's see who makes the best dish.
That you know what? That's a good suggestion. You ought to send. No, I'm serious. You ought to send that in.
Pop the
See,
tape.
that would be a good one. Yeah.
Can't do it in Indianapolis. They already got a plate made for you.
Oh, that's right. They've already thought
Hey,
of
what's
that.
that red stuff she added?
Carrots.
That's sazon.
Yeah, it's a carrot salad snake. You ever heard of one of those?
And it's
No, I'm
orange.
talking about the red stuff she added to the ingredients.
That's sazon. That's sazon.
Oh,
Yeah, that's my main ingredient. I thought that's what that was because I use sazon in a lot of shit now.
That looks fucking delicious.
Yeah, sazon is a beast.
Okay, I'm
And she
talking
twerked
about.
at the end.
I'm talking about the plantains as a
Yeah, she
substitute
did.
for the pasta sheet. That's excellent. That's an excellent.
Well,
idea.
actually, my daughter requested that. I have to make it for her. She requested that.
Well, damn it, I might have to request it, and I'll send you what you need to do to send it up on dry ice or something.
Brooklyn says she used
Okay.
sweet plantain.
No.
I'll do that for you, Stan.
I'm gonna try that.
What's the difference between sweet plantains and green plantains?
One is sweet
One is sweet and one is not.
Okay,
It's
but
like-
is it as sweet?
Have you ever
or
had a
opposite?
green? Have you ever had a green banana? They're a little bit. They're more bitter.
Oh, okay.
than
So
white
they
banana.
from that fruit family. So they a fruit.
Plantains? Oh my lord!
I believe plantains are. It is a fruit. It's just not the green ones. Is just not
No,
ripe.
because he compared them to bananas, and I'm comparing bananas like. So do they ripe like fruits, or do they ripe like beans? You know.
You know what?
Yeah, they ripe like fruit, and believe it or not, there's
Plantains
very
are essentially bananas.
Yeah, pretty
except
close
they're
to a
not.
banana. A bigger, heartier banana.
they're very diverse. There's a lot of different kinds of plantains. So
plantains.
Yeah, because I was
I like the little
watermelon,
green
for that
ones.
matter.
They have a little green one that you can boil, and you can eat with saltfish or whatever. And then, of course, the big green ones that you fry up or boil.
Hey, I think we need to start taking this shit to the next level. I'm starting to get ready and start going to the grocery store on this shit, man.
And the ones you
And starting a cooking channel featuring Virgo and Stanley. And that's all we're going to talk about cooking. We ain't talking about no politics, no religion, or none of that bullshit.
Hey, Solid Snake, can you
And I can cook my chitlins.
Hey, Solid,
No,
can you
ain't nobody cook no
yeah.
damn chitlin.
Can you start a cooking channel?
Nobody wants to see that.
Solid Snake, can you start a cooking channel where you show how to cook crack cocaine?
Oh.
Hey, we're going to have to do that on Rumble. We're going to have to do that on Rumble.
All right, yeah.
Yeah, they're going to be our Rumble introduction. They're going to be the Rumble introduction right there, bro. They're going to be the Shadow Moses Island. That's going to be the name of the channel, Shadow Moses.
This video here says don't fry onion rings anymore. The new Oklahoma trick is taking over the world, so they just use it while they're making out with their sister.
I like to boil my onions. I like the oil. I like to use the oil from the onions to saute my steaks and meat with it. I like to
coming straight from Solid's.
I like to boil my onions. I like to boil them. I like to put them in water, let them boil.
Coming straight from Solid's trap house.
I usually take a shower. I don't
He
boil
cooking that yayo.
No, I like onions. I like onions.
Gotta make it. Yeah, I know you like onions. You like the.
Do you make onion flavored crack
Oh.
Hey,
and
that's
sprinkle it
a,
on food like salt?
hey, my boy did a damn good. Hold on. I got to give a shout out to the channel today. My boy did a whole goddamn on thing. He basically said what I've been saying. It ain't like just cause the white people bought the crack over the border. Hell, by the time the white people were bringing that shit over the border, nigga, we was already cooking that shit in our communities. Let's stop acting like it was the white folks' fault. We already had good. Man, come on, man, stop it.
You know
We
what?
eat
Let
chicken.
me
Stop
before
it.
you
We
start
eat
this.
shit for brains, and you telling me we don't know how to cook crack. Stop it.
You were smoking crack.
Before
Well,
hold on.
you a new baby.
Okay, before this gets turned into Solid Snake's Playhouse, remember there was a Pee-wee's Playhouse?
Yep.
It's becoming the new Black Pee-wee.
What's the word of the day?
Crack cocaine.
Crack cocaine.
I'm gonna make some cocaine.
Okay, Solid Snake, you're full of shit. You're partially right, you're partially wrong. But part of viewing America through an American history lens is context. Knowing when to talk about crack cocaine and knowing how to do the origins of crack cocaine in the Black community. That's a whole nother show, not this one. Keep it tight, Black
Plantains.
man. Keep it tight.
Everything coming out of that kitchen tastes like baking soda, anyways.
Oh, wait. You just said the N word. Shit, you were in the back saying the N word. I bring you up and you automatically violate policy.
Who said the N word?
I'm not going to even give you a strike for that because it was inadvertent. You thought you were in the back.
I'm going to slap him with a plantain. Who said the N word?
He would suck it tenderly.
Solid.
He would not know it was a plantain. He would think it was something else.
Or crack pipe. Or crack pipe.
Oh, God.
And don't do it in the dark. He would definitely make that mistake.
Sucking on that glass dick.
Oh, hey,
Solid
man.
Snake, no N words on my panel.
Not even 9
I'll
a.m.
slap him with a bedazzled plantain.
Oh, come on. Don't
I tried not to do it, y'all. I tried. I don't know. It slipped out, Stanley.
A plantain.
You think they
It
can
slipped
bedazzle some
out.
plantains?
But Stanley, you know you might N-word.
Don't do it.
Oh, no.
You gonna turn me into a white man. You turning me into a white man, y'all.
I want Solid Snake to be who Solid Snake is, and he will suffer the consequences of that.
Oh shit.
Solid
Choose
is
your
quite
friends
entertaining.
wisely, people. Choose your friends wisely.
Sage advice.
Man.
Yeah, choose your crack wisely, too.
Oh, come on, Stanley. Come on, HB. I'm not a crackhead. I just drink.
Onion flavored too.
Solid, you played college
Like
basketball.
Pringles.
Did you play basketball or football in college?
No, I played against Shaquille O'Neal at Southern University when I played for a high school basketball team that won the state championship. Now, we should have won it 4 years straight. But when I went to Columbus, it seemed like everybody had the same play style. When I was in Columbus,
That's my cousin.
You ever get beat by a girl?
Everybody had the same play style. But when I was in school, I had my own play style. Everybody wasn't gonna have no same play style. No, I'm the enforcer. I need this position. I need this position. I need certain characters around me. And I promise you, if I get my team together, I can win every game. I don't know why. I'm just skilled like that. I don't know why. But I made my basketball team better because every year I stayed on the team. Every year I stayed on the team, we won the championship.
As they say,
we're a championship team, Stanley. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Go look it up. Go look it up.
As they say, the rest is history.
Solid Snake. I stayed at the free throw line because I used to draw fouls. I was sort of like, at that time, Bill Lambier was my protege. I felt like I had to be aggressive.
Why does that not surprise me?
That's fucking badass.
Yeah,
I'm
tell
sorry.
him.
I felt like I didn't give a damn about an elbow in the forehead.
Good, because Larry Bird been dealing them out. Larry Bird won't talk to that fool even to this day.
I'm gonna throw my knee out. I'm gonna do all kind of shit. I might just act like I'm tying my shoes when you're going up for a dunk.
Bill Lambier was the only player in the NBA who made less than his dad did.
What's 2 free throws worse versus
how did that happen?
His dad was some aerospace or aviation exexecutive.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I used to love watching Larry Bird just torch his ass.
Okay, you know what? I don't want to go there. I'm gonna leave that alone. Leave that alone. Okay.
Well,
yeah.
I think we are on the lagging end of the bell curve
love
here.
me some Bill Lambier though.
Doesn't Stanley's new mic sound great?
Bill Lambier, boy, look here.
That's my new way of switching the topic.
The heart.
Yeah.
The mic sounds nice. Check 1.
So I appreciate. You know what? I should have done this earlier, but obviously now I'm taking this show a little bit more serious. I'm investing in it. So
Been taking over that guest room anytime now.
Don't invest, Stanley. Digress.
Yeah, Stanley.
Well, no, that's all right.
You definitely been talking to Portia, Stanley.
Join the channel.
Been talking what?
Sitting in the back.
It sounds like you definitely been talking to Portia.
Well, no. You know what?
Why you gotta fire some shots?
Well, wait, he had nothing to do with the microphone.
No. That's just sounds like something she would say. You gotta invest in it.
Well, you do know she didn't invent that concept, right?
Oh, no.
Okay, just checking.
Be careful what shots you fire, HB. They might ricochet. Okay.
You know what? I have no idea what shots were fired. I had some extra money, decided to do the microphone, take it a little bit more seriously. Hell, I even, to do a commercial, have a little short segment thing from a bit of a show from a couple nights ago about that story. You remember, HB, about the girls who were, like got in trouble in Chinatown because they were shoplifting or racially profiled or anything like that. And I actually have my own. I actually have. I actually have thoughts on that. Not that the racially, I forgot what they used to call it. And I have a story once in an expensive department store. I think it was my sister and I were shopping in that expensive department store with my mother. So there's a story that I'm not going to bother anyone else with, but it was a racially, profile, like, they were following.
Do tell it, Stanley.
However, they picked the wrong woman to do it to.
On the premiere on Stan's channel.
I mentioned Hurricane Dolores. I never bothered because I was fairly young at the time. I never followed up with whether that person was fired. You don't mess with Hurricane Dolores. Because as it turns out, she was a valued customer of that expensive department store. They did not appreciate that employee's zeal. So, lessons learned. You don't mess with Hurricane Dolores. who was my dear departed mother. Hurricane Dolores, you did not fuck with her.
Mm.
And you know what? She didn't pick fights, she just won them.
Fights came to her.
And you know what? The fights would lose. I fought Hurricane Dolores and I lost.
Stanley used all his birthday cash apps for a new mic.
I did. And you know
Is
what?
that that a new mic?
It's a new mic. I also bought like a bus, like a serial bus for different types of USB adapters. And the next purchase, I bought a couple books, believe that or not.
Wow.
And my next purchase is going to be a year subscription at Uncle Fatty's suggestion, and I totally agree. I'm going to get a year subscription to Ground News. So
okay.
your contributions, your support of the show actually go to serious stuff, folks. Not just
Good.
not
You
just
should name
your
the next show
Facebook
that,
unload.
Stanley.
Huh?
You should name the next show that. Is that a new mic?
You know what? I might. I've been looking for show titles.
Hey Stanley, was one of those that you bought My Struggle? Did you get that book? Yeah.
Hey, you know what? Another fan of his told me where to find it in PDF form, and I still have not read it, but it's on my stack of books to read.
Hey, Stanley.
Oh, you know
Talk
what?
about your mama.
Oh,
Hey, let me talk
HP,
about my
as a
mama.
matter of fact, I may
Hold
move it
on,
up in
Stanley.
priority.
Hold
Hold on
on,
one
let me tell
sec,
you about
Solid
mine.
Snake. Solid
Hold on,
Snake.
Solid. God damn.
I might move it up in priority just to give us something to talk about. Now, when I start making fun of your boy, are you going to be able to take it? Are you going to Are you going to drop off like Nightish?
No, Stanley. I want to hear. I really want to hear your perspective about it.
My perspective is not going to be much different than any other sane person's perspective.
You gotta read it first, though. You gotta read it.
Dude, it is a political biography. It had a message it wanted to send.
I wonder if 12th Man wrote his struggle while he was in prison.
Probably not. Probably not. I think 12th Man was too busy playing spades.
Holy Batman!
Mein Kampf, Stanley.
Okay, I'll tell y'all about my mama. My mama name was Gloria Tillman.
Okay,
she was
Solid
a Madison
Snake.
Parish hospital
Oh,
nurse.
that brings me to another
Hey, I'm
point.
gonna tell you something. My mama was so smart. When my mama worked at the hospital, she worked every position at one time when they couldn't hire nobody else. Nobody died during those years. It's recorded. So my mama was great.
Nobody.
The world was spared death
Damn,
for a couple years.
Fountain of Vermouth, so down there.
Right.
Hey, all
To
right.
be
I
honest
want
with
to
you,
make
my
up.
mama
I
started. My
want to
mama
make
started the
one
medical
odd point.
industry. She restarted it.
Well, let me make a John
But do
Galt level
your
comment.
research.
A John Galt level comment.
But that's my
Okay,
theory.
this
I love
motherfucker
my mama too.
makes two
It's just my
paragraphs to
theory.
make a
I'ma stick to
point.
it. So
This
yeah.
is so annoying.
It ain't nothing against no. I'm just saying why we bringing up mamas in here.
The crack is wearing
Like
off right now.
goddamn, I can bring my mama up too. Shit. So,
Mama!
You just killed a man. Put a gun up to his head. Pull the trigger, now he's dead, mama.
Oh, now you're doing some Queen.
folks,
Come on,
it's gone off
stop.
the rails.
I don't want to die.
I was going to make a point about that.
I love my mama too. Shit.
That premiere on the Stanley Cross channel, and Portia was gracious enough to clip it to put up in one of those. I think she has a Stanley versus the World segment of the Clips channel. The one thing I noticed almost in a John Galt fashion was there were two girls and their two mothers and had four different last names. That is a huge problem within the Black community that we need to solve.
I agree.
And now, funny thing, and this will make you laugh, HB, and probably Virgo too. My grandmother and my mother used to have a term, different in many. You know, that family is different in many.
I've heard that before.
Hurricane Dolores would make those sorts of jokes. You know, well, that family is different in many. Different last names in many of them. So,
I ain't gonna lie. All my kids have different. All my kids have not the same last name as me, but at least they got all the same last names.
Look, I said four different. I said two.
I'm divorced.
Four different women, all related directly with different last names. And you know what? All I'm saying is I observed it. I could make a larger point. I think it is a problem that the Black community needs to be much more diligent in talking about and stop making excuses, even be brave, like the wrecked clock that he is can be right twice a day.
Oh, he's a busted clock, but yeah.
Yeah, and he lost his wits at 12:31. It's 12:31, so he's right. He's so broke, he's not even right on the same day. It's like, 12:31 p.m. is a different day than 12:31 a.m.
Yeah, man.
That's how broke he is.
Oh Lord.
That motherfucker can't get the same. He can't be right twice in one day. He has to be right once on different days. That's how fucked up he is.
I'll second that.
That's why
I hope he's listening right now.
That's why his heater's not on a timer. Oh wait,
of course he's listening. He needs some more content.
Can't build a heater.
You know what? He must show the clip of that comment so he gets the laugh part.
It's
right.
ironic that a guy that can't take the heat can't build a heater.
Yeah, and Kimmy,
stolen valor.
I don't know their circumstances. I just observed it. I don't want to go farther or get directly involved in why. So circumstances happen. If I got married again and actually they would have had the same last name. Never mind. So things happen.
You're talking about if it was you,
right, like
that got divorced
died,
or something.
they get married again. Who knows? All I'm saying is that there are also probably more examples of things like that happening. It's just something the Black community, if we still want to call it that, needs to talk about. It's individual responsibility. It's not a group thing.
But you know what? All of my kids, my maiden name is hyphened into their last name. That's because my maiden name is so
in
unique.
the Hispanic fashion, right?
Well, that too, but it's not my. I didn't grow up knowing my dad. I knew my dad at 17, so I didn't have his last name. I had my mom's last name.
Right.
Well, actually, I had my stepfather's last name. I had to legally change it when I found out.
Yeah.
Let me also, before you go, Uncle Fatty, let me also emphatically state that I'm never singling people out on the panel or in the chat I'm making broad points, sometimes to my detriment, because I can be those types of arguments can be taken to task if you know how to do it. All I'm saying is I observed it in a video. I didn't bring it up in the video. Someone kind of brought up, their mother. And by the way, when I bring up my mother, I'm not talking about other mothers or making any broad points. I'm going back to people kind of wondering my origin story. Why are you like this, Stanley? Well, you know what? Solid Snake made the point about, what was it? Smart Alex. I was raised by two smart Alex. And my son, he doesn't do it around me because he knows I'm a better smart aleck. Oh, he can be sarcastic.
I wonder where he gets it from.
You know who first told me that? He was with my sister for a couple weeks, and she's like, well, he can be rather smart alecky, can he? I'm like, really? He never is with me. So we come from a family of smart asses. Yeah. And even my father, who's the most even-tempered man I know, yeah, he can pull off a one-liner. So go ahead, Uncle Fatty. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, where are we at?
It is wide-ranging, off the rails, and probably should end soon.
Well, here you go. Sun's coming up over the mountains up here.
Nice. You want? Can we see it? You got a camera?
Yeah, I just threw it in the back there.
Oh, okay. I don't see it
on the share screen.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, I wasn't looking there.
Oh yeah.
Oops.
Wait, where are you at, Uncle Fatty?
I'm in North Idaho. This is my local ski hill up here.
So what are you like 2 hours behind us?
Yeah, I'm Pacific time, yeah. So it's what, 7:30? So yeah, 7 a.m. So I got about an hour to get up to the hill and still.
Oh, okay. It's already 10 o'clock here. I called off of work because I can't do it.
Uh-oh.
I'm at 9:07.
That is so beautiful. So what, do you live on a ski slope?
Kind of in the wintertime, yeah.
God
as much
damn,
as I can.
dude.
That is nice.
You fucking
maybe
live in a ski resort?
Yeah, in the wintertime.
Motherfucker, that is excellence.
Yeah, right down in there. Let's see, there's a condo right in there.
God damn.
That's all the main village and everything.
That would be beautiful if I could take the cold.
All that
now,
up there is
are those
kinda
clouds
chilly.
in the valley or snow?
That's all clouds, so it's all inverted.
Holy
We had
fuck.
like 3 feet of snow in the past week, and then yesterday it was 65 degrees. And we're supposed to get hammered with another set like this weekend. We're going to have a hell of a storm from all the way from Cali up to frickin' Seattle. Probably going to be a lot of big
Uncle
hail
Fatty,
too.
We're done with you, motherfucker. You are sitting here just kind of joking around, and you live there? Holy cow.
Yeah, I work my ass off in the summertime, and I ride as much as I can in the wintertime because working in the wintertime sucks up here, and I'll get at least 100 days in of riding. And we got a big race coming up here. I've won 3 of the 4 races we're doing this year. Yeah.
Well,
Uncle Fatty, you need to visit the beaches over here in Florida.
Give us some video footage.
Yeah, for sure.
Give us some video footage sometime.
Oh yeah, I got a bunch.
That's what we need.
Actually, today we're doing speed checks today on the groomers, and then down in that little area we're building a race course for this weekend. It's a big hand dug bank slalom course. Be pretty badass. Probably have 200 to 300 guys show up for the race.
I live on the Gulf of Mexico. You need to visit the Gulf.
Yeah, my
Uncle Fatty,
sister-in-law
could you
lives
please
down there. I need to get down there
cut your
at some point. They
camera on?
just moved down to like Fort Lauderdale area.
Oh, that's the other side. I don't like those beaches. I don't like
Yeah.
Miami Beach as much as people. And I've been there for spring break when I was young, but the beaches over here on my side are so beautiful. I live. I don't know if you ever heard of Anna Maria Island. So I'm minutes away from Anna Maria.
Is that if that's about halfway north and south on the peninsula?
Is that other rich people?
It is by shut up, Stanley. It is I am about 40 minutes south of Tampa.
Okay.
And about 20 minutes north of Sarasota.
Damn, nice.
Yeah.
Shit, I'm down that way for a long time, probably.
But the storms hit us hard this year.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm a FEMA
I guess it's the
certified
price you gotta pay.
There's hailstorms and tornadoes around that area and haul houses to the dump and rebuild houses and shit. Hell of a racket. Hell of a place to live. I'll tell you what, if you guys ever want to get out of there, come up here.
I can't take the cold.
I think
That's the problem.
Yeah.
I think that's the future migration point to Midwest. I think
Most people make it
to the Midwest.
Yeah.
Damn,
Well, that's why they call them the flyover states.
I would have to be I guess you would call it, what would you call it if you come up there in the summer? You'd be a sunbird instead of a snowbird?
Pretty much, yeah. There's a lot of those.
You would be,
Actually, if you click that link that comes back of the Gulf Coast.
Hey, they call those people Dear Virgo are loons.
It's all mindset though, right? Because if I was at work, I'd be hating life because it's like all shitty out and snowing. But if I'm up sitting on a chairlift, I'm like, fuck yes, today's gonna be awesome.
I don't know. You know what?
It's all mindset.
I would like when my wife and son used to go out and in the backyard, they'd go sledding down the little hill and all that shit. Nah,
Yeah, we got the Tubing Hill down there.
I'm gonna sit here and drink some bourbon in my coffee and watch y'all play in the snow. For
Hell yeah.
I am from Savannah, Georgia, and we don't play in the snow.
Well, you guys got snow this year,
Hey,
didn't you?
Stanley, wait a minute. When Michael Jackson came out with that song Thriller, right?
Michael Jackson
I
had
was
to do
standing
with
up
my
in
sport.
Columbus, Georgia. I was over there at the Fort Benning base. I was standing over there in them projects. Man, it had snowed. This had to been like 83, 84.
Did you go sledding?
Man, yeah, man, we was sledding on them hills. Right there in
Now,
Fort
let me
Benning,
ask
Georgia.
you a question because I wasn't
was
specific
crazy.
about. I was not specific about geography. I used to live up in the Blue Ridge Mountains in Northern Virginia, so it will be warmer when it snows in Columbus, Georgia, than it will up in Linden, Virginia.
Man, I promise you, it was so much snow, Stanley. We got on them motherfucking box tops. Man, we was sliding down them hills in Georgia, in hills,
Yep.
in Fort Benning. Man,
Nice.
that shit was so awesome. I think that was back in 84, 83 when I was a little baby. I'll never forget that song. I'll
Kids
never
will
forget
get
that
cold.
I would never.
Kids are
I
somehow.
was damn. I was gonna get cold that day, dude. I promise you, we stayed out there in that ice cold weather all that day. Brutal cold. We was out there trying to make tree houses in the trees. We were using, we'll sneak onto the military base and shit, and we'll get our tape, man. We were young kids, but these kids weren't your average kid because these were military kids. They were real smart. Man, the motherfucker taught me so much shit. Man, I brought that shit back home.
Lupin, that
was
is
military
about
brats.
Lupin. That is about as well stated as I've ever seen it well stated. People will go, everybody's a racist. What they really mean to say is everybody is prejudiced. Racist behavior and racism Not necessarily. All racism is prejudice, or I'm sorry, all racist behavior is prejudice, but prejudice doesn't have to be based on race. Not all, prejudice is racist. So well stated. Thank you, sir. Another,
It was
the
crazy
real
though.
voice
I
of
was
reason,
sitting
folks.
around
I am just
Asian, Indian.
I am just a pretender to the throne. Thank you, Lupin.
It was crazy, man. When I was out there, man, they showed me all kind of little tricks and
Oh,
all
this
kind of little
still
techniques.
rambling on.
My bad, my bad.
I'd even go a little further to say that not all prejudice is bigoted.
Oh, absolutely. Well, you know what? I'd have to look up bigot. Bigot, that's someone who operates on prejudices.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Some
But
prejudice
I
is
mean, dude,
valid.
I have a prejudice. I have plenty of prejudices.
Mhm.
If you don't act on them, it means you're working on it. And somebody, I think, was it Lupin who brought up? Oh no, it was a psychopath talking about Egyptians, and there's a portion of Pan Africanism in America that kind of idolizes Egypt, the pyramids. There's a word for it that I can't think of. I've been to Egypt, and you know what? The last people to call themselves black or identify with sub-Saharan Africans would be the Egyptians. So I agree with Psychopath on that one.
Damn, Stanley, you the biggest racist in the world.
I'm a stupidest.
I hear that.
I do not like stupid people.
I understand.
And I will discriminate against them because they are often dangerous in real life.
I understand.
So with that, everyone, please make sure you hit the like button. Please make sure you subscribe to John Galt's channel. He does have a show coming up in a few minutes, I think. And Portia has a show tonight. It is a ladies' night, and I encourage all ladies with a political opinion to join that panel. She will be an excellent host. I will moderate. I will not come
I
up
will
on
be
that panel.
there.
I will
You
not
gonna
come up
join?
on
You
that
gonna
panel.
join?
What time is this thing
And let me
going
tell
on?
you why
Yes,
I'm not
you will.
coming up
Yes,
on
you
that
will.
panel.
I
Portia
gotta work tonight.
was
I
like,
bet I hear your voice. I bet I hear you on that panel tonight.
What time is it?
I think it's 9:15.
Damn right it is.
Eastern time tonight.
Yeah.
Be there or be square. The ladies will speak tonight, and Virgo will be chief among them, I'm sure.
So
However,
we have time. We have time to join. Hold on, Solid. Hold on. So we have time to join Tom's show, and then right after Tom's show, we can go
And by
straight
the way,
into
Tom,
Portia's show.
what is your topic tonight, Tom?
Well, it's not lint like it was yesterday. It's Elvis
what?
Costello. It's actually Elvis Costello.
Oh yeah, it is Elvis Costello. Sure is.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure about my topics there, Snake.
Well,
I'm usually a good source for that information.
Folks,
Not
it's
always
the Tom
though.
Gully Show, the most informative show I know of on YouTube, quite frankly.
Yeah,
so,
that lint showtime. Do a show like 5
best
o'clock.
opening theme
Talking
song, by the
about
way.
some
Every time I've joined Tom's show, I had a good time.
That lint show is there.
Tom be having some good shows, man.
That lint show is there for you anytime you want to catch up on it.
Oh really? Oh,
It's about lint.
Is it in the belly button, Tom?
That is one of the forms of lint. You are correct. Is navel or belly button lint.
Oh shit!
I could make a blanket with my belly button.
You know how that's created, don't you? Your clothes, generally children do not have belly button lint. It's when you get older and there is hair on your body. Yes, it's created by the hair on your body as you get older, rubbing up against the inside of your clothes.
Do we really want to know all these gory details?
Well, do you have
Yeah.
do you have an innie or an outie, Tom?
Well, it's interesting you mentioned that because
kind of personal.
I speculated on that last night. I haven't any, but I think outies are gross. But I think that that would radically alter the amount and characteristics of the belly button lint that one might have if you're an innie.
Well, that is true, and let me tell you, growing up, I had an outie.
Oh Lord!
But now I have an innie.
Oh,
that's after my surgery.
You know
There's all
sorts
of
after you get a tummy tuck, it's
Oh my God!
Yeah.
Really?
What?
Wait, hold it. Hey, hold on. Hold the phone, folks. This is a perfect topic for Portia's ladies night show tonight, I would think. So please save that. Portia will want to know these sorts of details, Virgo.
Oh yeah, I had to get snatched, Stanley. I had to get snatched.
Yeah. You are making
after having. Let me tell you something, Stanley. After having twins.
Do you ever talk about this stuff with Mr. Virgo?
Oh, of course. Oh, he knows.
Oh my God!
He knows every single surgery that I've had.
He is one patient man, for sure.
He is. He's wonderful.
You know what? In one of these nights, like on a Friday, because we still need to do recipe shows.
We should do Stanley. I was waiting for you on when was it? This weekend. Motherfucker, you.
Well, I stopped doing.
I
stopped doing shows Sunday morning. I need a day of rest and reading.
Yes, you do.
I don't get a chance to read and catch up on my reading. So,
hey, what you reading?
however,
Right
I'm not of. Hey, you say let's do a Sunday morning or Saturday night. Let's do recipes. I will do it if you demand it.
All right, so I'll contact you and I'll let you know.
But
that is fine.
You need to be there. You can't fall asleep.
No, I was well rested let me tell you, Stanley, I was so well rested this weekend. And I was waiting and waiting. I was like, when is Stanley gonna come up?
Hey, you could have emailed me. I'd have done a show.
Yeah, but I didn't want to disturb you in case you were sleeping.
That.
Which was the
Just
case.
email me. I can respond or not.
How come John smokes? Where's he get those cigarettes? They don't seem. It's like
they're
bigger at one end than they are on the other.
They're full of whack.
Hey, Tom.
Yeah.
We smoke cigarettes, man. We smoke weed. We do shit.
Oh.
Don't ask questions.
We shoot pool.
You know what I'm saying? Just don't involve yourself in it.
This is the new Gwendolyn. Is it Gwendolyn Brooks poem?
Yeah, we shoot pool. We act cool.
Talk about random shit.
They don't call me fatty because I'm skinny.
I'm just buying land. I'm just buying land for my grandkids right now. Shit.
So does he get that from a dispensary?
I have no clue.
And if so, why don't they roll it?
They They got a budget with him, man. John get the discount. He buy the
Pre-rolls are
cigarettes.
just
He
full of
buy
shit.
the cigars now. You
Now,
know what
I
I'm
was
saying?
also
He
told.
basically supporting the goddamn on store. Y'all don't understand the power of money.
Oh shit.
But
Oh,
anyway,
wait, hold it. Did you just
Yeah.
say we don't understand the power of money?
I think I understand
I
money.
don't think so.
What
I
on
don't think
earth,
y'all do.
dude? You just say whatever bounces in.
You just left
Whatever
never
bounces
mind.
between your ears, you feel compelled to say.
It's what you put in there, Stanley. You put that in there.
Oh, no. If I were putting stuff in your head, you'd have never said that.
Nah, you know what? When you put stuff in my head, it come out my ass.
You know what? That is much too much information.
Never mind.
You could
know
have
what?
just said,
Never-
you
nah,
could have just
bro.
said, if I had put that,
Oh,
if I had put that in there, it would be in one
never
ear and out
mind.
the other. But you had to say in one ear and out my anus. That is disgusting.
Yeah.
I think I understand the power. I mean, some people
Wait, hold up. What about the
got to
anus?
have it.
I missed
Some
that.
people really need
Yeah,
it.
you can't be
It's my
falling
chitlin
asleep in these
brain. It's my
fast-moving
chitlin brain,
conversations.
y'all. Y'all leave me alone. Leave me alone.
Fall in love with money. Some people got
All
to
right.
have it.
Well, I was also told by one producer that going and critiquing John's shows is a number driver, and quite frankly, I need to run to the
Stanley, you the
to
man.
the
Why
beer
you don't
store
accept
to
it?
do that.
Stanley. You know how many
Yes,
people don't want to come to
solid
this
snake.
channel every night? You
I'm
know
sorry,
how
what?
many people want to come over here, chop it up? You don't get it. My bad.
I don't what?
You don't get it, Stanley. You don't get it. You
Okay,
too emotional.
let me
Respect you,
trim
man.
your expectations. No one
My bad.
wants to come over here and chop it up at 3:30 in the
You can
morning,
trim it all you want to. You ain't gonna do
except
shit but
night
boost numbers.
owls.
Go ahead.
I appreciate the compliment.
Whatever.
Everyone's welcome, but what they cannot do is come up here and expect to be. I described it. If you are thinking I am all perspectives matter, I'm not that guy.
Yeah.
There
Yeah,
is
you
a
are.
right and wrong. There is stupid and cogent. Not every perspective should be considered. And if I hurt your feelings, I don't mean to, but I'm going to be blunt.
Well, they gonna hurt yours, Stanley.
You know what? I don't get my feelings hurt that often, and very rarely on this panel. Honestly, honestly, to hurt someone's feelings, you
You're
have
really
to.
missing your
Oh,
best
motherfucker!
sidekick, though.
You cannot
Be
let me
honest.
respond. It would hurt your feelings if I responded.
I know who your
And I'm gonna
sidekick
be
is.
real blunt here, and it'll go back to a John Henrik Clark point. I debate my equals.
Really?
All
Hey, come
others
on.
I
Come with.
teach.
Ah,
So I'm not gonna have my feelings hurt by someone I don't consider a peer.
ain't that some shit?
Yeah, motherfucker. It's how I survive these panels.
Come on, man.
Wait, hold it. You can't figure that out? If I don't consider you a peer, if I don't consider you a peer, your opinion
Because
is
I'm not.
your
I'm not your
opinion.
peer.
I didn't mention your name specifically. Would you like me to? Would you like to
You
ask
don't
me?
have to.
Would you
Come on,
like
man.
to ask me? Hold
Man,
on.
I'm a brand at
I
this
did
point.
not mention names, but would you like to ask me a question that's likely to hurt your feelings? Go
How
ahead,
you feel
ask it.
about me, Stanley?
Let's
How you
be
feel
let's
about
be all Socratic about it.
Yeah, how you feel about
Ask
me,
the
Stanley?
question.
Tell me how you feel.
No.
Tell me how you feel.
I already told you how I feel. You can't hurt my feelings if I don't consider you a peer. That's
And
how
that's
I
the
feel.
problem.
I don't think it's a problem at all. And dude, you got to realize I'm 60 years old and I have for quite some decades operated on the same principles that I spout on this channel. I don't care what you think if you're not important to me.
What your community look like?
My community funny you should mention that. Of course, at my advanced age, I have an anecdote.
What's that? You
When I
sold it?
lived in Norfolk, Virginia, I lived in the Ghent
Sold it?
section. I lived in the Ghent section of downtown. It is historic. It
Being
reminded me of
gentrified.
Savannah. That's why I was eager to move there. Lived there for quite some time. 900 square foot
Yeah, because you let
condo.
everybody else do your
Motherfucker,
work. I'm gonna get in a
you
second
just
guess
have
my
to
support.
interrupt stories, don't you? Why do you interrupt people so much? Did I say something that was interruptible that you might dispute?
Well, you took a whole paragraph or something that should have took 2 sentences. See,
Yeah.
my thing
So
is you
my
can't ask your
anecdote,
audience to
of
use 2
course,
sentences and
yeah,
then you
I'm
use
trying to get
8.
the story out. Apparently, it's not important enough for you to hear, and I will take
The
that
ratio
message.
don't match.
I will take that message. It's not that important. It's not that funny. It was just something to the point about peers and whatever. It doesn't matter. So let's see.
Exactly.
The numbers are growing. We could listen to John.
Maybe tune in and saw an episode of Pop the Balloon, and he was like, you know what?
Are you serious? We're gonna leave John over there by himself?
Telling me and give me
You can go join
some
it.
Asian excellence. It very well could be with
Stanley,
Stanley.
you too much.
I'm not going to stop you.
I mean, would Stanley want his son come home?
I'm not
See,
going over
now
there.
here is where I will get pissed off. What the fuck does my son have to do with this video? This is some bullshit. My son, why would my son be involved in this? This is why I should not be listening to John's show. You know what? It's John's show. I don't want to interrupt his flow. And what the fuck is this woman doing? Oh my lord!
She got that hair grease on the bottom of her shoes.
Oh my lord!
And man, I mean, we see more women fights today. Black women fighting. We're gonna get to this.
And that's the
We see
news.
more black women fighting than anybody.
Sitting up here.
We're gonna get to that one too. We see more black women fighting these days. And
You know what, Kelvin?
Almost. And so I guess,
I'm not
it really
that
is
worried
not,
about it.
You know, a stretch for Stanley's son to get him an Asian woman. I saw this and this kind of touches on the topic that I'm talking about. Check this.
About 3 oxtail recipes away from getting a divorce because using your new restaurant to get the draws has to be on the top of the list of the craziest things.
What is my son having an Asian woman and are 18-year-old girls women?
About 3 oxtail recipes away from getting a divorce because using your
Yeah,
new
this
restaurant
is the kind of racist bullshit that I love hearing.
Not even for the chefs. I was over on Twitter minding y'all business, and I saw this post by somebody by the name of Ace, and she said y'all favorite chef went out sad in my DMs yesterday and then got mad when I blocked him on everything. Like, I'm tired and I'm unimpressed. Now, to make a long story short, she blocked him because she found out he was married, but that was after he was flirting with her. And she posted a DM, so let's read his DM. Look, he sent her this fire emoji, and I'm assuming she posted something in her story that he liked. And then she replied back and said, "Your food is amazing." Now, he replied back and said, "I just opened a restaurant in DC. You should come check it out," which
This is a white guy, I think, by the way.
sounds like him promoting his restaurant. Very innocent. And then he replied back to her first statement and said, "Thank you." He replied back and said, "I seriously need to. I was checking out your website. It looks fantastic. What's your favorite item on the menu?" And he goes on to say, "Thank you. I did a whole menu, so it's tough to have a favorite. The oxtail meatballs, fried snapper, oysters, gumbo, the garlic noodles are some of my favorites though. Let me know when you want to come.
This white man selling food and getting the panties.
I'd love to meet you
DMing their ass for the
sometime." That's when he getting a little breezy. And she replied back and said, "That's incredible. I honestly love that you've
John,
curated the
a whole
menu that makes it
nother-
more special. I'm such a foodie, or at least that's what I tell myself, LOL." And she replied back and said, "I just love to try new restaurants, and I used to work in a few
You ain't
during
lying
college,
about what?
so that's where my interest comes from. I think so. I think
John
also
on a
I
whole
can't
nother
post her
level
the last
about
statement, but
this
she basically said
thing,
she's going to invite her
man.
friend. And then she asked him, "What's a good day to come?" He said, "Our
What's up,
busiest
Universe?
days are on the
Let me
weekends,
pause this.
obviously. So if you
What's John? What's up, John?
Man, can you believe this dude out here? It's a
Man.
white guy.
Stanley, we gotta up
Oh,
our
yeah, I'm
game,
familiar.
bro.
I actually subscribe to his YouTube channel.
Hey, hold on, Universal. Let me call you back from my other number.
But
It'll
you
be clear.
gotta up your game, Stanley.
Let me call you right back.
Okay, sounds good.
Sorry about that, guys. Let me, sometimes that Bluetooth connection, I guess it goes stale if you leave it on for too damn long. Let me call Universal back.
I see what John's doing.
Oh, shit.
Stanley, you
Yeah, that is interesting. This guy's getting the ads off the restaurant business. Yeah, let me cut the Bluetooth on. I can hear you though loud and clear. So you've heard of this guy before? What the fuck is up with this? You've heard of this guy before, Universal?
Yeah, I've heard of this chef. I forgot his name, but I'm familiar with him. He actually does a lot of collaborations with another chef that I follow, is a black dude out of California, but he's pretty popular.
Now it all makes sense now, man. You know, this guy, when I heard this story, I thought about you, bro. I like, damn. This guy parlayed some garlic noodles.
I've been trying to tell y'all for months, man. I mean, hey, he's just making
Well, let you try to be brave and
restaurant, but just off the YouTube channel alone, man, he can bring the ladies in. It's not that difficult.
And bro, if he got a restaurant, bro, you know he knocking them down.
And he's that archetype white dude too. He's got the reddish beard. He's kind of tall.
Yeah.
He's got enough urban edge to him where he'll pick a lot of black women's interests, or just women of color, I think.
Man, you know what's interesting? I had a white guy. He worked in the restaurant industry. All he dated was black women, bro. He was like, yo, it's so easy. And he had, he's bald. He was very fit. Look similar to this guy, but bald. And I mean, like, he was just talking about how easy it was. He even had a couple black baby mamas. He like, oh, wait.
Well, they like those biracial children. So
Hey, listen to the rest of this, man.
crowd, I'd say come on the weeknight.
Hold on. Let me make sure you through the speaker here. Let me connect this shit. What the fuck's up? It should be connected now. Say something universal. Let me hear you. I don't know what the fuck is that with it. Okay. Universal, can you hear me? Universal?
Hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Universal?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I'm
I
there.
fix that shit. I fix it. Sometimes I guess it cuts off the button.
All right,
let me play it.
He said, "I'm leaving today, and I won't be back until Tuesday or Wednesday, but you're welcome to go without me there." He said, she said, "Well, I want to meet behind the magic," which is cute, right? And then she said,
Universe, I want to meet the man behind the magic.
Hey, they watch the videos, man. They see the effort. Every opportunity is one search away.
So she can't really be mad at him flirting with her. I mean, she could be mad that he's married. Okay, fair enough, right? But
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
the restaurant, like it's part restaurant, part tail chasing. Would you would you say that's fair?
Yeah, it is. It is. Yeah, I think the only thing wrong with this situation is that he is married, and he's obviously stepping out on his wife. But other than that, I don't see the problem here outside of him being married. If he wasn't married, this is all fair. This is all fair. Ain't nothing wrong with what he's doing.
So I'll have to postpone until next week. He said, perfect. I want to meet you too with the eyeball emoji. Now, I guess she did some sleuthing because she found out he was married and then she blocked him on everything, but not before she posted it on IG and other women came forward. Now, somebody by the name of Queenie's World said he recently asked to fly
Pause
me
it, John.
out, and when I questioned him about being married, he blocked me.
Hold on, go ahead.
This Queenie World girl is a porn star, so just put that in there. She's a porn
How
star.
the hell do you be knowing all these?
OnlyFans.
How do you know all these?
I told you. Hey, John, man. This is what I do, man. I told you. I'm an anthropologist of the hood, man. I know these things.
Okay, so why would the porn star hit him up?
No, he hit the porn star up and notice the difference in the communication. With the other chick, he was like, come to my restaurant. She's a regular woman. With this chick, let me fly you out. And then she said, but you're married. So she did her research and seen he was married, and then that's when he blocked her because he didn't want to get caught.
Oh, you think a porn star would like catch him up on some bullshit?
Depending on what she's doing. I mean, obviously this girl probably does like bookings or whatever. I mean, if you go to Queenie, I wouldn't recommend you do it on the channel because there's probably gonna be some nude on there. But I'm pretty sure she's got a link tree with a menu, and she probably does flyouts. But yeah, Queenie's World is. Yeah, if EAE's in the chat, he definitely knows who Queenie World is.
On IG, and other women came forward. Now, somebody by the name of Queenie's World said he recently asked to fly me out, and when I questioned him about being married, he blocked me.
After
I hope his wife finds
hearing
out. We need to
Deacon
start
Dave's
exposing these
explanation,
losers.
I'm sure I'll
Yes,
have a
you do.
retort or
Queenie
two.
recently posted her DMs, and he
This
said, "Where are
show
you from?" She
is
said, "Hey, I'm
winding
from
up.
Canada." He said, "Let me bring you
So
to America."
we can only
LOL.
go
He
so
said, "I've been to
long.
America." He said, "Not to see me though."
Hey, that's good game right there.
Oh my goodness, we need
And
to
who are
turn
you?
that
He said,
down.
"Well, damn."
That's
He
good game.
said, "That's not very nice." She said, "Ain't you married?" LOL. I'm confused. You no longer can see direct messages to her. Because he blocked her. And she showed where it says that she was blocked. No, I wish that was it.
You shouldn't be the
But
one
it's
to
not. There's
answer
more
that.
women.
This nigga here, how did he even
Well, let me look it up on the
He
Urban
liked one
Dictionary.
of her posts, cute post, and then she sent him the googly eyes. And then she said, "What's crazy is like now I've definitely seen your videos on TikTok and saved a bunch." She goes on to say, "Didn't realize you followed me on Twitter. Now I'm honored." Like the crying emoji. Then he replied back and said, "I'm glad you see my stuff." And then he said, "Of course I followed you on Twitter. You're fine AF." I guess she
Fine
found
as
out
fuck.
he's married because she has him blocked. Like I said, he about 3 oxtail recipes away from getting divorced.
Bro, you know, his restaurant is here in DC. He opened up a restaurant here in DC.
Oh, Chocolate City.
Bro. He's from Richmond, bro. He came up from Richmond, and
Wow.
And I don't know if you're watching the screen, but he has like a very black menu. You go to his Instagram,
Yeah.
he's making like macaroni and cheese and shit. You know?
Yeah.
But like he's truly appealing to like the urban crowd, you know, and it's kind of again like if you're smart enough, you can make money off of these people and sleep with them.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It says, let me bring it up right quick.
Sadly.
Like, look,
Yeah, yes.
Go ahead.
So let's see here. Let me turn that down. So save yourself, black man. Is that how is it inaccurate? Save yourself, black man. No. I wasn't thinking anything like that. And save myself from what? So I can categorically deny I'm not that, and I hope my son doesn't think he's in danger unless he really is. Maybe if truism is available, he can explain. Yeah, I haven't seen truism in a bit. It's more red pill. Weak man. Look. So, Kimmy, so red pill is a liberal thing? Oh, wow. That's a new one. All right. Well, too deep for a chat. Come up at some point or shoot me an email, Deacon. We can do a show about it. Nothing wrong with talking about this sort of stuff. Hey, Kimmy.
Hi, Stanley.
Ooh, how are you?
I'm well. I can't complain, honestly.
We are blessed with
But I just
with
wanted to chime
you
in. I
being
think
on camera.
and I didn't turn off, and I'm whatever.
Oh,
um,
come on now. Let us say you look ravishing this morning.
really, I feel like I look tired.
Oh, are you?
I
So
am.
flirting time is over.
But I think all of this, like, I don't know. I just feel like, and I can say this to you, Stanley, because you're a man's man. But like, I feel like
I
men
am.
are becoming more queer by the day. They're becoming more queer by the day. Like, since when do men use these acronyms? And like, I think this red pill thing is just making them more and more queer.
Well,
Like,
I don't think
this.
the red pill is a left. Uh, I mean, I'm sure they're red pill leftists, but um, I guess maybe you shouldn't even. I
I
would
don't
say
mean
it's
left in
more
terms
a
of like
conservative.
politically. I mean like just liberal thinking. Even if they vote conservative, even if they vote on a red ballot, they're just liberal in mind and behavior.
Oh, you mean liberal as in like enlightenment liberal?
Yeah,
Uh, I don't know about that.
you're a man's man, Stanley. Do you go around
Oh,
saying
you
shit
know
like
what?
that?
You're the only one in this space who probably thinks that.
I mean, I don't see how anyone doesn't see it. But do you use things like this? You don't even know what it meant.
Well, maybe old man would be better.
I
But
just think they're getting more queer
you
by the
know
day,
what?
Stanley.
The thing is you should be out, and I know this is going to sound horribly cliche. You should be out fishing, hunting, mowing a lawn, or you should be in the kitchen cooking, or you should be changing a diaper. In short, you need to be living real life.
That's what I'm saying. We're speaking the same language. These people are
Right. And
miserable.
there's nothing. Look, I'm on the internet, have a whole show, but I have an empty nest. And I spend too much time doing this. Um, so um and Deacon Dave, these guys are living their real life. Um I just have sense enough to know that, SYSBM, what does it mean? I have to go look it up. So I'm safe.
This is where ignorance is bliss, in my opinion. And I blame this all on Universal because nobody was on that nonsense before he brought that junk over here.
I think it was here. I think he just what universe it was here. Now this is my opinion. I'm not opposing your opinion. I don't know if you're wrong. I'm saying many times these foolish ideas get a degree behind it. Um, the foolishness was here. He has qualifications and um, lends it academic credence. If a guy with two
I'm
master's
not gonna lie.
degrees
I mean,
says,
listen, I'm right up there with him in terms of education, and a lot of what he says just
I,
sounds
I
fugazi.
I have no doubt about that. As a
It
matter
just
of
sounds
fact,
fugazi.
you
It's
are
like you're
the same thing,
intellectualizing nonsense. Well, what are we doing?
right?
Pew pew. Blame this all on Universal. Nobody was on this. Oh, we hate black women. We hate this. We don't like this. Until
No,
he brought
that's
that
not
nonsense
true
here.
though. I think it was here. I think if anyone is credited with bringing it over here, it would be Hood Conservative.
Okay.
I
Well,
remember
Kelvin,
Hood.
that's
Hey,
Virgo's husband.
well, Virgo is here. Virgo, I literally was on a
Hi,
panel
Virgo.
where Hood Conservative
Hey,
went after Virgo, and I'm like, what the hell are you doing?
Diddy, I forgot about all that. Diddy?
Oh, I see. I'm an old man with a long memory who likes to tie
I don't
things
pay any
together.
of these ninjas any attention, to be honest with you.
They will, need attention?
No, I said I don't pay any of them, attention. So,
Well, see, you are well balanced.
I mean, we can fight today, tomorrow. Forget about. I truly forgot about Hood Conservative going after me. To be honest with you, if
Well,
he was
I
on the
think,
panel now, I would say what's up because I forgot about. What did we argue about, Stanley?
you know what? It was mostly about divorce. He has a beef against women, the courts being biased in favor of women. Um,
Oh, okay. Now I
and
remember.
you, yeah, well, see, now you have to understand, I tend to be into these sorts of cultural slash political slash philosophical arguments. And, what they do is kind of woven into a fabric of a narrative that is part of the American culture.
Yeah, and I think I think he was trying to say that when women get divorced, they tend to take the guy for everything that he
Right.
had, and it makes it seem like woe is the guy. But let me tell you something, and I know you hate when people personalize things, but this is just my experience, so I can only speak on my
Well,
experience.
if you preference it like that, I don't have a problem with it.
Yeah, I can only speak on my experience. When I got divorced, my ex-husband was a when I say serial cheater. Okay? And yeah, I took him for every fucking penny he had. I had alimony, I got the most for child support. Yeah, and
Hey,
I don't feel a
excuse me,
damn
one
shame
sec.
about it.
Truism, hit the link. But I also want to point something out. One of the arguments that a hood conservative will make is
Mhm.
it does not matter the offense. A woman should not be entitled to
Oh,
everything.
please. I think okay,
He
now I'm
essentially
remembering now.
hood conservative will just go, "Hey, it was bad, but."
No. If you break up the family, then you should pay. And I feel the same way if it was a woman. If the woman was the one that, broke up the family and cheated and did all that stuff, yeah, she should pay child
Well,
support.
the argument, and I'm playing devil's advocate here, is it doesn't have to break up the family if you forgive, and it's
No,
upon the
ain't no
women, the
ain't no
woman to
forgiving.
forgive.
Ain't no forgiving on my I forgave enough.
Hey, I am there with you. I would be 100% on your side. So, truism, what's up?
Yeah, so
Someone spoke your name. It's
yes,
Flo, you appear.
He
indeed.
summons him.
Welcome. Good to hear from you.
Good to hear. Okay, so now I believe Deacon Dave told me that you had questions about SYSBM, what it stands for, etc., etc. Yes.
Right. Well, I don't think I'm one. Let's start with that. Am I one?
Well, let me ask you. Okay, let me ask you this. In the process of your family construction, what were you looking for?
Happiness.
Wait, is that conservative?
No,
No, this is not. I'm
who is
truism.
the
I'm
storm?
sorry. I'm sorry.
And
Okay,
where's that crackling noise coming from?
that is a good question. I thought somebody was typing or somebody.
Somebody sounds like somebody's eating.
It sounds awful. Whoever's doing it, stop. You should really be ashamed of yourself.
Hello? Okay, great. Alrighty. Yes. So now, if your main enterprise is trying to, number one, have a happy life, and also to produce offspring which are functional, able to maneuver through society, any society, like a person with some common sense and sanity. That is the main goal of what SYSBM is going for.
Okay, well then I'm one of those. But
Okay.
like I expect it.
Uh,
If I'm involved in family building, I expect a good outcome. And
Yes.
it's not, I expect it. Doesn't have to happen. So
Mm. The main issue that SYSBM was getting so much pushback is because it was anti black bitch, which is a difference from the black woman. And that's where it became such an issue.
oh my lord.
There is a difference. And this was my main qualm with the black manosphere. It was too much, it was too emotionally driven and not objectively. It was too subjective, not objective. And that was the
Stanley, can I
problem.
ask a question when he's finished?
Well, no, ask it now.
No, I'll wait till he's done. I just wanted to, I know it's your show, so you might take it
Well,
somewhere else.
no, hey, I would interject here too if I were you.
So if there is the question, then this is the thing. So right, okay. So the problem here is that any functioning black man would have a hard time trying to achieve the goal that you say you're looking for
Well, here's
in the quote unquote community.
Are you assuming all black men are functional as you use?
Oh no. Well, excuse me, not functional. Pardon me. I misspoke that.
What is the woman version of that?
I misspoke that. Excuse me. Because the community is functional. It's just not in the way that most people think.
Is not functional.
Oh no, it is because
no, actually, it's not.
No.
And let me break this down because it'll make it easier for you to respond.
Gotcha.
The community is a fiction. The black community is a fiction.
Mm-hmm.
And when you're talking a coast to coast, all black people are one way or another. It is fiction. Always has been.
Wait, can I ask a question?
Okay. Well, if I'm going to respond to that, right?
Oh, okay.
Allow me to say this, right? Okay. This particular dynamic that it seems to persist a great deal in the quote unquote black precincts, right? It is not a flaw. It is a feature. And
Why
it's
is
meant.
it a feature? What made the feature? Why was it built in?
Oh, it's been built in since 1619, as a matter of fact.
Oh my God!
And there are. Hey, I'm not going to dispute that argument.
Yeah.
I think you are right. But here is my counterpoint.
Mm-hmm.
That you're looking at it through a historical framing.
Oh, somebody is eating. Really,
is there somebody chewing on a walnut or something, or trying to eat a bowling ball, or I don't know what the
Virgo? We can hear your breakfast.
Who? Oh, that's her. Oh, okay. I was all of her is like.
She's eating a crunchy. She's eating a bowl of Kellogg's cornflakes.
That is not me. I hear it when I'm on.
Or gnawing on somebody's bone or something like that. Woof.
All I have to say is that one thing that humans are good at is defying their history. And I think all the way up, I would even go through the 80s. Okay, we have defied history a lot in the quote black community. 2025 is not 1619, and the first thing we need to do is stop pretending. Jim Crow is a better argument, for instance, for reparations than is slavery. And it's a horrible thing to say, but legally speaking, it is true.
Here, allow me to maybe expand on that. And I said this before.
And give me a minute.
No problem.
In 2025, pretending that we are beholden, enslaved, ball and chained to our history is just not true. You
Wait, can I ask a question, Stanley?
You can
You promised me.
defy your history.
But the one thing you cannot deny and defy
No.
is Big
I'm
Mama.
not denying anything. I'm saying it can
got some
be
juices
defined.
for the children.
Please get my context and framing correctly. You can. Doesn't mean you will, but you can.
Stanley,
Yes, ma'am.
can I ask my question to what's his name?
Well, you go ahead and ask it if it's along the lines, because I'm gonna hold him to task on this
Truism.
mediocre point.
Well, it was just something he said in the very beginning that I just want to ask him about. It should be a quick. It should be a quick thing.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
In the beginning, he said that it was not about just black women in general, but the black B words. But my thing is, like, I don't know, we're all raised different. I was brought up in that you don't give energy to things that are not worth your time. So why so much energy dedicated to the things that we know are not productive?
The thing about it is, unfortunately, right? Because the black, or what you would say, the black majority is a matriarchy, right? And unfortunately, most young black men. I can't give an answer.
No. We're gonna do this Supreme Court style, where when you bring up a ridiculous point and want to elaborate on it, I'm gonna check you right there, and then if it makes sense, we can go on. It's called a Socratic method.
Wow. So I can't answer the question. I can't expand on what I said. You didn't even give me a chance to make my point.
I need you to explain how a matriarchy survived American culture, which is not matriarchal.
Well, my dear sir, and I guess we're going to keep on doing this. All relationships with human beings are in two dynamics, right?
Make this quick. Don't.
I mean, what do you do? You want the answer or no?
Oh, I want it quickly. Do not take your time. Hey, let me put it to you this way. You're not talking to a slow panel here. You can make your point. You can make it crisply, succinctly.
Okay.
Timely fashion.
Okay. All right.
We are
so
not.
Now, allow me if you allow me to do that I can get to the point, right?
Quickly.
Okay. So, human beings are communal creatures, and all communities basically come down to the family structure.
Okay. All I fucking asked was, how did a matriarchal culture survive a patriarchal America? And you wanting to explain?
Yes.
No.
I would have actually done it within 2 minutes if you had let me.
What you're gonna try and do is, Stanley, you won't let me explain my point. Let me tell you up front, sir, it's a bullshit point. You won't be able to explain.
I won't be able to explain it because you won't let me. That's why.
Wait 5 minutes to explain. And
I could have had it done within a minute and a half.
Let me finish.
I could have done it in a minute and a half.
Motherfucker, you better do it in 30 seconds. How did a matriarchal culture supposedly survive a patriarchal culture?
Patriarchies and matriarchies coexist together.
Bullshit.
Yes, they do.
They do not.
They do.
They do.
They do.
They do not.
They do.
Dude,
they've been doing it.
All I have to say is you're full of shit.
I mean, I know how you feel that way, but fine.
Do not bring that second level manosphere bullshit to
It's not second level manosphere bullshit. It is literally the basis of human society. That's how human beings have gotten along so far.
Then I will argue, sir, you don't know the definition of patriarchy or matriarchy.
Really?
Yes.
And what is that then? Please explain it to me. Please.
I'm not here to.
So how can you say I don't know?
It's not the learning channel.
So how can you say I don't know?
Learning in Stanley versus World. I'm not here to teach you. I expect you to know it when you come up.
So when I know it, but you don't want me to give the answer when you ask the question.
Okay, motherfucker, do it in 30 seconds.
I just tried to give it to you in 30 seconds, and you still didn't want to hear it. man. You don't want to hear it, bro. Okay, I get it. I get it. No problem. It's okay.
No, motherfucker, don't overtalk.
I got you.
I will not let you beclown yourself.
I'm not okay. Got you, friend. I got you. No, it's okay, Stanley. I got you.
Patriarchies do not coexist
They
in
actually,
America.
yes, they do. They actually have.
They do not.
Yes, they do. They do. But you don't want me to even get to the part where I even can explain how that works.
You know what? If you insist on beclowning yourself, because you're going to open yourself up to my counterpoints, dude, you're going to beclown yourself.
I mean, I can't even give you a point to even counter if you don't even let me say it.
You have my warning. Go ahead.
I mean, I guess. So now,
immense truism.
Okay. Patriarchies gather resources and enforce laws. Matriarchies maintain the social norms, which in turn powers the patriarchy to keep doing what it does. These two work interconnectedly, not in competition.
You don't understand. You're talking.
Oh, yes.
You are talking gender roles. You are mistaken. I told you were going to beclown yourself. You're talking gender roles, not systems.
Actually, those are the systems.
I'm sorry.
The behaviors that are actually within those roles are the systems in and of themselves.
What you're doing is leaving yourself open to actual critical scrutiny.
Please present the scrutiny, please.
You are describing gender roles. You are not describing patriarchy as a system.
Cannot those roles be demonstrated through the roles in and of themselves, though? Can it not be kept possible?
Truism. I admire you. You have a lot of good points. You're a winning panelist. But when you don't know what you're talking about, I'm simply going to have to.
I get you.
I'm going to have to tell you what your argument should be. You're describing gender roles, not systems.
Okay. So, seeing as how we'll just go with that particular paradigm, right? We'll just go with the gender roles, right? Okay.
Not a paradigm.
So then we'll go with this, right? You're saying that the gender roles, even those gender roles, are still interrelated one with another.
They're not systems.
There are systems too, but we're just going to. I'm going to go with what you're giving me. Okay.
No.
I can only go with what you're giving me here because you don't want to have the conversation.
What I'm giving you is a better understanding of your own.
You're giving me what you want to accept.
Thank me later.
You're giving me what you want to accept, and that's fine. Yes, that's what you want me to accept.
I am giving you
what you want me to accept.
Should be
my argument is the way it is. You just don't want to accept it. And I get that. That's fine.
I'm not accepting second best.
Well, that wasn't second best, actually. And I think it was quite the best because of the reaction I'm getting.
I will admit it's the best you can do.
I don't know about that.
Well, I'm getting a better clue of what you're capable of now. Thank you for telling us about gender roles. Now, what do you have to say about patriarchy and matriarchy existing at the same time in American history?
Again, in this particular regard, right?
What's the regard, by the way?
If we're going to talk about how SYSBM relates to that and the whole black, I guess what would be the black experience. I guess the best way of putting it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So here we go. When I said 1619, right? This is when the chattel cattle breeding program went into effect.
On that historical point,
I know that. I know. But I'm only going with what nibbles were willing to accept.
Actual point about 1619.
You're right. But
were not slaves. They came aboard America as indentured servants.
Okay, whatever. So we'll go with 1619. That's what they because that's what they want to go with. That's what they want to go with.
That point. You want to skip over that fact?
The reason why I'm going past that is because you're not even gonna let me explain it. You just want to keep saying this. But I'm trying to tell you this, and I get it. I get it. I get it. I know. I understand. I understand. I get it. I do. I do. I understand. I get it.
Were they chattel or were they indentured? Which was it, Dave?
They were chattel cattle.
They
from
were
1619
not
on up.
Oh, you didn't even read the 1619 project.
Oh no, I don't give a fuck about that nonsense because it's bullshit. But anyway, but I'm going with what they want to give, right?
We're not going to skip over the point. They came aboard as indentured servants. They might have been slaves on that ship, but when they came ashore,
they were indentured servants.
Oh, motherfucker!
Interesting.
You know history better than you do.
Interesting.
I can recommend the history books.
Interesting.
Oh no! It's interesting that I actually know this, and I'm absolutely right. There's no doubt in my mind. I can recommend the reading you need to do. See, this is what folks need to understand. If you want to bring up 16,
just because it's in a book doesn't mean it necessarily is true. You do realize that, right?
Don't you? Just when I'm about to do a monologue.
Okay, all right, bro.
You need to know your shit if you're going to come up here and talk this stuff to me.
I mean, okay, all right, bro. I mean,
I'm sorry, them's the rules.
Okay, I mean,
word and know your shit.
Oh, okay, okay, all right. Fine,
they were
fine,
not.
Fine.
They were indentured servants.
Okay, all right.
Along a little bit later for specific reasons.
Right. Okay.
So chattel is not what they were.
Yeah.
You can believe. Hey,
I mean, look. Everybody.
I'm not gonna tell you what not to believe. What I will do is get the books necessary to educate you.
Educate me. Interesting. Well,
it would
in regards to this,
in you being educated.
In this regard, right? How that works is.
So let's get back to the point.
Yeah.
Okay. Patriarchy existing at the same time in American history. We've already established what you thought patriarchy, matriarchy, within a family unit.
Yes.
You want to fucking talk over me.
What are you talking about?
How about just listen without comment and then it'll be your turn?
I don't know. I don't know when my turn's ever going to be because every time when I say something, you cut me off.
I will let you know when it is if that makes it easier for you. You are mistaking gender roles in a family unit for in patriarchy. You were talking about gender roles, not patriarchy, not patriarchy. They are systems, not gender roles. So now that I've corrected your hugely bad point, now tell me how those two systems exist simultaneously in American history.
Now you've gotten past that.
Oh, now that you've had your education.
Now that we've gotten past that, right?
Now
I can give you, I can tell you, I can answer your question. Can I answer your question or not?
A basic.
Can I answer your question or can I not?
As long as I
can I answer your question or can I not?
As long as you took my education.
That's not education, that's rhetoric. But I get it, that's fine. Yes, it is. It's rhetoric.
I am the Negro who will recommend books for you.
That's nice, well and good. But the books don't necessarily have to have anything of any value, do they? No.
It will be truism, the reader, after
I've read a great deal, many books. Sorry, brother. But to answer your question, if you wish me to answer the question, I can answer the question
succinctly.
Now, Unfortunately, much to your chagrin, unfortunately, Stanley, they do and they have existed since that particular time period. And I will tell you how. What they're saying here is during the plantation experiment, the chattel cattle
Were
printing
there
press is what I call it, right?
in 1619?
Yes.
I don't think the way we think of plantations, there were not in 1619.
I got you. But
so you
in
want
this
to talk
particular
about
paradigm,
1619
right?
in the plantation experience?
So you just don't
I
want me to
have
say
the book.
anything, do you? So
I have,
you didn't. So wait a minute.
there
So you didn't want me to
were
come and ask a
no,
question. You just wanted to
there
just run to
were
this.
no plantations.
I got you, bro. Okay.
Plantation.
Okay. You know what?
I asked you a
Feel
question.
free to. No, that's okay. That's all right. I got you,
am
bro.
free to deconstruct your points as you bring up the bad points. Once again, banished because he cannot stand the scrutiny.
Did he leave or did you put him in the thing?
Plantations in 1619. There were no plantations in 1619, sir. Not as we think of plantations. There was no organized system in 1619. God damn it. And this isn't shit that I'm guessing about. I have read the books. I'm not a historian, but I can read. Well,
the patriarchy and matriarchy thing, that's just wrong. I mean, that
I keep telling him that.
You just have to look at the meanings of those words.
I tried.
They exclude almost the other side, so they can't go. Anyway, I don't know. But gender roles, certainly. They're not systems, but they,
he did not take my correction pleasantly.
No.
He did not approach this panel as a learning experience. I am sad for that.
Even people in the chat were going, patriarchy, no, whatever. He seems like a nice man. He is.
He's a great guy. But
the
thing is, these guys want to make their point so bad. And you know what? They're used to being on panels where everybody agrees with them. And just, there's a go along to get along. That is one of my criticisms of the quote Black community. Black people, Black Americans, foundational Black Americans need to stop this go along to get along. I mean, of course, I don't mean, go out and be a rogue state unto yourself, but come on. Just because somebody says 1619, patriarchy, matriarchy, you put those three words together and all of a sudden everybody agrees with your narrative without critically thinking it through it. What the fuck?
Well, it's that if it sounds good, people will go along with it. And it's was Orson Welles one time said this. He was reading some copy. This is only correct because it's grammatical. And we have a lot of that goes on nowadays where it's like, well, it sounds, you're not thinking about what the words say. You're just listening to them for mistakes. You know what I mean? You have to think about what's being said. You can't just listen to it.
Well, Trey, actually Trey's a good guy too. They not like us, and thank God for that. I don't want to be like, quote, us. I don't want to fucking just take three words, put them in the ground, and they grow a magic black beanstalk. It's like, what the fuck?
I got another way of put it. Iron sharpens iron. That's the best way I can put it. Iron sharpens iron. Air does not sharpen iron.
I'm sure a lot of things I say are wrong, but once again, folks, I must emphasize this point. Another look under the proverbial hood. I list the links, the books, or whatever it is that I'm kind of basing these esoteric sometimes arguments on. At least I'll list my links. But there are some things like matriarchy, patriarchy. If you ever see, this is the other thing that people don't understand about reading. A lifetime of reading will build up even subliminal or subconscious knowledge. I instinctively know I don't have to look it up. Patriarchy, matriarchy are not what this dude is talking about. And the plantation mindset in 1619, those motherfuckers in Jamestown barely were living. In 1610, they were digging up bodies to cannibalize.
They were lucky to be alive and
Exactly.
surviving from
They
season
weren't
to
thinking
season.
about plantations.
Not even year to year, season to season. They couldn't find any, place to grow anything that there weren't rocks in it. And, the Indians had to come and show them, here's what you
Exactly.
do.
Those people at Jamestown were thinking about plantations and mint juleps on a porch. That's why they brought slaves. You know what? They bought those Africans because they couldn't keep white people on their little plots of land.
Yeah.
There's a narrative here. Okay, the NBD, Trey, I sound quite educated. Okay, you and your folk are the indoctrinated ones. I think outside Hood Servatives' little planet. I think outside Hood Servatives' channel. Okay, there are things Hood Servative gets right. There are things he gets wrong, and I know the difference. I'm not absolutely sure you and your crowd know the difference. And if you call not agreeing with you being indoctrinated, I can't help you there. If that's what you think, then that's what you think. There was no main point, Deacon Dave. That is actually, there was nothing to discuss. And you know what? Y'all, let me put it to you this way. You guys don't like building an argument from scratch. Okay. I disagreed with the fundamentals of his argument, which was matriarchy and patriarchy have existed simultaneously in America and consequently in the Black community. It did not withstand close scrutiny. And I don't give a fuck if you think it's indoctrination. It's called critical thinking, sir. And when y'all don't know the basic definitions of matriarchy, patriarchy, and the difference between gender roles, matriarchy is not going out and gathering berries. Patriarchy is not going out and hunting. Fundamentally cracked if you think that kind of argument is going to fly with me. Fucking go to Hood Conservative. Fucking go to SKC. Fucking go somewhere else. Those arguments will not fly here. Maybe I should rename the show Stanley versus Stupid Arguments.
Well,
you know what, Deacon Dave? You made the point that truism could explain it better, and it's not a chat discussion, it's a panel discussion. SYSBM did not withstand scrutiny because it was baseless. He couldn't explain the basis. So we never got around to SysBim or SYSBM because the house of cards fell under close scrutiny.
Well, another way to couch an argument like that would be just to say,
my apologies. You know what? I completely forgot where I was at. Stupid
Well,
Stormfront.
that's because I kept
Stupid Stormfront. So you know what? So I can understand this now. I get this. No, there's not anything about a conversation. You don't want to have the conversation. I get this. You just want to just, I get it. I get it. So now the clown shoes got to come on. I get it. I understand, baby. I understand.
This is gonna have to be one at a time because y'all will over talk a brother. Your basics don't hold.
My basics were fine. You just didn't want to accept them because they conflicted with your minds. I understand. Nibbers are matriarchal, and you don't want to confront that fact. Nibbers are the only ones that have the concept of Big Mama. You know this is the case. You don't want to expect. You just don't want to accept that part. I get it. It's fine.
Thank you for getting it.
Yeah. Okay. Yes. So now, because you didn't want to, if you wanted to ask the questions, that's where SBM is. You didn't even let me even get to that part, but that's fine.
Act like it's your panel.
I get it.
If we
now, I was willing to answer your questions, but when I answered the questions, they weren't short enough or monosyllabic enough to work for you. So
it might be my fault.
Okay. So then I'll ask you this again.
Yeah.
If you have a question,
no.
If you have a question, I'll be more than happy to answer.
Now I get to reset, sir. It might be my fault because I started questioning the basics of your knowledge. In all honesty, I just needed you to explain what the acronym means. Maybe I went too deep. What does the acronym mean? Don't go into the basics.
Fair enough. SYSBM, as it stands, is Save Yourself, Black Man. You want to ask from what, right?
Save us from what? And I think
I figured you was going to ask that.
Wrong. That's where I went wrong. The question.
I figured you were going to ask that. Okay. So now, when you say Save Yourself, Black Man, it means save yourself from the communicate, what I call the Daggleverse.
I would say you save yourself by getting out of a dangerous neighborhood.
Correct.
Okay.
But when you do that, you're called a coon.
It might have something to do indirectly with women, but save yourself is such a broad term. Save yourself from bullets, save yourself from drugs, save yourself from, a lot of things that are toxic. So
it's save yourself. It's to save yourself from that particular female. Why? Because that particular community.
Whoa! I just said it goes. Save yourself, Black Man is so ambiguous. It doesn't have to.
But the whole point of it is not ambiguous. It is a very directed point.
How about save?
If you are if you'd be fine with just letting me just explain what you're saving yourself from, I would be more than happy to do that.
Why does it have to be about?
Because in the process of living life, you are going to, as a heterosexual male. You're going to, as a heterosexual male, you're going to have to get with a female. And the consequence of getting with a female is children.
How about, what if it means save yourself, Black Man, from yourself?
Can I interject real quick, Stanley?
But that's not the point.
Shut this man up. He's on his record.
Wow, really? No, you cannot.
Come on, man.
If you want to say this, if you want this,
he's not a 45. He's an LP.
So if you really want to have this conversation, this is what's going to have to happen now.
No. You mistake.
If we're saying this,
I don't want to have the conversation. I just asked you a question.
You wanted to have the conversation, but you wanted to have this long, drawn out, whatever the hell it is. I get it. I understand.
Well, conversations tend to be long and drawn out.
But you didn't want to hear anything. You didn't want to do. I get it. That's fine, bro. No. I get it. I you know what? In many cases, this kind of passive aggressiveness is even charming in some situations.
I'm aggressive.
I get it. See, yeah. But I can't really feel the fire when you're saying it, motherfucker, like that. I can't. I'm sorry.
What if it's passive about telling you you're full of shit, motherfucker? That's not passive.
Okay, let's crowd this here. Real quick, can we take it back to where Stanley you were talking about matriarchy and patriarchy.
Yes.
So
Confused with gender roles.
okay, no, hold on real quick, True. It's not just about black men. That's where we get lost in minutia here. This is just not a black thing. This is a Western thing, and you've spoke on it yourself before, Stanley. When you have a matriarchy, you tend to have a lack in discipline, and that lack in discipline tends to cause boys that have a less emotional control, get locked up, and you have loose women.
Name me a matriarchy that exists currently.
There is none.
Okay. Well, then you know what? How do you know what
There is one, and I told you what it was. You didn't want to hear
There
it.
is one. There's at least one.
There
It
is
does not
one.
exist.
It does. It does.
I don't agree with y'all. I said it does not exist.
I got
It's
you.
made up.
I disagree with your point. Please make it.
To who? I'm sorry.
No, Trey, you said there is one.
No, I didn't. I said I don't agree with that.
I said there is one.
Well, if you know what? I'm not going to make your argument for you. I don't disagree that there is one, but it's a dysfunctional one.
It's not dysfunctional. It functions the way it's supposed to.
And I kind of disagree.
Of course, you disagree with it, but it's truth,
dude.
No,
how can something exist? How can something? Wait. How can something exist for 60 some odd years and still keep continuing? It can't be dysfunctional if it exists that long.
Hold on. The argument about matriarchies tend to be. I just asked for an example, one that exists now that is meeting the tendency.
There are zero. Here's the reason why.
How do you know what they tend to do?
Here's the thing. This whole matriarchy you guys are describing.
Question before you move on.
Who are you talking to? I agree with you. I don't agree.
You say there is no matriarchy currently.
No, there isn't.
But you also said matriarchies have tendencies. Did you not?
And I'll rephrase, Stanley. Groups. And this is for the West. Western society. I'm not referring to niggas. When you have small,
now you're breaking all kinds of rules on the panel.
My bad.
I don't use the N word.
Okay, my bad for dropping.
Use nibber. Use nibber.
Hey, Trey, you didn't know.
Use nibber. I use nibber.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's my first apology for that one. But here's the deal: when you have groups within a society who tend to form, just say lower income women on welfare within Western society, they're bailed out. You're going to have those same types of problems. And
can I stop
this attempted matriarchy?
Let me surprise you here. Totally agree. Now, my question is, would you call those groups of low-income women in Western society, would you call them a matriarchy?
The only thing I would describe of them is they have the same characteristics of a failed matriarchy. They just aren't. Because at the end of the day, they're still
historical comparison.
I'm talking about right now. At the end of the day, they still rely on men. Men pass the laws to give them handouts.
Matriarchy, by definition, does not. It's a system that does not run. That's male-oriented, male-centered.
That's why I said it does not exist. They just have the characteristics.
Well, then I will agree with you there, but then you want to talk about matriarchy again. Give me a historical example of
there is none
for comparison.
There is none, Stanley.
When you were given it, you rejected it.
Here's the thing: the tendencies, Stanley. We have years upon years, over 100 years of prison data that shows where these men that are locked up tend to come from. That sets it up right there.
I don't disagree with that. I'm just saying it's not a matriarchy producing that.
Yes, it is. Always has been.
No, I would say it's feminism trying to induce a matriarchy.
Feminism is not the same thing as matriarchy.
I didn't say it was.
Actually,
No, I said feminism trying to induce a matriarchy, Stanley. Trying to induce.
Well, no. You know what? You know what? Now you're speaking to intent. I can't disagree with you, but I can't agree with you either. Your opinion is as good as mine on that. What they're trying, what their ends are. I can't disagree. Can't agree.
What you're looking at in terms of the Daggleverse,
I'd much rather talk to Trey.
Is, I mean, hey, the block button is right there, and you can just drop me if you wish.
No,
but
I'm trying to be polite because you're a good guy. I'm not. Gonna...
So okay. So what I'm saying here is, right, what you're witnessing in the Daggleverse is feminism in extremis.
The Daggleverse?
What many people would like to call the community.
All kinds of new terms to these.
I know. I have a tendency to do that. But what you're seeing here, right, is feminism in extremis. Right? That's the extremity, the far extreme of what feminism is. What many people want to call fourth stage feminism, Negroes have been experiencing that fourth wave, fourth wave, fourth grade, fourth whatever.
In your argument,
but in this particular regard, black men of 2028 and everybody else is 2020 late. In this particular regard, we've already lived through fourth wave feminism, and we're still living in it right now. At least Negroes are living in it right now, in the Daggleverse.
All I have to say to that, and I'm not going to disagree. It's your opinion, one I don't happen to share.
I understand.
I think that if what you say is true, it is resistible. It's surmountable.
It is.
And we might be, and I don't think, as a matter of fact, I would actually, I don't know, such a debatable point that you bring up, and not a bad point. It's just debatable.
Of course, all things are debatable.
I think everything is, I think that sort of thing is surmountable with the right parenting, with the right education, etc.
I would say that it's surmountable, but only on an individual basis. You're not going to get the large plethora of black men to do that. You're not going to do that.
I agree with that.
You're going to have to because unfortunately, like everything that exists in time space, the brain in and of itself has its inertia, and it's called habit.
Well, you'll never get black men or those that identify as black past that because they believe in racial idolatry, which is a feminine characteristic. As long as they're putting their
idolatry is a feminine characteristic.
As long as they put their skin color before their manhood, that's an L right there. They'll never get past what naturism.
Name me an example of someone who puts their skin color ahead of their manhood.
Umar Johnson.
Who?
Umar Johnson.
Dr. Umar?
Yes.
Hold on. Who takes him seriously on this panel?
You didn't ask if anyone took him seriously. Okay. You asked for an example.
Oh, I'll give you an example based on what naturism said.
I have to take you at your word. I don't watch him that much.
Umar Johnson just spoke to an HBCU a couple days ago, and he got like thousands of HBCU males just seal clapping for him.
Come on, IR. You gotta be careful what you're saying now.
You just out of curiosity, was it Howard?
I'd have to take a look. They're all the same to me.
Whatever baboon breeding ground for fucked up education you want to call it anyway. Whatever one of them damn things. Doesn't matter.
I won't go that far.
I would.
I won't go that far.
Now, here's a good example, folks, of racism in America affecting everyone.
Me?
Hey, man, he's a black man. He can't be racist, Stanley. Who identifies as a black man? He can't be racist.
Actually, I identify as a white man, so yes, I guess I can be racist.
Oh, my bad.
I told you I got the paperwork. I got the paperwork right here, baby. I'm a newly minted white man. What you talking about?
Are you now?
Oh, yes.
Hey, what can I say? You sound like one.
Hey, baby, look, I ain't got no problem with that. If I sound like the people that people keep saying they oppressed them for hundreds of years, I'll take it.
Well, here's the thing, Stanley. You can't. If we remove Atrism's words and just replace them with mine. We're just saying the same thing.
Oh my gosh. We're saying the same thing. Okay,
I'm one of those folks who actually think that words mean something. Similar sounding, similar meanings does not mean they're synonymous necessarily.
Do they hurt you? Can words hurt you physically?
I talked about that earlier. Depends on who's saying them.
Can they hurt you physically?
Well, they can.
How?
Well, not directly, but if you make a call and swat me, I might get shot.
No. I mean words directly.
Let me phrase it better. Words can have consequences which will hurt you or could hurt you.
Like how, Stanley? There's nothing I could say to you directly out of my mouth or Atrism could say that can hurt you.
I literally just gave you an example.
Well, that's the problem right there. What I say about this wannabe matriarchal society, it teaches men not to stand on their own too. The whole sticks and stones thing. Sticks and stones can't do nothing to you. You accept what comes towards you. If you put yourself,
your
hold on real quick, Stanley.
Man is obviously different than mine.
If you put yourself in a position where you got to deal with somebody's words can impact you, you obviously made the wrong decision somewhere along the line, and you need to adjust course.
I think that at best is a mid-wit analysis.
Okay, but besides the ad hominem, Stanley, can you refute my point?
No. I said it earlier today.
Can you refute my point, Stanley? Besides the ad hominem,
hominems are part of my debate style.
And that's matriarchal, Stanley, and that's effeminate, Stanley.
Don't come here.
That's effeminate, Stanley.
What you have to understand is you will understand the IR baboon. That's what it is.
God damn it! Is it female to talk at the same time? Female.
My bad.
I think it's feminine to overtalk someone else on the panel. Yeah.
Unless somebody makes a point you don't like, of course, then you can do that. I understand, bro. I got you.
I'm going to tell you I don't like the point.
But would that not be feminine, though? Per your example?
Of course, you're going to keep acting feminine.
But I'm saying, though, I mean, if you do the exact same thing, would that not be the exact same metric?
That little pastel blue.
I don't understand, bro. It just seems like it's just you toss and turn like the waves of the sea, brother.
I know, dear.
I get it. I know. I get it.
Dragon.
I get it. I will do exactly that. If you don't like it, oh well.
Talk to Trey.
You got to sing
better. I've forgotten the point. God damn, dude. You really must be heard. Let me give you a virtual Midol.
Oof. A virtual Midol at that. Man, oh man. It's like I see I'm loving it. I'm loving the energy now. No, wait a minute, no, because now everybody wants the clown shoes to come on. And when the clown shoes go on, then everybody has an issue.
Let's keep this serious, man.
No, because you can't keep it serious because nobody wants to keep it serious. It never was meant to be serious. I made the mistake by thinking so.
Anyway,
I made that mistake.
Getting back to the serious person on the panel, or a serious person on the panel. You know what? Carry on, Trey. I forgot what the point was dealing with this young lady.
No. It's what I was saying is this: as a man, if you put yourself in a position where somebody's words can affect you, the only thing you need to do at that point is change course to cause a different outcome, which is more beneficial.
Okay, but you have to be careful with that broad, actually bad point. Words can hurt you. Words can sign a death warrant. Words can put you in jail. What do you think a judge uses when or a jury uses when they use the word guilty?
Okay, you did something to put yourself in front of the law, Stanley.
That is a mid-wit argument.
I'm going to have to agree with IR on this one. I got to agree with IR on this one. I got to.
God damn it, truism.
I'm agreeing with you. What the hell you want?
Well, I can barely hear your agreement because you're talking over.
Well, then hush.
Oh,
Well, I'll ask both of you. How do you appear before a
I gotta make
judge?
my point. Words can hurt you depending on who uses them and how they're used. It is simply not true that words can't hurt you.
Okay, Stanley, you just said that. I made a nitwit argument by stating that your actions
No.
can your actions.
Not nitwit, midwit.
Okay,
MID.
nitwit. Okay, so your actions, you have to take an action that will put you in front of the judge.
Okay, you're not getting my point.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you are basically ignoring my point, which is words can hurt you
I'm
depending
not.
on what they are. I'm not discounting actions. Who's doing that?
You control your own outcome, Stanley. If you put yourself before somebody, if you put yourself before somebody that can affect you with words, fuck around, find out.
Okay, dude, you are moving the goalpost as we speak.
How I'm over it? How?
Your point was words can't hurt you.
They can't.
My counterpoint is it depends on the words, who uses them, and I'll add under which circumstances. The word guilty spoken by a judge can put you behind bars.
It doesn't hurt
That
you.
hurts.
You know, it hurts you.
Going behind
Okay, so you got some time. So you got some monk mode time, solitude.
Hurts
Okay.
you.
Didn't hurt me. I spent time behind bars. I came out better, bro.
Dude, no one asked you all that.
I came out better.
No one asked you all that.
Okay. Stanley, have you been behind bars?
What the fuck does
Have
that
you been
have
locked
to do with
up?
my point?
I'm just saying. You said a guilty verdict.
Seriously.
A guilty verdict can hurt you.
I do not enjoy these kinds of discussions. Moving goalposts.
I didn't move it, Stanley. You brought it up.
All of a sudden, the point has changed.
Okay, Stanley, I'm just saying it's just a
I mean, the conversation has changed a lot, so
it's effeminate to believe that words can hurt you.
Segue.
I mean,
you brought up a guilty verdict, Stanley. A guilty verdict can put you behind bars. You could use that time.
That verdict is word.
Okay, and some did improve.
Did you want to bring up your time behind bars? Did it
Yes.
hurt?
No, it felt great.
So being in jail did not hurt you?
No, it improved my life.
Oh God. Yeah, okay. That is such rationalization to use another word.
How, Stanley? You lived my experience?
You know what? I'm just gonna not use your experience, which I did not ask you to give us. I didn't ask you.
You brought it up.
You volunteered it, so now it's out there.
Hey, it's been out there, Stanley. I've had a channel for years.
Trey, honestly, I did not know. So
I've had reviews written on me, bro.
Sir, it's new to me.
Okay, but here's the thing, Stanley. You take every opportunity, you use it, and you use it as improvement. Regardless of whatever somebody says to you, whatever bad actions or good actions you might take, whatever the outcomes may be, you use them as a positive manner.
You can't admit that at a
There's nothing to admit, bro.
Being incarcerated sets you back, which
It didn't.
Which hurts. It is
It didn't set me back one bit, bro.
To your progress.
It woke me up, bro.
I see now that I'm going to have to push back on that one. I'm going to have to push back on why, because if this particular time in jail helped to I'm not even going
prison.
No, but wait a minute now. You're saying that it ultimately hurt him. But you don't know if this man actually took that time out doing whatever he needed to do to get his mind right and get his life right and came out of it, even though it is an unfortunate circumstance. He went in, he did come out better, then it didn't actually hurt him. It actually helped.
So go ahead and just say the conversations moved away from words can hurt you. we've moved.
Well,
Right?
I mean,
I'll put it like this.
I'll give you that. Fine. Okay. Hey. Okay.
I'll put it like this.
Not a segue. The goalpost.
Yeah. Okay. And yes. Okay, Miss Thang, you
we'll
moving
move
it. You pushing it.
I'll tell you
You
this.
pushing it the whole time. You sashaying your little hips there, Miss Thang. So that's what you're doing. So keep on pushing it.
I did not bring up Trey's life experience.
But you said that it hurt him. You said it hurt him. And I'm telling you that if he can tell you, and if his time in there, he came out better outside of it, then it didn't hurt.
Let me catch the audience up. We were talking about words hurting you.
Mm-hmm.
I say they can.
Mm-hmm.
Going to jail hurts.
Mm-hmm.
Rhetorically, maybe. And that's really my whole point. Now, you want to talk about the benefits of going to jail? Now the subject is
I'm going to address the point that you made earlier, and you said that it hurt him. That's what you said.
It didn't?
Apparently for him it did not.
Okay, then that is rationalization.
How can it be a rationalization if the results say otherwise?
Would he have been farther towards wherever it was he thought he was going to go?
That is mere speculation at this point.
I might still be married to my ex-daggle, bro, if I hadn't got locked up.
See, that's a world of pure imagination that you're asking for.
Best jailhouse lawyering I've heard all day.
I can tell you.
Could you imagine, bro?
Words.
You recommend jail? Would you recommend jail for a young black man as an avenue to improving his lot in life?
Well, I'll let Trey speak to that.
I recommend this. I recommend not marrying a daggle.
Oof. I wholeheartedly agree to that.
What?
That's what I recommend.
Dude,
I'm not marry a 91%er.
I'm gonna say this like this. I'm gonna give you the 5D strategy.
91%er for us old folks.
Well,
okay. Let me explain to him. 91% is the 91% of women that identify as Black American females that vote primarily Democrat. That voted with Kamala, Obama, Hillary, all them.
How does this relate to your time in jail, or have we moved?
Okay, so when you marry a left-leaning woman whose brain is based on the matriarchal concepts you discussed before,
can you connect?
You're asking me a question. I'm answering it. I'm answering. You don't like the way I'm connecting the dots here, Stanley. I'm connecting them.
Your rapid pace of progression leaves me in the dust, old man that I am. Connect. The jailhouse experience being a great way.
But then you want 30-second responses and answers and stuff? And I talked?
Talking to you, truly.
But did you? I'm saying, wait a minute. So now all of a sudden, now you're slow.
Lawyer?
So wait a minute. So are you slow? Are you fast? Are you somewhere in between?
I'll talk slower.
You know what?
Okay, my bad. You're right. My bad.
Listen to your own goalpost shifting.
Right.
How does jail connect to this point about not marrying black women?
I'll put a picture of my wife up here to show you. To where if I would have married, if I would have married my lily white,
look at that
Dominican wife.
Look at that snow right there. Look at that snow right there.
Dominican wife.
There you go, right there, bro.
Spanish speaking.
Oof. Look at that snow right there.
What did your wife have to do with you being in jail?
I just changed my avatar.
Bail you out of jail? What?
So can I answer the question now, Stanley?
Quickly.
Okay.
But you want it slowly.
When you met
this man still talking?
Old man to old man here. I'm in the triple OG club now. When you marry a woman who's matriarchal minded, who's minded on leftism, the Frankfurt School, all that type of good stuff. They have a lack of respect for authority, Stanley. So when you try to enforce that authority, conflict may arise. And sometimes this conflict.
Which authority are you talking about?
The man, Stanley. The man in a relationship.
The man as authority.
The man is the authority in a relationship, Stanley. So when they question your authority, problems can arise. And those problems, when they arise, they can lead to all types of things. Domestic violence, late for work, bucking up your work, being horrible to your kids, doing all kinds of different things can arise. None of those are my circumstances, but I was off my game and got caught slipping, dealing with my ex.
Okay. I guess it must make sense to you.
Yeah,
It doesn't to
but
me.
hey, it is what it is, bro. I mean,
Well, I haven't lived in your shoes, so
Hey,
there's
hey,
that.
Stanley. To be fair, man, you didn't go through this. You was
No,
inadvertent SYSBM. So you probably wouldn't even know exactly where these references come from. But if you ask a whole group of people that they have the similar
well, a
experience,
whole group of
man,
people.
I'm telling you, you could
Well,
take a
Dave,
random sample size of black men who deal with black women. They're going to tell you that this experience is real.
I literally grew up in a black community, have black parents, etc. My black card is coded in platinum. I have a platinum black card at my age,
I don't have
and
a black card.
I think a lot of young black
99.
men, younger than me, have weaved their own narrative, and they are prisoners of that weaving.
and who was their influence, Stanley? Seeing that most of them are
No
raised by
idea.
single moms.
Tell us, who was your influence?
Couldn't even get a
No, no,
gift
no. But we're
card.
speaking on the macro right now, Stanley. I didn't bring
From a
up the micro.
macro, okay, give me a macro example of mine.
74%, 74% of YNs are raised by single moms. That's the macro. And you brought up the point of
Okay,
these
well, hold
these
on.
young black
So,
men
are
are
you
like
saying?
lost or whatever you said.
Okay, well, see, that's where you and I will agree. It's not an optimal way to grow up.
Well, Stanley, will you recognize that that's a self-licking ice cream cone? Like it's something that
I don't
perpetuates the
disagree.
same results over and over again.
I think
And
it's one of
those,
I think
but,
let me put it
but
to you
those
this
who break
way.
outside of that
You'll
cycle
never
have a different experience. That's what he's saying.
understood. And
All right.
is it
Well, I'm back on
74,
you.
70, right up there in the 70s? I don't disagree that that is a whole lot of dysfunction, but I think that weaves into the parenting problems I talk about, etc. So if you are saying that is the major source of our problems, I'm not going to disagree. I think
Who's
it's
are?
The
Are
American
we talking
major
problem.
part
Western
of
men?
your problem.
Western men? If you're referring to Western men, I completely agree
I'm
with you.
gonna limit it to the United States. That's what I
Yeah,
know a lot about.
I agree. Right there, American men. We'll keep it right there.
But I also want to say it's a problem in other communities. But when America catches a cold, black people catch the flu.
No, 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 no. We're American. Black people, that N word, that they're
Them
American
niggas.
too, bro. Because Stanley, you're a Navy guy. You traveled all around this world just like I have.
Not everywhere, but a few places.
But as soon as you leave these shores, you're just American. That's it. You're just a gringo with
Hey,
swarthy skin color.
oh, you know that you absolutely. No one ever comes.
So,
You're American. As a matter of fact,
so
funny story. I had a little white girl in Palma de Mallorca. I was cursing out my roommate because I wanted to go to the bar. And I go, Scott, you're full of shit. And
You motherfucker.
this little random American white girl doesn't go, oh, you're black. She goes, you're American. So I'm emphasizing your point with somewhat of a funny story.
I'm
yeah,
proud.
and
We're
the thing
making
is that
progress
we
in this
can't.
A
conversation,
white
bro.
American didn't said you're American overseas.
And here's the kicker, Stanley, is that white Americans for a long time forgot about this stuff, and you were just American. You're only black in
Okay,
their
but
eyes when you start acting black.
understood. I don't think that this is actually a white people problem. What we're talking about.
No, I agree with you. It's an American problem. And there's no
Well,
when America has a cold, black people
I'm
catch the
going to
flu.
say it's a demographical, to invent a word. It's a demographic problem. Okay. The black demographic in America has several different problems, possibly the biggest of which is the propensity to single parent house or single mother households and
Okay.
single poor mother households. It's a little bit easier if you're a single rich girl.
Well, when you go back to altruism's point and you remove, and my point, when you remove all this color stuff or you save yourself as a
Okay,
swarthy individual,
this is the
guess
one
what?
time. This is the one time if you remove color, you'll lose the narrative.
How? When you
History,
you mean losers and win?
I'm going to look at it through a historical perspective. It is very valuable to look at a demographic that happens to be African heritage. Let's not use color. How about let's use
Let's not use African.
That's
Let's
gonna
not,
be
let's just use
that's
American.
going to be easier.
Can we stick to the 1832
That is
definition?
going to
American.
be easier for you. Let's not
Yeah,
use
American.
color. Let's use heritage.
American.
So for the African heritage demographic,
I don't know no Africans that been here for like over
dude,
1,000
you know
years.
what?
I don't know.
You can keep that weak bullshit tea.
I don't want to hear that African stuff, man. No booty scratching stuff up in here, bro.
In the real, actually thinking man's
No
world,
no mud hut stuff over here, bro.
man's world,
My people are from here, bro.
what you will do is
My people are from here, bro.
you will use demographics to solve problems.
Okay, here's the demographic.
Problem in that it's not every American's job to fix it.
Okay, Stanley,
At
you're
this rate,
moving the
this
goalpost.
conversation's gonna be 2 hours.
I'm going to move the goalpost.
You are moving the goalpost. Well, Stanley, you're moving it because
I'm going to move the goalpost.
That size 13, the truth fitting too snugly in that ass.
you're making a tourism's point, bro. So now you're moving the goalpost. That we made
Had a point since he's been on this panel.
I
When
made
you
several.
remove-
You just been
when you
too scared to look
when
at
you
it.
when you remove yourself from the so-called black demographic and you move elsewhere in terms of living, finding a spouse, raising your children, you don't have these problems.
You are trying to be Thomas Sowell without the brain.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my god. Oh my
Bruh.
You are not.
Oh my god.
Oh man, I love it. I
Oh
love
my
it.
god. Oh god. Refute the argument, Stanley.
I
Refute
love
the
it,
argument,
man.
Stanley.
No,
I have read Thomas Sowell, sir.
Bro, you got three dudes on this panel.
wait a minute. If you were going to say, wait a minute, are you going to say, like, I've read Thomas Sowell and you, sir, are no Thomas Sowell? You going to say that? Did you say that?
I'm sorry, Trey. You're not. And when I mentioned Thomas Sowell,
refute the argument, Stanley.
Taking a specific problem and saying everyone has the problem is not a solution, sir.
Refute the argument, Stanley.
Okay, the problems in the African heritage community,
The Daglaverse,
are basically extreme when we talk about specifically single mother parenthood.
So referring to those people, referring to those people who call themselves Black or African American, FBA, all those folks. Is that what we're talking about?
It is extreme to a point to where actually using something that is horrible, but let's just say using skin color as a classification to concentrate on a very big problem that is having all kinds of negative downstream.
Oh, okay, Stanley. Why don't my wife is the lightest out of her family, Stanley. Most of the rest are dark like me. Why don't they have these problems, Stanley? Why don't they have these problems, Stanley?
You don't want.
Is it a skin color?
Okay, you know what? You're not going to let me finish my point.
I ask you, is it skin color?
Of course, it's not.
How does it feel?
What kind of retarded?
How does it feel?
You said skin color, Stanley. What is it? Is it just make believe African heritage? Is it skin color?
Let me finish my point and find out.
Go right ahead.
The Black community, the African heritage community, has some history that has led to these sorts of problems. Okay, and if you actually want to think about it, we've had 60 years to catch up. Okay, basically from 1964, 61 years to now, is not enough time to solve many of the problems that pre-existed. Okay, people want to talk about the single mother households and stuff. It has
Those
gotten
problems
worse,
didn't make,
but
those problems
the
did not
fact
exist
that
back
I
then,
damn it,
Stanley.
you will not interrupt me, sir.
Well, you're contradicting
I'm
yourself,
going to
Stanley.
finish my argument with or without
Okay.
you.
Keep contradicting yourself. Go right ahead.
With or without you. The
I
problem,
can live
yeah,
with or without.
I don't need that kind of nonsense. Um, the problems in the black community have gotten worse since Jim Crow. Single mother households, marriage, that sort of thing. And there are probably several types of reasons. What I'm saying is they are at a point now, just saying it's an American problem is not the first step to solving the problem. We just need to concentrate on a
Oh,
historical classification to solve the problem.
it
We
is. Lock young
or
niggas
we
up.
do it
That's it.
or
Lock
we can
YNs
do
up.
it your way. The problem with your approach is that white people don't give a fuck about single black mothers.
Fuck them. I don't give a shit. Most Americans don't either. They don't give a fuck about
Okay,
white,
that is
black, pink,
literally what I
Martian,
just
single
said,
moms.
restated. So when I say it's a demographic and internal problem that we need to address, or
We
we
don't need
need
to
to
address
let it,
shit, bro.
or God damn it, dude, I'm really
Let them
tired of you
starve.
interrupting me. This is
Well, Stanley, you're
this is
saying something. The way
becoming
you're
a
saying it, you're
problem.
saying we. You're saying
I
we. I
mean
remember you
you.
just went off on
Motherfucker,
Solid
I
Snake
mean
earlier.
you. Do not interrupt me to correct which pronoun I use.
All right, I forgot y'all like your pronouns. My bad.
The point is it is an internal problem in my view. And if you don't want to be black, don't be black, go your own way. It's still the problem is still going to exist. And my thinking on a solution is not going to change whether Trey thinks it's an American problem or a black problem. The problem is the problem. If you want to approach it by putting your white wife up to show us all, if that's your
She's
approach,
Dominican, bro. How you dare you
that's
misrace her,
your
bro?
approach.
She's
Nobody
Dominican.
nobody told you to put her picture up. You
She's
thought
lily
you were
white
proving a
Dominican,
point.
bro. Get it right.
You thought you were proving a point, and I'm just shitting on your point.
Bro, Stanley, you're not shitting on anything, bro.
Yes,
You're
actually I
making
am,
nonsensical
or you
statements.
would
And
not be protesting right
now
now.
can I
You would
respond to
hear
you?
me out.
I hear you out. I just say this. How you don't make any sense, Stanley. The
Motherfucker,
black
I don't
community
make
has
sense.
gotten
Hey,
worse.
I
That must mean it was
understand
better before
Trey.
1964, Stanley.
Trey, I
What was
understand.
different? What
I
was different, Stanley?
understand. I understand that it does not make sense to you because
What was different before 1964, Stanley? I'm only
I'm
asking about
not
what you stated yourself.
answering. I basically said nothing has changed. It's just gotten
Hey,
worse.
no,
Nothing has
incorrect,
changed.
Stanley. Okay,
Nothing has
so
changed.
okay,
Deal with
was the
my
single
point.
mother rate the same before 1964, Stanley?
Okay, let me
Was it?
reiterate
Was it?
the
Was it,
problem is
Stanley?
I will not overtalk you, and you
I
will not
asked you a question. Back and forth, Stanley. Was the single mother rate
fuck the
this
back
high
and
in
forth. How about
1954?
listen for the fourth?
1934?
Listen for the fourth. Nothing has
Huh?
the problems
So you got to sit up here and lie.
the problems pre-existed 1964. The problem was there, it's just worse. Nothing has changed other than the magnitude of the problem. That is my goddamn answer. How about wait for it next time?
So you just gonna lie and make up bullshit, Stanley. You know goddamn
I'm
well,
sorry,
and
sir.
stats aren't the stats, Stanley. You know
I'm
goddamn
sorry,
well,
sir.
black family
My
households
argument
were the
was
highest
made.
during Jim Crow at 80%.
There's nothing that I said that disputes stats. The problem has gotten worse. The problem was a small problem and it has snowballed. That is my argument. The stats
With
will confirm this.
certain freedoms, they can't handle it.
That's kind of a different argument. All I'm saying is nothing I've said is defying the stats.
Stanley.
Tell me how I defied the stats.
Stanley, when you go from 80% two-parent households in 60 years to 25%, it was 80%.
It was not 80%.
What was it, Stanley? Show your sources, Stanley. What was it?
I don't need to show sources. Look it up.
Okay, you're saying it wasn't? We've done this, Stanley. I have streams on it on my channel, Stanley.
This is not an academic discussion.
So what was it, bro? Okay, now it's not academic.
For those who can't keep up, my argument is the problem pre-existed 1964. The problem is way worse now. It was a small problem in 1964, and it has mushroomed.
So there was a small amount of single motherhood that wasn't causing any issues. You know, the community was pretty much stable, intact. You know, did their own thing and function as a community. Whether it was race-based or what, it functioned as a community,
I'm going to
Stanley.
interrupt you right now because you are taking a paragraph to explain a two-sentence answer.
Did it not function as a community, Stanley, in 1964 for the most part?
Explain the Moynihan report and the need for it.
Okay, Stanley, I'll give you a short answer. The Moynihan report was predicting the future. It was predicting the future, Stanley.
Motherfucker, it was describing a problem that would get worse. That's
a problem that was minuscule. And what did Moynihan say in the end?
God damn it, dude.
What was the conclusion of his
motherfucker? I'm done with this rhetorical retardation.
Oof. Are you though?
The Moynihan report described a pre-existing 1964 problem and predicted it would get worse. Okay, to pretend that everything was okie dokie and all rosy in the black community before 1964 is Thomas Sowell level fairy tales. The problem was small, but a problem, and it mushroomed. Now, if you want to argue why it mushroomed, there are arguments that I may or may not agree with, but my premise is the problem was there.
You want to know what the problem was?
Mama.
Who gives a fuck what the problem was?
You said
there was a problem. So hold on. We now agree that there was a problem.
I been said it was a problem. I was trying I was getting to that.
Man, shit.
Motherfucker in the back.
We've been saying this shit for like what, 8 years on YouTube?
And it mushroomed. According to statistics. Your statistics will agree with that assessment.
Anyway, Stanley, I just have a question.
I mean, I don't know, man. Oof.
On the manhood thing here, Stanley. Isn't that when you hear something you don't like, oh, let me drop them?
You know what? I don't like this back and forth. I don't like two young gentlemen fucking who can't.
Nigga, I'm old.
Man, I appreciate you, Kane. I'm young. Oof. I'm 48. I'll be 48 this year. I appreciate you. Thank you, brother. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
I'm a wee bit older, young man.
Thank you for saying that. I like to hear that. Thank you so much, sir. Tell that to my knees sometimes.
All I have to say is I will stand by my premise. There was a problem to begin with. It just went up.
You're saying the exact same thing we said, Stanley.
Stanley, I was literally getting to that point when I was answering your question. You didn't want to hear it because it was for you. It was going to be too daggone long. It was going to give me 90 minutes. You couldn't even give me 90 seconds. 90 seconds to answer your question, brother.
Go ahead.
Come on, man. Come on, brother. Now, how you going to do this to me?
I feel you're burning, and I'm not going to ask what feminine problem.
Brother, I can't. Come on, but don't. Come on, stop it, girl. Don't be messy. Don't be messy, girl. Don't do that. Don't do that.
I need to whip out the badges.
Don't do it.
25.
Don't do it.
25 per capita.
Oof.
It was a problem. You know what? It's funny what kind of statistics are acceptable to you, my premise is that it was a problem and it must
You agree?
Yeah.
Thank you. You agree with me?
Yes. Yes.
We need to agree that there was a problem.
Yes.
We don't need to agree on anything, bro. We already agreed. It's a done deal.
Yes.
But let me add to this. That's why there was a Moynihan report, sir.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Because Moynihan, if I can say it, his thesis, the conclusion of his thesis is that if the rate of single motherhood in the black community continues as it will turn into what we have in 2025. That was the conclusion of his whole report.
The problem is that Negroes were sleeping with their worst enemy and didn't realize it.
Oh my God.
Choosing a mate based on skin color.
Yes. Yes.
Choosing a mate based on skin color, and that's what happened.
Yes.
Oh my Lord.
Hey, look at the results.
All I'm saying.
Look at the results.
Okay, refute that, Stanley. What sense does it make to choose, Stanley? Does it make any sense? Does it make any sense to choose the mate based on skin color first?
No. Why would anyone do that?
Well, that's what the community did for so long, Stanley. What caused this problem?
If it don't use a comb, don't bring it home.
Hey, hold on. You might actually make an interesting point. So you're saying that and I'm not teasing here, you make a fascinating point. I might agree with it. So you're saying that consciously saying, hey, I'm a black man, I like my chocolate. You're saying that was a choice based on skin color.
Mm-hmm.
I'm saying this. If you say first mistake, I'm a black man, not an American. Second mistake, ooh, I like that ass too, and it's chocolate. Second mistake. Third mistake, impregnating her. End your life right there.
So a black man specifically saying, I will not marry anyone outside my race, or I've heard plenty of black women say that. That is a choice based on skin color, right?
Yes.
Okay. Well, black people say that. Hold on. Can I respond?
Let me agree.
And that's part of the problem.
Now, you'll have to explain that part. Why is that a problem?
Because when you do it to the exclusion of any other options, that means you are looking past the objective standard of picking a woman and just doing it just on the subjectivity of skin color. And that's where you doom yourself.
You almost had me. However, if you prefer,
not everybody can be saved.
If you prefer, everyone has preferences. Yeah, I don't see how a preference is a problem.
Because again, it is subjective. Wait. It is subjective, not objective. There's a difference.
Well,
an objective standard, you have something that a man has to set for himself.
So picking a mate should be objective.
Correct, based on behavior, attributes, situation, and everything else, not just the skin tone.
How do you achieve that objective? Is there some scoring system?
I'll give an example. No.
Let me deal with truism.
You just asked the question.
Well, the question was to truism.
That's a great question too, Stanley. I like that.
Explain to me how you objectively.
We should do score system.
What is your scoring system?
Okay. Well, I know what is important to me. So now every man has to decide for himself what he will and will not tolerate in a relationship. Once he has set that particular standard, then he, in regards with dating and mating, will find the closest woman that matches that particular standard. I cannot tell you what your standard will be, but I know what mine was, and that's why I chose Becky.
Well, I'll add on to that here, and I'll speak for the American man. If you choose a woman who's overweight, you choose a woman who might already have diabetes, hypertension, ADHD due to bad parenting, in her adolescence, and lack of a father. Now she doesn't respect authority, and you procreate with that woman, you're putting your kids in harm's way because that woman is more likely to turn your kids against you. And you, as a man, you're setting yourself up for failure in your entire adulthood. So that is the reason. And unfortunately, like, hey, 74% of them are overweight. And those that identify as, 91 percenters. Is what it is, man. I just look at it statistically.
I made
Well,
a
you know
bingo
what?
card.
How can I argue against choosing your mate based on statistics instead of skin color? Okay.
Damn, I want a golf clap right now. It's like you hit a hole in one finally after what,
Oh
2 hours?
no, I didn't say I agreed with
This
it. I
is what
said
they were saying from the start.
how
Though.
can I argue against it? Every man
This
has
this
his
is what the whole
criteria.
conversation was about, Stanley. We went around the block to get here
Yeah, you know what? And you want to know why it went around the block, Dave? Because
because you doubted. I know
I'm
it
not
wasn't
going
good faith.
to sit here and just not deconstruct shit. It's
I
what I
appreciate
do.
that, but these
Well,
guys
here's the thing.
uh, they sharpen their argument.
But I will say this: I understand the point better.
Well, we're all melanated up on this panel, and if a young, swarthy, American brother comes to one of us OGs for advice, and it's like,
Oh,
"Hey,
hey,
I got Keisha,
before
Laquanda,
we go, hey,
Devon."
we do American on this panel, right?
I just said American.
We're not all melanated.
Who's not melanated?
Tom is melanated. What are you talking about?
Okay, well, you know what? He didn't say I wasn't, so
The young don't want our advice.
Hey, Tom's on an honorary freaking
Hey
inbox
Tom,
today.
hey Tom, let me tell you about SYSVM.
I made a bingo card with all of the things I'm looking for on it.
Oh, that's got to be a topic.
But here's the thing, Stanley. Even Tom, like, if a young American man comes to you and says, "Hey, I'm about to marry this 5'4", 210-pound chick with 3 babies by 3 baby daddies," hey, what you think, Unc? Man, she good. She cooking clean. She good in bed. You know what I'm saying? She got good credit. You gonna lie to him and be like, "Yeah, run with that. She can get you a Hellcat."
Well, as a father, there's several, what, 3 other fathers on here. I would ask my son, "Are you sure you're making the right decision?"
I'd handcuff him to a radiator in the basement and tell her that he had
here's
been inducted
one
or something.
thing, and I'm going to use it as my only defense. I raised my son better. I don't expect he'll come home with someone that meets that criteria.
Oh, so having a fatherly influence matters.
Oh, who would ever dispute that? Me?
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Oh, yes. You heard me say fathers don't matter, right?
No,
A single father would say that, right?
Okay, so Deacon Dave, you bear witness to when I came on this panel when a truism. I hit the link. We were talking about the matriarchy and patriarchy.
Okay, but how does that equal fathers don't matter? What the fuck? What? That's a logical leap.
When you defend the culture with no fathers, you're essentially supporting matriarchy.
I'm being hyperbolic, Stanley.
That is so much. The only word, and forgive me, the Irishmen in our audience, bunch of malarkey. Okay. What does patriarchy have to do with fatherhood? Now,
it worked for you, obviously.
Well, hold on. I know that's kind of a ridiculous statement, but I'm not into patriarchy other than, hey, I swim in it. I'm probably patriarchal, but I don't think about it every day. Debating patriarchy as a system has nothing to do with how I fathered my son.
But you follow the unwritten laws of patriarchy to raise your son.
Okay. Anyway, before we get too far afield, I'm not going to be the one to say fathers don't matter. I think they matter immensely, especially to daughters and sons.
I got a question based off what you just said. Is there a difference in how people behave when they don't have a father?
Or, I mean,
Yes.
I think statistically, there, the outcomes, the stats would probably say yes. I mean,
Yeah,
you're more likely to go, you're more likely to wind up in trouble with the law, et cetera. There are a bunch of things that are, the statistics bear out. So yes, there is a difference.
I like what you said earlier. You said that you should pick a mate based on a point system. Now, if you was to give
Oh, no,
5 points
no.
for just
I was
having a
making
father,
a joke.
no, I know, but I like it. Let's say if having a father gave a woman 5 points, how likely, if you just did it like that, how likely are you to find a mate in the community where fatherlessness
I'm
is
going to
like a
tell
thing?
you, you will wind up with the same divorce rate I would predict.
I don't believe that.
Okay.
Okay, so we got to find the stat that says that women with fathers have
So you got to find the
same or
stat
equal
that
divorce
says
rate.
if we use Deacon Day's point system, you're going to wind up less likely to be divorced. I look forward to those statistics myself.
The point system, the one with the highest points, is the better mate, right? Based on
Okay.
the criteria that you're looking for.
Different every man, every woman, but in our case, since we're all men, every man has to pick his poison, his way of assessing a potential mate. I'm not going to tell people how to do it. If you're not my son.
Right, right. I get it.
Because I mean, I nothing about me meeting my wife was scientific. The only thing scientific is we were both science majors. That was it.
Don't forget how all this started. I said you were SYSBM, and you said, "What is that?" And then the guy comes up here to
See,
explain it. He
you
never
know,
got to.
I think, and I remember how it started. If you said accidental, you use that term. It's accidental. I wasn't thinking about save. I mean, save my soul, save myself. Like I told my son, I want you to be happy and successful. You should choose a mate that will help you achieve that goal. But until you make that sort of, lifelong commitment, you are your first priority. You can't help anyone else if you are not in a position to help them.
I mean, we're assuming we're men. We should know that. That should be
You know what?
goal number one.
Some things
Mating is
like
not the
that
first goal.
need to be said by someone who's more experienced, preferably your father, which happened in my case. I, as a
Happened to
father,
mine as well. I
as
got
a
myself
father,
together.
talked to my son about it.
I'm kind of disappointed that Trey left because I wanted to ask him what Kimmy said. She
Well,
said that
his
this is
his white
more
woman probably said, "What you talking about?"
possible, but
I'm
she
just
said
joking, Trey. If you're listening, Trey, it's just a joke.
she said that this is more liberal bullshit.
Kim,
SYSBM is liberal.
well, Kim thinks everybody who's not Ronald Reagan is liberal.
I think that was the question
And
she wanted to
I
ask
hope she's
Trinity.
listening. She thinks she's the most conservative. If you asked her, she is the most conservative person on in this John Galt universe. And we let Kim think that because she's probably right. Kim, if you're hearing this, I'm only partially joking. All right. Well, I think we have spun ourselves out of control. Let's see. We're coming up on 9 hours. It's getting long in the tooth. Um, Dave, I always appreciate, and Dave, you of course, rare treat. Um, Truism, rare treat, always welcome.
Yeah.
Um, Trey, extremely rare treat. come back soon. Nightish and all the others. You know what? I like getting knee deep in the weeds. Yeah. I'm going to scrutinize your points, and maybe not in a manner that you're used to. And you don't have to come up, but I'm not going to, you know, every point that gets made on this panel is not automatically a good point just because somebody said it. And same goes for me. But if you disagree with me, challenge it. Make me defend that point.
That's why the show is called Stanley versus the World.
Well, the world usually wins. So, everybody, please make sure you hit the like button. And hey, it's Portia's idea, Stanley versus the world. So even if you don't like Stanley, you do love Portia. Hit the like button. Make sure you support your host, Stanley. Um, you know, I like beer money maybe on the weekends. Of course, I did get this cool microphone. Thanks for pointing that out so many times, Tom.
Yeah, sounds great.
I got a cool microphone. I got like this little bus thing that I can put multiple USB connections, jacks into.
Oh, you got a multi-port?
Yep, I got a
Yeah.
multi-port. I got a stand for my laptop, so it's up off the desk and kind of tilted towards me, makes it easier to type. It's an awesome setup.
Jeez.
Yeah, I went crazy with that birthday money. And I am going to get a subscription to Ground News, so I have more than just the weak ass publications I put up. Uh, and it, here is another thing that really, the Wall Street Journal print edition is going to be put behind a paywall, so I will have to pay for that now. And we
No.
all know how expensive the Wall Street Journal is.
Very.
So, Ground News will have to be its substitute. And maybe I'll throw in the Washington Examiner too, because I actually like the Washington Examiner, conservative news source. Just so we're fair and balanced, and I get to tip the balance. Please subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel. I actually do have a short a clip from a show a couple nights ago. You get to see the old man gang quip, reminisce, and I make bad points about bad parenting. So that premieres this afternoon at some point, 2:00 maybe. Let's see what else. That's about it. John might be live now. He was live. I don't know if he still is. Please make sure you tune in early and often to all the shows on the John Galt Urban Landlord channel and the occasional video essay on Stanley's channel. Always support Portia. She is like the PBS of the John Galt universe. She brings you Stanley's Sesame Street. So, with that said, that bad joke aside, everyone have a good day. Tom, as always, love having you here. Deacon Dave, thank you. Hopefully the family's great.
And Stanley, some libraries offer free access to the WSJ through their online resources. You might check your library for that.
Yeah, I'll do that. My library card expired, but it might be a good reason to get another library card.
You can get limited access if you have one of the free accounts on WSJ.com too. It's not full access.
Or my son has Apple News. It has access, except I don't have an Apple product. He's got like a laptop and a phone and all that.
Yeah.
So I might. Well, he does have Apple News. I asked him, so I'm going to see if I can't hijack that somehow.
Good plan.
So yeah, you know what? Those kids are worth something. So everyone, enjoy your day. I more than likely will be on tonight at 3. Already have the show named. So we will go from there. Oh wait, hold it. What does he say? When Stanley Cross was a kid, his parents drove him through the ghetto to warn him to get good grades or end up there. Yeah, that's exactly what they did. Right. Okay. Well, it'll be hard to name a show that. And it did make me laugh. So everyone have a good day. Talk to y'all later.
Peace.
Feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should go. Go. Feel like I should go. Feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should go. Feel like I should go. Feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should. Feel like I should go.